Questions to the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and Minister for the Cabinet Office. Mark Pawsey.
Number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is important to all suppliers, not least small businesses, that they are paid on time. That's why I've announced that from this September we will exclude suppliers from winning contracts if they fail to pay their subcontractors on time. And just this month I contacted all suppliers reminding them of this intention.
Mark Pawsey.
I welcome what the Minister's just said, but a significant proportion of government procurement is on construction projects where there are often poor payment practices, such as were exposed in the collapse of Carillion. In its campaign, Fair Pay, Fair Play, everyone deserves to be paid on time, the Federation of Small Business is asking for those projects to be made the subject of separate project bank accounts. Is that something the Minister is considering?
Minister Dowden.
Yes, well, my honourable friend raised an important point. The government already uses project bank accounts on all construction projects unless there are compelling reasons not to do so. These, though, are just one way of ensuring our underlying objective, which is prompt and fair payment. It sits along initiatives such as paying our suppliers on time, excluding late payers, and appointing prompt payment non-executive directors in all departments.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bearing in mind that it is the small businesses that are the backbone of our economy, can the Minister outline when we can expect to see the follow-through of the proposed policy which said that you would be unable to win government contracts unless you are seen to make prompt payments?
Minister. The Honourable Gentleman is absolutely right to remind the House of this commitment. In November of last year, I announced that from September of this year, we will be bringing it into practice. And what that will mean is that if companies fail to pay their suppliers on time in 2 consecutive quarters, they will face being excluded from government contracts.
Which government departments have the best record in paying their suppliers on time, and which the worst?
Well, I can tell the Honourable Gentleman that the latest data shows that 10 of the 16 government departments were meeting the target of paying 90% of people within 5 days, and 10 were also meeting the target of at least 96% of invoices within the 30-day target. So it's a good record overall.
John Trickett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, his own department saw a 3-fold increase in late payments over the last couple of years. Yeah. And obviously, they, as we know, diverted from their day jobs by daydreams of a new Prime Minister. And this distracted government is therefore raising incompetence to a completely new level. Yeah, that's right. And we've seen that they are careless when paying SMEs who provide services to the public. And yet SMEs are the backbone of our economy. And yet they are very careful when it comes to outsourcing to wounded giants like Interserve or failed dinosaurs such as Carillion. Isn't it time he and his department got their act together?
Well, I can assure you I'm dreaming of nothing other than supporting my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, in her continued position as Prime Minister. And he raises the performance... sadly, I don't have a note on that point, but I can also reassure him on the point in relation to prompt payments in my own department, the Cabinet Office. According to the latest figures, in March, we paid 88% of all our suppliers within 5 days and 98% within 30 days, a perfectly credible record.
Errol Murray.
Number 2, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are all indebted to this groundbreaking Conservative Member of Parliament who won her seat the year after women first got the vote. The government is using the Suffragette Centenary Fund to support some 350 projects, including training in political leadership in Bradford and Birmingham and skills sessions in the East Midlands, West Midlands and London.
Gerald Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will my right honourable friend join me in welcoming plans to commemorate Lady Nancy Astor, the first woman to take her seat in the House of Commons, with a statue in Plymouth?
Absolutely. I'll say to my honourable friend that I not only welcome the extraordinary efforts of the campaigners who have achieved funding for a statue for Nancy Astor through public donations, particularly as there are, let's be frank, too few statues celebrating and commemorating the amazing contribution that women have made to helping shape our nation. I particularly congratulate my honourable friend on the work she has done in supporting this project.
John Cryer.
Mr. Speaker, can we also remember the 2 pioneering women who followed Nancy Astor very closely shortly after her election? I'm talking about the Liberal Margaret Wintringham and the great MP for West Ham, Susan Lawrence.
Absolutely, very happy to do that. As I said, I think there are too few memorials and commemorations of the great efforts and contributions made to society through women throughout the ages, and I'm very happy to congratulate all those who do their bit for public service.
Patrick Grady.
Mr. Speaker, well, of course, 2 years ago we celebrated 50 years since Winnie Ewing was elected to the House of Commons, and perhaps that should be reflected here. But I don't know what the government would do to celebrate Nancy Astor that it wouldn't do to celebrate Constance Markovic, who was the first woman to be elected. But where the Scottish Government recently held a consultation on electoral reform, it specifically included ways to improve gender and minority representation. So will the government do the same thing and bring forward real proposals?
Well, actually, if I remember correctly, she didn't actually take her seat, but I do, as I say, congratulate anyone who has contributed not just to public life, but as I say, I think there is work for us all to do to make sure we are highlighting and premiering the fantastic developments made across our country by women over the years in a whole range of public service roles, and I think that's a good thing to encourage more people to do it in the future.
Ely Bryan.
3, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, while the government can and has been managing the security risk, it is essential that the cybersecurity and engineering flaws in Huawei products are fixed. The National Cybersecurity Centre has set out the improvements we expect the company to make and will not compromise on the improvements we need to see, in particular, sustained evidence of better software engineering and cybersecurity.
O'Brien.
I wondered if the Minister could provide an update to the House on the distinction the government is making between different types of infrastructural equipment from Huawei and how that will be used to respond to the recommendations of the Centre.
Well, we have the independent Huawei Cybersecurity Evaluation Centre to look at what the company is doing in order to meet the commitments we require of it. Looking to the future, Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to taking decisions on the 5G supply chain based on evidence and a hard-headed assessment of the risk. We've undertaken a thorough review of that supply chain, and the decisions of that review will be announced in due course and to this House first.
Dan Jarvis.
Mr. Speaker, given the concerns about Huawei's involvement in our 5G network, what more can the Secretary of State say about what steps are being taken by the government to secure our critical national information infrastructure?
What I can say to the honourable gentleman is that, from the government's point of view, the security and resilience of the UK's telecoms networks is of paramount importance. We think we have robust procedures in place to manage any risks to national security today. In looking forward to the rollout of 5G, we've got 3 clear priorities here: stronger cybersecurity practices across the entire telecom sector, greater resilience within individual telecoms networks, and, crucially, diversity in the supply chain for 5G. It's matters that go beyond any single company.
Mr. David Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor of Duchy will know the government's about to award a £300 million contract, including requirements to host British citizens' biometric data. In order to protect the security and privacy of British citizens, can he guarantee that that data will not be held by foreign companies subject to foreign government laws giving foreign government access to British citizens' private data?
Well, clearly, any tendering exercise that the government undertakes has to be subject to the normal rules about open public procurement, but I know that the Home Secretary, who is responsible for this particular proposed database, will give the highest priority to ensuring the security of that sensitive personal data.
Platt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has been reported that the Prime Minister has given Huawei the green light to help build the UK's 5G network against the advice of ministers, our international allies and our security services. Yet Huawei have themselves said that it will take up to 5 years to secure their equipment. So why does the government have more confidence than Huawei in their ability to safely and securely build our 5G network?
That's right. As I said in response to her honourable friend, the member for Barnsley, the security and resilience of our telecommunications networks is of paramount importance in every decision the government takes on these matters. We have undertaken a very thorough review of the entire 5G supply chain. That is designed to ensure that we can roll out 5G in a way that is secure and resilient. We will announce our decisions about that to this House in due course.
Brown.
Question 4.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government is committed to supporting measures to reduce the size of the other place, where they can command consensus across both houses, such as the positive trend in retirement. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, is also committed to continuing the restrained approach she has maintained on appointments.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister mentions consensus, but the reality is, due to Brexit and the failed PM leadership, this House is completely gridlocked, which actually gives the bishops, the hereditary peers and the unelected lords in other places more power than ever and a greater say in Scotland's future than the Scottish Parliament itself. Does he agree with the Scottish Tory colleague, the MSP Murdo Fraser, that other place needs scrapped?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last week we sat, the Scottish National Party were praising the House of Peers. This week they're calling for them to be scrapped again. For me, the focus now, with the issues facing this country, is to get on with delivering a Brexit deal that works for the whole United Kingdom, rather than focus our time on building constitutional grievances like the separatists wish to do.
Michael Fabricant.
May I congratulate my honourable friend on his appointment to the front bench and his outstanding responses just now. Notwithstanding any reservations we may have about the unelected place, is it not the case, though, that on occasion the standard of debate there can be a lot higher than here?
Well, I thank the honourable member. I'm sure over his 27 years in this House he'll have seen plenty of very high standard debates. In fact, it's him contributing to raising that standard on many occasions. But the House of Lords plays a special part in our Constitution as a revising chamber, subject, as always, to the supremacy of this elected House.
David Linden.
The honourable gentleman's pardon. I think the honourable gentleman wants to come in from the front bench. Yes? Let's hear the fella. Tommy Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And may I welcome the Minister to his place. Unelected, out of touch, unresponsive. The House of Lords is not just a relic from a bygone era. It is a stain on our modern democracy. When is this Cabinet team going to live up to its public duty and lead a serious constitutional debate in this country to modernise our democracy and get rid of the House of Lords?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, as I touched on earlier, the vast majority of people in this country, certainly in Torbay and across the rest of the UK, would not see this House spending months in constitutional navel-gazing as the top priority at this moment. Yes, the House of Lords is something that many people have talked about reforming over the last century, and the Government will look at proposals that could enjoy broad consensus. But for now, with the pressures on the legislative programme, few would understand if we decided to dedicate months to this one.
David Linden. Number 5.
Thank you. I'm pleased to tell the House that from the 1st of April, the Government increased the national living wage by almost 5% to £8.21 per hour, which gives an annual pay rise of almost £700 to full-time workers on the national living wage. This is our preferred approach to addressing low pay across both the public and private sector.
Linden.
Of course, the national living wage isn't actually a real living wage, and it doesn't apply to under 25, so that's an absolute load of mince, frankly. But why would the Government want to perpetuate age inequality in terms of pay? And is he actually proud of the fact that this Government actively discriminates against young people, including his own civil servants?
I do find it extraordinary the way the honourable gentleman denigrates the national living wage. The national living wage has handed a pay rise of £3,000 to the lowest paid workers since it was introduced. and it's actually rising faster than the real living wage. Of course, in respect to this question about under-25s, we need flexibility for younger workers to help them get into the labour market. I think that's a sensible compromise.
Chris Elmore.
Let's hear, Mr Speaker, that the government's living wage is not the living wage set by the Living Wage Commission. But that aside, can the Minister set out what representations he's made to IPSA to ensure that members of this House can become living wage employers? Because my understanding is they won't let us do it.
Shame.
Well, relations with IPSA are a matter for the Leader of the House, not for the Cabinet Office ministers such as myself, but I have heard his representation. I'm sure the Leader of the House will have heard them as well.
What I can add, which I hope will be of some reassurance to the honourable gentleman, is that the House of Commons is indeed an accredited living wage employer and has been for some time. I hope that warms the cockles of the honourable gentleman's heart. Kerry McCarthy.
6, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, the Government will work closely with the police and electoral administrators to tackle any reports or allegations of intimidation, as we do in the run-up to all elections.
Kerry McCarthy.
I'm very glad that the Minister is taking it seriously. There will be so many of us in this House that have seen an escalation of threats and abuse in the current political climate, and there's a real fear when you have the likes of Nigel Farage saying that the European elections are an opportunity to put the fear of God into politicians, that people like that run the risk of stoking up that kind of intimidation and aggressive behaviour. What can he do to try to ensure that everyone conducts the European elections in a moderate, temperate and rational way?
Well, I think, Mr Speaker, that there is a responsibility on politicians of all political parties, left, right and centre, to try to conduct elections in a spirit, yes, of democratic argument and debate, but also in a spirit of mutual respect for the fact that in a pluralist democracy we are entitled to disagree, to express our disagreement, to accept the election result, however that turns out, and then to get on with people of other parties who have an equal democratic mandate to our own.
Mrs Theresa Villiers.
I recently had the honour to co-host a conference on misogyny and anti-Semitism, and can I urge the Government to do everything it can to make sure these two forms of hate crime do not prevent women participating in elections and making their voices heard in the democratic process?
I agree wholly with what my right honourable friend has just said. I think one of the most shocking features I found about life in the House of Commons in the last few years is to learn, in particular from women MPs of different political parties, how they have often been singled out for the sort of misogynistic, brutal abuse that far too many have suffered.
Break!
Ask the Minister what support he can give to local authorities, and particularly polling station staff, who in fact may be the most vulnerable during the European election campaign.
Well, as the right honourable gentleman knows, we have been consulting upon creating a new electoral offence of intimidating candidates and campaigners. I think as far as the staff are concerned, any intimidation or abuse is prima facie a breach of existing criminal law, and I would hope that political party representatives and presiding officers would have no hesitation in reporting these things to the police.
Purse Glove.
I'm very clear, and I think the Government is very clear, that it is the duty of all politicians and all parties to call out abuse and intimidation wherever and whenever it happens. But in this particular instance, wouldn't it just be better to keep our promises and call off these farcical elections?
It would indeed be the Government's hope that even now we could agree and ratify the withdrawal agreement, give effect to it, that would make it possible for these elections not to take place. But the only way in which to stop these elections taking place is to bring into effect the withdrawal agreement, or to pass primary legislation through Parliament disapplying our international obligations.
Thangham Debonair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But I'm very worried about the fact that other candidates are already trying to intimidate candidates. Using language like fear of God is not a good way to go about our democracy. I was at a conference this morning where a country, Eritrea, was trying to discuss how to build a democracy. Surely the Cabinet Office Minister will wish to be stronger in his language, condemning the outrageous language of other candidates using the words like fear of God.
Mr. Speaker, I think I was very clear in my earlier comments that I think that there is a profound responsibility on politicians, particularly political leaders of any party, to show moderation and restraint in the language they use about political opponents.
Topical questions. Royston Smith.
Number one, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, could I start by welcoming my honourable friend, the member for Torbay, to his new ministerial role, and to wish my honourable friend, the member for Norwich North, the best of luck as she starts her maternity leave, and to thank her, in particular, for the work she has championed to stop intimidation in public life. Mr. Speaker, the Cyber UK 2019 Cyber Security Conference begins today in Glasgow. I'm pleased to be addressing that conference tomorrow, where I will be outlining our work to ensure that the UK remains a global leader in cyber security.
Royston Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State and the Minister will know that I never miss an opportunity to talk about jobs and opportunities for my Southampton Etchin constituents. More people are in work than ever before, but not all jobs are well paid with good opportunities. A government relocation to Southampton would help to give my constituents more opportunities. Has the Minister considered, as the part of the Places for Growth programme, a relocation to Southampton, and if not, why not?
Well, I know what a strong champion my honourable friend is for the city of Southampton. I've heard his representations. I am very happy to extend to him the invitation that officials from my department can meet with him and representatives of Southampton to see what we can do in that area.
Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are currently 2 million European citizens registered to vote in the UK, many of whom will be using their votes in the local elections next Thursday. But in order to be eligible to vote in the European elections on the 23rd of May, they will need to complete some paperwork. Now, so far, fewer than 300 of these citizens have completed the paperwork, which normally would have been distributed by EROs from January onwards. Due to the short timescale of administration of the European elections, I have heard that many European citizens are considering taking legal action against the government. So, can I ask the Minister what consideration he has given to this, and what measures the government may be able to take to help European citizens be able to use their vote in the European elections here in the UK?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the point from the Shadow Minister. It's about the time to make a declaration rather than the deadline for registration. She will appreciate the government obviously needs to be determined by the law and what affects it, but I must say I'll be happy to look at this and to get back a response to her in writing, and also make a later copy of that response in the library of the House.
Lee Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask the Minister what steps he's taking to encourage the use of innovative technology for the delivery of public services?
Well, this is a major priority for the Cabinet Office. That's why earlier this month I announced £1.5 million in funding for 10 projects that will use location-based data to improve public services, and why I will shortly be publishing a strategy outlining how we will harness the power of innovative technology across the whole of government.
David Perkins.
Speaker, millions of people are not registered on the electoral roll. They're much more likely to be ethnic minority or young or from the lower demographic classes. Doesn't it say everything about this government that at a time when we should be trying to get more people onto the register, they're doing everything they can to keep people off the register?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the government introduced online registration that's made it much easier for people to get on the register, and it's seen one of the largest numbers registering. So I think the premise of his question is completely wrong.
Metcalfe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my right honourable friend agree that, as the Institute for Government has recently pointed out, the government has outsourced many public services precisely because the public sector was delivering them poorly, and that any plans to end outsourcing is motivated by political ideology, not by what's doing best for the taxpayer?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to highlight these recent comments. They were clear that Labour's outsourcing policy risks creating major implementation problems and losing the benefits that outsourcing has brought for taxpayers without any guarantee those services would improve. This government will continue to make decisions on outsourcing based on the evidence, not on ideology.
Congratulating the honourable gentleman member for Huddersfield upon the birth of his 12th grandchild, another Shearmanite in the world. I call Mr. Barry Shearman.
Thank you for that. I will pass that message on to the new baby. Can I ask the Secretary of State? Yesterday, another little girl, a little Swedish girl, came to this place and reminded us how we must act dramatically to face up to climate change and the challenges of climate change. What is he doing across all departments of state to totally re-energise every department of state facing climate change now?
I think that the young woman to whom he referred spoke for her generation. And all of us going into schools and colleges in our constituency know how this issue of climate change inspires and drives political priorities amongst many of our young constituents. Every department in this government is committed to delivering the ambitious plan to reduce carbon emissions and secure our environmental objectives by the 2050 deadline. There is no difference between any minister about the need to get on with that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will my honourable friend join me in welcoming the fact that disabled candidates at the up-and-coming local elections will, thanks to this government, be able to access dedicated disability-related funding to support the specific needs they face without counting towards election expenses?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's vital those standing for office are representative of our society. And as a government, we're taking action to achieve this through a £250,000 fund for disabled candidates at the forthcoming May English local election. This will help create a level playing field for disabled and non-disabled candidates.
Tim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, can the Minister further outline what discussions have taken place with social media outlets such as Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter and others to strike the delicate balance of freedom of thought and opinion and security and freedom from cyberbullying?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member alludes to the fact that this will be a delicate balance to strike between ensuring people can freely express opinions and that the government doesn't get involved in the idea of regulating opinions. It's about making sure facts are accurate. And that's why we're working with colleagues in DCMS around the online harms white paper to ensure we can tackle those challenges but also strike the right balance in terms of freedom of speech.
I've met with several innovative small businesses in Fareham recently, for example the SME Silver Lining, an IT business. Many of them would like more opportunities to work closely with government. What steps is the government taking to enable contracting with SMEs to take place at a greater level?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this important challenge. That's why we've set a demanding target of 33% of all government business going to SMEs, and why our forthcoming innovation strategy will look at exactly that point, how we can make it easier for SMEs to win innovative government work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that we need to eradicate fake news at source? And this includes a more ethical approach to government advertising spend to make sure it doesn't go on these online fake news sites?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government takes disinformation very seriously, and of course the Department of Culture, Media and Sport is leading cross-government work to tackle it, including through the online harms white paper. But as I say, the role of government is to make sure electors have the facts, and the facts are there in public debate, not to regulate opinions people may form on them.
Order. Questions to the Prime Minister. Jack Brereton.
Number one, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I've been asked to reply on behalf of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, who is today in Belfast attending the funeral of Lyra McKee. This was a brutal, cowardly murder of a young woman, a brilliant journalist who represented all that is good in Northern Ireland. and those responsible for her murder have nothing to offer anyone from any community in Northern Ireland. And I'm sure that members right across the House will want to join me in sending our deepest sympathies to Lyra's partner, Sarah, her other family members and her friends. And as her family have asked, we today say that we stand with Lyra. Mr. Speaker, the attack on 3 Christian churches and 3 hotels in Sri Lanka on Easter Sunday was a horrific and cowardly act, and the House will know that a number of British citizens were also killed. Yesterday, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, spoke to the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka to send her condolences to all affected and to offer his government any assistance they may need. I am sure the whole House will not only want to join me in sending sympathies and condolences to all who were caught up in that horrific attack, but I hope too that the House will perhaps reflect on the fact that that atrocity committed on Easter Sunday came just a couple of weeks after an equally brutal and appalling attack in Christchurch, New Zealand, upon the Muslim community worshipping there. And as we stand today between Easter and next week, the beginning of the solemn month of Ramadan for our Muslim fellow citizens, I hope this will be a time, not just for members, but for all our fellow citizens, of all faiths and of none, to come together and to stand up for the values of mutual respect, tolerance and religious diversity, which embody what is best about our country.
Jack Brereton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to echo those thoughts of sympathy and condolence. Rejuvenating our town centres in Stoke-on-Trent is absolutely essential. Would my right honourable friend join me in welcoming the Open Doors pilot recently announced for Fenton in my constituency, and agree that our future High Streets Fund bid for Longton must also succeed?
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to join my honourable friend in welcoming the Open Doors pilot and his constituency, and we very much welcome bids from places like Longton Town Centre for this fund. My right honourable friend, the Community Secretary, is going to study all the bids carefully before making a decision later this year, but he and I know that my honourable friend is going to be a doughty champion of the claims of his constituency in particular.
Emily Thornberry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister for the Cabinet Office and I usually enjoy trading a few jokes at these sessions, but sadly this really isn't a week for laughter. We on this side join him in standing in solidarity and shared grief with the people of Sri Lanka and all those who lost loved ones on the Easter Sunday slaughter of peaceful worshippers and innocent tourists, at least 45 of them children. And among them the 8-year-old cousin of our friend, the member for Hampstead and Kilburn, an act of utter depravity and evil which stands in sharp contrast to the words of love written by Ben Nicholson about his wife and the children that he lost. Yesterday we also celebrated the life, but mourned the loss, of Billy McNeill, the first Briton to lift the European Cup and a man who spent his life fighting against sectarian hatred. And last Thursday we mourned the senseless murder of the brilliant young journalist Lyra McKee, whose funeral the Prime Minister is right to attend, and whose death was a horrific reminder of where sectarian hatred ultimately leads. We stand with Lyra. In her name, Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Minister for the Cabinet Office to tell us what the Government is doing to bring her killers to justice and protect Northern Ireland from a return to terror?
Mr. Speaker, can I first very much welcome both the tone and the words of the Right Honourable Lady. And can I also say that I would share her tribute to Billy McNeill, who died on Monday. He made no fewer than 790 appearances for Celtic. It's a testament to an extraordinary career during which he also won 31 major trophies as a manager and a player. And I think our thoughts and sympathies are with his family and friends. As the Right Honourable Lady will fully understand, the decisions about criminal investigations in Northern Ireland are a matter for the Police Service of Northern Ireland and for the Independent Public Prosecution Service. We very much hope, as a government, that any member of the public who has information that will lead to Lira's murderers being brought to justice comes forward, and I am hopeful, given the sense of community solidarity that there has been in Londonderry and in Northern Ireland generally, that that information will be forthcoming.
Thornbury.
I thank the Minister for his answer, Mr Speaker, and I know he speaks with huge authority and passion on this issue. Reading the statement from the so-called new IRA last week, with its talk of attacking enemy forces and its sincere condolences for Lira's death, it was a sickening throwback to the days that we thought that we'd left behind 20 years ago, from despicable individuals whose only desire is to turn back the clock and destroy the progress that's been made. So does the Minister for the Cabinet Office agree with me? This is one of the central reasons that we must find an answer to the Northern Irish border question rather than give these evil terrorists the divisions that they crave.
I think that I would draw a distinction between the two. I regard both issues that the Right Honourable Lady has raised as important, but I don't think that those murderers in Derry were motivated by any thoughts about the border or about customs arrangements, important though those issues are. I think what the Right Honourable Lady said, that I wholly agreed with, was the utter unacceptability of references to police officers in Northern Ireland as if they were somehow a legitimate target. One of the great achievements of the peace-building process in Northern Ireland has been the very difficult and controversial reform of the police service, where you now have young men and women from both unionist and nationalist communities who serve gladly together, upholding law and justice in Northern Ireland. And we should, all of us in this House, continue to send every officer in the PSNI our full support.
Emily Thornbury.
I agree entirely with the sentiments expressed by the Honourable Gentleman, but can I bring him back to the issue of the border? Because I agree with the ends that he's trying to achieve, but the fundamental problem remains the means. We all know that his own party and the DUP will not accept the current backstop, but the only way the government plans to avoid that backstop is to deliver a so-called invisible border. But last week we saw a leaked Home Office presentation stating that, and I quote, "No government worldwide currently has a system in place. Current realisation for a technological solution in the UK is 2030. And, they said, there is currently no budget for either a pilot or for the programme itself. So can the Minister tell us, are the Home Office wrong?"
Well, I'm not going to comment on alleged leaks from government departments. What I can say to the House is that the government has allocated £20 million to invest in work on alternative measures that would bring benefits in terms of seamless trade, both to the border between Northern Ireland and Ireland, but which, if successful, more generally could be applied to give us smart borders on all of the United Kingdom's external borders, and perhaps offer us some export opportunities for that technology as well.
Emily Thornbury.
Well, it's interesting what the Minister says, but the Home Office, also says that there are 6 problems with deploying these technological solutions. It's expensive, and there's no budget. 2, it has to operate with 28 different UK government agencies. 3, it needs to operate on both sides of the border. 4, it won't be deliverable until 2030. 5, the government has a poor track record, to say the least, on big tech projects, and no one, 6, in the world has done anything similar. So that, Mr Speaker, is hardly a recipe for success. The real answer to the Northern Ireland border question is staring the government in the face. 28 months ago, and 2 Brexit secretaries ago, I told the Minister from this dispatch box that the only way to avoid a hard border was staying in a customs union. And, of course, the alignment of all rules and regulations. And he indeed himself said 3 years ago, that for anyone to pretend otherwise, he said, flies in the face of reality. That was the truth then, and it remains the truth today, so why will the government just not wake up to it?
Mr Speaker, I did say to the Right Honourable Lady in our previous exchange that there is a £20 million budget that has already been earmarked for this work. It is also the case, whatever the Right Honourable Lady may be reading in the newspapers about timetables, that not just the United Kingdom, but the European Union has committed itself to trying to get these alternative measures agreed by 2020. That is not an undertaking, a commitment that the European Commission has entered into lightly and without some thought and analysis about the chances of achieving that. But could I say to the Right Honourable Lady, the solution that she identifies of needing to have a frictionless border on the island of Ireland is what is delivered by the government's withdrawal agreement. Yes. Therefore, what she should be doing is urging her right honourable and honourable friends to vote for what the government is proposing instead of rejecting it and therefore blocking the Brexit which her party's manifesto commits her to.
Emily Thornberry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've heard it all before, let's face it. The only point the Minister didn't make this time was that Britain must be able to establish her own international trade agreements. Perhaps he's been listening to Nancy Pelosi last week, who made it clear that if the UK government disrupted the open border in Northern Ireland, we could forget all about a free trade deal with the US. So the government is going to spend millions giving Donald Trump the red carpet, golden carriage treatment in June. And maybe the state banquet might even be worth it, so long as he's forced to sit next to Greta Thunberg. Or how about this? If then he has Greta on one side and David Attenborough on the other. That would be 3 hours well spent. But the truth is, Mr. Speaker, that it will all be a giant waste of taxpayers' money because the US Congress will never agree to a trade deal unless we have a solution for the Irish border that will actually work. And this government simply doesn't have one.
Mr. Speaker, you know, it's just 2 short years ago that the Right Honourable Lady said of President Trump, "We should welcome the American president. We have to work with him." I just wonder whether something has changed about the US administration or whether something has changed about her own leadership ambitions that causes her to alter her words in this way now.
Which is it? Come on, which is it?
The government and the Labour Party, I thought, both wanted to see no tariffs, no quotas, no rules of origin checks, a seamless border on the island of Ireland. Yet 3 times, the Right Honourable Lady and her colleagues have voted against a deal that would deliver those things to which they claim to be committed. It is about time that she put principle and the national interest ahead of party advantage.
Emily Thornberry.
I think, Mr. Speaker, we'll find that there's only one side of this House that has a leadership contest at the moment, and it's very active as we speak. But, Mr. Speaker, in a week like this, when we have all been shocked and saddened by the horrific acts of terrorism at home and abroad, we remember that the first job of any government is to keep our country and our citizens safe. And even before our concerns about the economy, the main reason we need to keep an open border with Ireland is to preserve that peace and security that millions of British and Irish citizens have come to depend upon, but which, in a week like this, seems to hang like a thread. So if the government is serious about putting the country first, the whole of our country, will the Minister for the Cabinet Office accept? That means finally getting serious about the cross-party negotiations and putting the option of a customs union on the table.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the Honourable Lady's not been in the room at the Times. I think she's now being described as in the sort of outer inner circle around the Labour leadership. But I can say that the substance and the tone of those conversations between the government team and the opposition team have been constructive. I think that there is a genuine attempt to try to find a way through. But I'm not going to hide the fact, Mr. Speaker, that this is very difficult, because if it's going to work, it will mean both parties needing to make compromises and us ending up with a solution that, unlike any other so far proposed, will get a majority in the House. So far, this House has rejected our deal. It has rejected the opposition's proposals. It has rejected a referendum. It has rejected revocation. It has rejected a customs union. It has rejected Common Market 2.0. And it's not just a matter for government or even for the opposition front bench. It is a matter for every member of this House to take our responsibilities to the country seriously and find a way to agree on an outcome that enables us to deliver on the referendum result and to take this country forward.
Tom Pursglove. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also associate myself with the sentiments so eloquently expressed on both sides of the House? Far from what some would have you believe, those of us who voted to leave knew exactly what we were voting for. We were voting to control our own borders, to spend our own money, to make our own laws and have those laws judged by our own judges. The Labour policy now appears to be to hold a second referendum. Will my right honourable friend confirm that on his watch and that of the Prime Minister there will be no second referendum, yes or no?
The government is very clear indeed that we do not agree with a second referendum, and we have voted against a second referendum. All of us in 2016 recall telling our electors that their decision was going to be final and would be accepted whatever the outcome of that referendum would be. And I think it would do harm to fragile public confidence in our political institutions were that commitment to be set aside.
Ian Blackford. No.
SNP would join in saying that we're horrified by the atrocious attacks in Sri Lanka, and the Minister of the Cabinet Office is right that we should, all of us from all religions and none, should be considering religious tolerance and should be ensuring that we champion that. Our thoughts as the funeral commences shortly are with the family and friends of Lyra McKee, and we'd like to make clear that we stand with Lyra. We'd also like to join the celebration of Billy McNeill's life and work, and of course in addition to Celtic he was previously a manager for Aberdeen as well in his time. Mr. Speaker, climate change is the biggest crisis facing the world today. Even the Environment Secretary has admitted that his government has failed to do enough. Yesterday he promised that the UK government would take action. Mr. Speaker, this government has spent millions on nuclear power. They've cut support for renewable energy projects, and they've continued to pursue fracking. So does taking action include reversing these damaging policies?
Mr. Speaker, I think, as my right honourable friend, the Environment Secretary, said yesterday, that there is clearly more that needs to be done, and probably all of us of an age to be here would recognise that our generations have not done sufficient to meet this challenge. But I think that the honourable lady underestimates how much work has been done by the United Kingdom. I mean, since 2010, we've reduced CO2 emissions faster than any other G20 nation. Between 2010 and 2018, we reduced greenhouse gas emissions by about a quarter overall. Our renewable energy capacity has quadrupled since 2010, and the proportion of our electricity coming from low-carbon resources has increased from 19% to more than half in 2018, a record year for renewables. There's a lot more to do, but I think it's a good record on which to base that future action.
Kirsty Blackburn.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think that answer recognises the scale of the challenge that we face. The Scottish Government have already brought forward a climate change bill with some of the most ambitious statutory targets of any country in the world, with the aim of Scotland being carbon neutral by 2050, and if we need to go further, we will. Mr. Speaker, the UK Government commissioned new advice from the UK Committee on Climate Change, and it's due next week, on what the UK's targets should be. Can he confirm that when the advice is published next week, that the UK Government will adopt the recommended targets immediately and in full?
I'm going to wait to see what the advice is, and I'm sure the House will want to see what the advice is, as well as learn from the Government directly what its decisions are going to be. But can I say to the Honourable lady that passing legislation can get you so far, but actually what you need is not just legislation, it is a change in attitudes and approach that runs right across society and right across industry. And what I am encouraged by is that while since 1990 the UK has cut its emissions by 40%, in that same period our economy has grown by 2/3. So greater prosperity and green policies are not incompatible. They can and should be made to work together.
Colin Clark.
Mr. Speaker, can I associate myself with the words of the front benches? Mr. Speaker, to assure the British summer appetite for strawberries and Scottish rasps is fulfilled, would my right honourable friend encourage the Home Office to extend the seasonal agricultural workers scheme from 2,500 to 10,000 this year and open it up to 30,000 to 40,000 next year to make sure our appetites are fulfilled?
Well, as I would have expected, my honourable friend rightly champions both the produce of his constituency and the needs of businesses there. What I'd say to him is that obviously we have established a 2-year pilot that provides for a 6-month scheme for non-EU migrants to work on UK farms and specifically designed to help the horticultural sector. The pilot's never been designed to meet the full labour needs of the horticultural sector, and clearly we will need to evaluate what happens with that pilot in practice, but I know that the Secretary of State for Scotland and the Secretary of State for Environment and Agriculture will be looking very closely at the impact on the north east of Scotland.
Cadbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2015, the Prime Minister, when she was Home Secretary, said that the Police Federation were crying wolf over the impact of police cuts. Now, teachers, specialist children's and youth workers and others are warning that government cuts are making it harder to protect young people from knife crime. In my current constituency crime survey, many constituents are saying that cuts to services that support young people, as well as cuts to policing, need to be reversed. So could the Minister for the Cabinet Office tell me whether he thinks children and youth workers and my constituents are crying wolf too?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the facts are that the government has increased police funding by more than £970 million for the next year, and the Labour Party voted against that increase in funding when the order came before the House of Commons. But the Honourable Lady is right to say that this is not only about policing and new laws, it is about early intervention. That's why my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, has secured £220 million for early intervention projects to try to steer young people at risk of knife crime and other violent crime away from the gangs that can seduce them into that appalling way of life.
Rebecca Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, passions are running high, including my own, about the devastating effects of climate change. And whilst I believe this government has made great strides decarbonising faster than any country in the G20, we must do more faster and sooner for a sustainable future. So would my right honourable friend ask the Prime Minister to join me in supporting a cross-party call for net zero emissions ahead of 2020? That's greater than our current calls and targets. Sorry, ahead of 2050. That's more stringent, Mr. Speaker, than our current targets. Almost 200 cross-party MPs have signed a letter calling for this, and it was instigated by my colleague from Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland. And would he also ask the Prime Minister to meet colleagues and I to discuss enshrining this in law, as proposed by my honourable friend from Cheltenham in his forthcoming 10-minute rule bill?
Well, can I first of all pay tribute to my honourable friend for the way in which she has championed this and other environmental issues during her time in the House. And I can certainly say that, a minister, I don't know whether with the Prime Minister or another colleague, will be happy to see her and other parliamentary colleagues. I hope you understand that we will want to look at the advice of the Independent Climate Change Committee to understand what would be needed to get to that early zero emissions target and the practical steps that would involve. But I can assure her that we are investing more than £2.5 billion to support low-carbon innovation in the UK in the next 6 years alone. Clean growth is a priority for the government and will remain so.
So far, I'm afraid we've managed to get through only 13 questions in more than 25 minutes, so we do need to speed up, as I wish to accommodate backbench members patiently waiting to put their inquiries. Stuart C. MacDonald.
Mr. Speaker, the proposed closure of Cumbernauld Tax Office will see 1,300 good quality jobs lost to the town and many others under threat as millions of pounds of spending disappears from the local economy. And that's just one of over 150 tax office closures being overseen by the Treasury. So if the government genuinely wants to build stronger towns and is concerned about towns like Cumbernauld, surely the government must now put a stop to HMRC's damaging tax office closure.
Mr. Speaker, I completely understand the concerns that there will be, particularly amongst some hard-working civil servants in Cumbernauld, who were expecting to be reassigned. There is a difference now happening in the way in which citizens choose to interact with HMRC, with fewer people wanting or needing to access an office and more people being willing and choosing to work with the taxman online, and that is clearly going to have implications. It seems to me that the priority has to be that we maintain a high quality of service to businesses and to individual taxpayers.
Mr. Douglas Ross.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister will be aware of wildfires burning across the country, including one in Murray, which started near Nakando on Monday and continues despite the efforts of more than 50 firefighters. Will my right honourable friend join me in congratulating and praising Incident Commander Bruce Fackerson and all the teams involved and the other emergency services who have made this a multi-agency response, and also urge people to assist the fire service by keeping away from the area to allow the dedicated and committed firefighters to bring this blaze under control?
I'm happy to endorse my honourable friend's tribute to the Fire and Rescue Service in his constituency, and also to support his words encouraging members of the public to cooperate fully with those services.
Is it the government's intention to bring forward the withdrawal agreement implementation bill and to prorogue Parliament if it loses at second reading? And wouldn't it in fact be far safer for the government simply to link the Prime Minister's deal to a people's vote and bring that forward to Parliament?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the problem with that proposal is that so far, whenever the idea of a second referendum has been brought before the House, there has been a majority against that. So I don't think that the right honourable gentleman's proposal is actually going to deliver the outcome that he seeks.
Mr. David Tredinny.
Mr. Speaker, may I associate myself with remarks made about Sri Lanka? My right honourable friend tell us whether he thinks it likely we'll leave the European Union by May the 22nd. And does he agree with me that both the major political parties are likely to suffer at the polls if we don't? And what does it say to my Leicestershire constituents about the democratic process if this House can't get this withdrawal agreement to leave the European Union over the line?
Speaker, I completely understand and share that sense of exasperation that my honourable friend has expressed. I mean, it has been made very clear from this dispatch box on several occasions that the consequence of the House voting to reject the withdrawal agreement and to vote in favour of an extension is that the government would need to make preparations as required by law for those European elections. The way in which we solve this problem is for Parliament to assemble a majority behind a deal, vote for it, get the legislation through and give effect to our departure from the EU.
Mary Glendon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having experienced their average salary fall by over £2,000 a year since 2010 and expecting just 1% pay rise this year, civil servants in the PCS union are rightly being balloted for industrial action. Will the Minister tell the House when these civil servants will be free of austerity measures and receive a substantial pay rise, which is long overdue?
Well, there has been, because of the scale of the deficit which was inherited in 2010, the need for severe restraints over public expenditure, including public sector pay. Where we are today, Mr. Speaker, is that there is flexibility within the overall pay ceiling, department by department, for departments to negotiate with their workforces arrangements that do permit higher figures for increase in wages than the ones to which the Honourable Lady has referred.
Vicky Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Sunday, over 40,000 people will take part in the London Marathon. Many of them are supporting the Dementia Revolution on behalf of Alzheimer's Research and the Alzheimer's Society. Some of those are sitting on these benches. The UK is the world leader in dementia research. I visited the Dementia Research Institute with members of the Science and Technology Select Committee today. Will the government continue to support dementia research, encourage more people, especially people in their 30s, 40s and 50s, to take part in research trials, and wish the very best of luck to everyone in the marathon on Sunday?
Well, can I join my honourable friend in wishing success and strength to everybody taking part in the marathon on Sunday, particularly to members on all sides of this House, and I suspect to one or two people in the press gallery as well, Mr. Speaker. But my honourable friend makes a very important point about dementia. One of the welcome changes we're seeing is that, as a society, we are more open about the fact that many of us are going to live with dementia at some stage in our lives. That government commitment to which he referred to dementia research and to trying to remove the stigma from dementia will be maintained.
Last count, I was aware of no fewer than 16 honourable and right honourable members of the House intending to take part in the London Marathon, including the Secretary of State for Wales and indeed the Honourable Lady, the member for Brentford and Isleworth, from whom we heard earlier, but who was too modest or self-effacing to mention her prospective involvement. Mr. Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think I could run the London Marathon, so you needn't include me in that.
You can walk it, Sammy. Walk it.
While the McKee family in Northern Ireland are burying their daughter today, murdered by IRA terrorists, hundreds of people in Sri Lanka are burying their loved ones, brutally murdered because of their faith. Christians across the world are now the most religious, the most persecuted religious group, with nearly 300 million living in fear of discrimination and persecution, and 4,000 being killed every year because of their faith. The government has said that Britain is on their side. Can the Minister tell us, how is the government using the UK's soft power, our economic power, our contacts with other governments and our aid budget to help those who are persecuted daily simply because they believe in Jesus Christ?
I mean, the aid budget and the Foreign Office diplomatic expenditure budget do give will continue to give a priority to human rights, including the rights of Christians and people of other faiths. So the Right Honourable Gentleman is quite correct in saying that in many countries Christians do face persecution and discrimination. We work to try to improve standards of justice and of civil rights in those countries. We work with Christian and other religious communities who are under threat, And my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, has recently commissioned a review in particular of our work to help persecuted Christians overseas to make sure that we are focusing the right degree of resource and effort in delivering those improvements in outcome that the right honourable gentleman quite rightly seeks.
Richard Graham.
Mr. Speaker, current immigration requirements oblige Commonwealth servicemen and women to pay £2,389 to apply for indefinite leave to remain after 4 years' service, or almost £10,000 for a family of 4. This considerable cost does not reflect the nation's respect for those prepared in extremis to give their lives for our country. I therefore written a cross-party letter with the honourable member from Bridgend, signed by 130 members of Parliament, to the Home Secretary to seek his support to abolish these visa fees. At a time when the UK is chair of the Commonwealth, would my right honourable friend and the Prime Minister give their support for this great non-party political cause that is supported by the Royal British Legion?
I want, Mr. Speaker, to pay tribute to men and women from Commonwealth countries who serve in our armed services. That service is something that this and previous governments have valued enormously. On the particular point that my honourable friend makes about immigration requirements, I'm sure that my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, will take very seriously and look very carefully at the representations that he is making.
Young man.
When last month a football referee in Nottinghamshire had to flee a game, lock himself in the car and call the police, the FA response was a 6-match ban and a £50 fine. Considering what's happening to Raheem Sterling, Danny Rose and the growth of racism at every level in football, and their call for a national forum, isn't it clear that the football authorities are not capable, without our help and government help, of actually getting on top of this problem, particularly of racism in football? Will the government not take a lead in the way the Prime Minister did on Hillsborough and help convene, using their auspices, such a forum as Mr Sterling and others have requested this summer, and perhaps, Mr Speaker, you might offer this location as an appropriate venue for such a forum?
Mr Speaker, I think every member of this House will condemn without reservation the behaviour to which the honourable member referred. It is something that should be regarded as completely beyond the bounds of acceptability in our society. I can undertake that my honourable friend, the Sports Minister, will want to sit down with him and any other colleagues in the House to make this a priority in order to discuss what more might be done.
Senator Costa.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yesterday, Jane Golding, who chairs the British in Europe, representing over 1.3 million British nationals in the EU27, reminded me that Michel Barnier's letter is almost 1 month old in terms of responding to the requirement of this House to carve out citizens' rights element in the withdrawal agreement. Given the absence of a withdrawal agreement being passed in this House, can my right honourable friend inform the House what actions the government has taken since receiving Michel Barnier's letter?
Well, as I recall, what my honourable friend sought successfully was that the government should make representations to the Commission, asking them if they would carve the citizens' rights elements out of the withdrawal agreement overall. I think that there are some legal problems with that, in that the withdrawal agreement stands together as a package, and as a package has been submitted to the European Parliament, having been formally and legally approved by the European Council. And therefore, to separate elements of that might mean having to go through those European procedures again, assuming the political willingness to do so were there. But I will ask my right honourable friend, the Brexit Secretary, to speak urgently to my honourable friend to give him an update on where we are on this.
Bill Esterson.
It's complacent to claim we are on target to meet our climate change obligations when emissions from air freight and shipping of imports and exports are excluded from the figures. Will this government be honest about the scale of the challenge of climate change? We need to fully invest in renewable energy, drop the fascination with fracking and declare a climate change emergency, because that's the reality of what we face.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the rules on emissions from shipping are not sort of unique to the United Kingdom. These are global standards of measurement. And as I said in earlier exchanges, Mr. Speaker, the government's first to say that there is more that needs to be done, but I think that the honourable gentleman does us an injustice in not acknowledging that we have a better track record on this than any other member of the G7. He asked about investment. Our annual support for renewables will be more than £10 billion by 2021. We've opened the world's largest offshore wind farm, capable of powering 600,000 homes, the world's first ever floating offshore wind farm. 99% of solar power that we have in the UK has been deployed since 2010. That is a good track record.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
The government accept that the telecommunications firm Huawei is intimately linked with the Chinese Communist government and its deeply hostile intelligence services?
Well, I mean, legally speaking, it is a private firm, not a government-owned company. But my right honourable friend takes us to the question about the proposed rollout of 5G networks. The Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport has commissioned a very wide-ranging, thorough review of this. We are giving priority to stronger cybersecurity practices across the entire telecommunications sector, greater resilience in telecommunications networks, and critically, diversity in the entire supply chain for 5G, because this question goes beyond any single company. When we've taken decisions about that review, we will announce them to the House in a proper way.
Right, honourable gentleman, member for New Forest East, as I do, I think the Minister will recognise that he'll probably hear from his right honourable friend on this matter, well, a few hundred more times in the coming weeks. Chris Elmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government continues to chronically underfund the Welsh railway network, with planned spending running at 6%, despite having 11% of the network. So can he set out when the government will start investing in Welsh railway infrastructure and give Welsh commuters the investment they deserve?
Mr. Speaker, we're investing record amounts in Wales railway infrastructure. Network rail investment in the Wales route for control period 6 that takes us up to 2024 will be more than £1.5 billion. It'll deliver improved journeys for passengers in Wales on the most advanced new trains, and in South Wales, passengers and commuters are already experiencing real improvements thanks to the new Intercity Express trains, each of them having 130 extra seats compared with a typical high-speed train. I really would have wished that the honourable gentleman could have paid tribute to that achievement rather than carping.
Stephen Kerr.
Mr. Speaker, if I may add a few words of tribute of my own to Billy McNeill, who was a childhood hero of mine and truly a legendary Celt. His family, reminiscent of the question that was asked earlier by the honourable member for Chelmsford, his family have described his brave struggle with dementia. And, Mr. Speaker, my own mother passed away earlier this year due to the effects of dementia. Scottish universities are doing world-leading research into the prevention of dementia, and they currently receive about £100 million of funding each year from the European Union. Will my right honourable friend confirm that this funding will be maintained and this research will be protected as we leave the European Union?
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, if we get the implementation period envisaged by the withdrawal agreement, then those funding arrangements will continue until the end of the implementation period. At that point, there will need to be decisions by government as a whole about its spending priorities, including on medical research. But as I said in response to our honourable friend, the member for Chelmsford, the government's commitment to dementia research and to ending the stigma on dementia is something that will continue.
Danielle Rowley.
Average
average wages stagnating for more than a decade, in-work poverty rising faster than employment, and we're hurtling towards a climate disaster. What a mess, Mr Speaker. But in Midlothian, enterprising renewable firms and organisations are doing sector-leading work and providing good jobs, but they tell me they're not getting enough support from the government. So the Minister has boasted about renewables in this session, but will he recognise it's not enough and say what more he's going to do and what more the government are going to do to support leading work on renewables in my constituency?
Minister.
What we're seeing in this country is not only the £10 billion that I spoke about in the earlier exchange, but we are seeing enterprising, innovative companies, large and small, seizing the opportunities of developing green technology and renewable energy technology in a way that will take advantage not just of the change in the domestic market, but of that growing export market globally as well. The government will continue through its industrial strategy to work for green growth, and I hope very much that businesses in Midlothian will benefit from that, like businesses elsewhere in the UK.
Just give it on in, Ray.
Mr Speaker, at the most recent indicative votes, the opposition did move one of its key red lines and supported a proposal that did not specify a permanent customs union, in fact supported customs arrangements, a temporary customs union followed by alternative arrangements. Now that the government and the opposition are virtually on the same page, is it not now the time to put party politics to one side and agree a deal in the national interest?
My honourable friend makes an important point, and as we look to the future relationship with the European Union, we are looking at the customs arrangement that would be in place as part of that future relationship. And we've already indicated, and this is reflected in the existing text of the political declaration, that we want to retain the benefits of a customs union: no tariffs, no quotas and no rules of origin checks. And we remain focused on agreeing an approach that delivers on the result of the referendum, which was for the UK to leave, and I hope that it will be possible to bring members from all sides of the House together in support of a customs arrangement as part of a wider approach to our future relationship with the European Union that enables us to get on with this task in the way that the British people expect.
Finally, patience rewarded. Mr Nigel Dodds.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. And to go back to what the Minister started with in this session, in a few minutes the funeral of Lyra McKee will begin in Belfast, and the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition are both present, rightly so, and we extend our deepest sympathies to her partner Sarah and to her family and friends at this terrible time. And the message across Northern Ireland is that violence is not acceptable and will never succeed, never has been acceptable and never will. And will the Minister agree that the utterly repulsive statement from those who carried out this terrible atrocity, that somehow the murder of police officers is totally legitimate and it was just an accident that Lyra was killed, that in standing with Lyra today, we stand with everyone, journalists, police officers, all who serve the community in Northern Ireland. An attack on any one of them is an attack on us all.
Minister. Mr Speaker, I agree with every word that the Right Honourable Member has said. I thought that the finest riposte to those sickening claims by the terrorists was that there in the Cregan estate in Derry, the leaders of both the Democratic Unionist Party and Sinn Féin came together, putting aside the real differences between them, to reject the path towards violence and terror. The joint statement by all party leaders in Northern Ireland rejecting terrorism, and the visible expressions of both grief and anger towards the terrorists by the communities of both nationalist and unionist in the city of Derry, Londonderry, has been a visible but also the most compelling, moving riposte to the evil claims of those behind that terrorist act. Those political leaders, those communities in Derry, spoke for the reality and for the heart of the people of Northern Ireland.
Thank you. Order. Order. Urgent question. Sir Vincent Cable.
Will the Foreign Office Minister make a statement on the representations that the government has made to the Saudi government on the mass execution of 37 prisoners yesterday?
Minister of State at the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, Minister Sir Alan Duncan.
Mr. Speaker, we are very concerned by the executions of 37 men in Saudi Arabia, and the Foreign Office is working to establish the full facts. The Foreign Secretary will be raising this with the Saudi authorities at the earliest opportunity, and the UK government opposes the death penalty in all circumstances and in every country, including Saudi Arabia. We regularly raise human rights concerns, including the use of the death penalty, at the highest levels with the Saudi Arabian authorities.
Sir Vincent Cable.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Minister specifically what representations were made in respect of the 12 condemned men that I referred to the Prime Minister's attention on the 3rd of December, including Abbas al-Hassan, who was indeed executed yesterday? Does the Minister recall his predecessor's statement on the 7th of March when he said that the Foreign Office was concerned with cases where minors have been indicted, but that he had received assurances on that matter? And is he now aware that 3 of the executed people were indeed juveniles and possibly more? Is he aware that in most of these cases, again in flagrant disregard for international law, most appear to have been tortured prior to the extraction of concessions? Does he acknowledge that so far this year there have been around 100 executions, and that according to the campaigning group Reprieve, Saudi Arabia is on track to execute 300 by the end of this year? So will he agree to meet me and representatives of Reprieve to go through the list of condemned people and seeing how representations could most effectively be made? And finally, does he not accept that Britain's moral position on this is somewhat compromised by the continued supply of arms, fuelling atrocities in the civil war in Yemen, and that we are in urgent need of a reappraisal of our relationship with Saudi Arabia, given the fact that the continued medieval barbarism of this regime does not constitute the basis for a friendly alliance, and indeed makes it an enemy of our values and our human rights?
Mr. Speaker, can I say that I very much do agree with the right honourable gentleman that this does raise the gravest imaginable concerns, and that executing 37 people is a deeply backward step which we deplore. In response to the specific question about representations that have been made in the past, I can confirm that our British Embassy representatives in Riyadh did make representations last November on specific individuals. And he is also right to point out that one of the grave concerns about these executions is that it would appear to include minors, or those who were minors at the time that the charges were made. This, of course, is totally unacceptable, and we do deplore it. I can advise the House that just, I think, in the last few minutes, the European Union, and we have put our name fully to this, the External Action Service has issued a very, very strong statement of condemnation, pointing out that these executions are a regressive step, and specifically giving rise to the concerns about those being minors within the 37. In terms of our arms exports, I fully appreciate what the right honourable gentleman is saying. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia faces a number of threats. This issue of arms is not just about using arms in Yemen. But in respect of any arms exports, we do ensure that those exports fully comply with the with the consolidated criteria which govern any such sales.
Mr. Alistair Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I share the sentiments expressed by my right honourable friend at the dispatch box? The security and stability of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia matters a great deal in the region and is indeed the basis of our relationship. Notwithstanding the shared concerns we have in terms of terror, will my right honourable friend confirm that we do everything we can in using our influence to impress upon the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that that relationship carries with it obligations, and when both he and the House express themselves in such strong terms, there is usually a very good reason why we express those concerns, and those concerns should be listened to.
Yes, I'm very grateful for what my right honourable friend has said. He speaks with, I think, the utmost authority in this House. He was an excellent Minister for the Middle East, and I have to say, at a moment like this, I rather wish that he still was. He never held... I think I can say in all honesty that my right honourable friend, despite his always being polite, never held back from telling the likes of his counterparts in Saudi Arabia where he thought they were making mistakes and where he thought that their record on human rights fell short. And it is by having access of that sort and by having trusted ministers on our side that I think we can most get that message over, and I hope over time make a difference.
Fabian Hamilton.
Mr. Speaker, as we've already heard, yesterday saw the largest mass execution in Saudi Arabia since January 2016, in which 37 people were killed. According to the official Saudi press agency, the men were executed, and I quote, for adopting terrorist and extremist thinking and for forming terrorist cells to corrupt and destabilise security. They were arrested after 4 Islamic State gunmen attacked a Saudi security compound in Riyadh. But the Saudi authorities have still not made clear whether those arrested were linked to the attacks. Publicly pinning one of the headless bodies to a pole as a warning is not only disturbingly barbaric and medieval in nature, but is also an abhorrent violation of human rights. Now, according to the families of those executed, there was no prior notice that the executions would be carried out. This is a blatant flouting of international standards set out by even the most brutal of regimes that still use the death penalty. Now, we know that some, if not all, of those executed were convicted in Saudi Arabia's specialised criminal court, the SCC, which has been widely condemned by human rights groups as secretive, and that has been used to try human rights activists in the past, whom the state often wrongly regards as terrorists. We also know that at least 3 of those executed were juveniles, a clear violation of international law, which the Saudi regime appears to care very little about. Abdul Karim al-Hawaj was charged with participating in demonstrations, incitement via social media, and preparing banners with anti-state slogans. Reports from human rights watchdogs in the country claim that he was beaten, and the so-called confessions extracted from him through various means of torture. Mujtaba al-Swaykat was a student about to begin his studies at Western Michigan University when he was arrested at King Fahd Airport, beaten, and so-called confessions extracted through torture. Salman Quresh was just 18 when he was executed, but convicted of crimes that allegedly took place while he was still a child. The UN has condemned his sentencing and the use of the death penalty against him after he was denied basic legal rights such as access to a lawyer. Saudi Arabia, as we've heard, has executed more than 100 people already this year. If it continues, the number of executions alone will reach 300 in 1 year. The human rights group Reprieve say that 5 of the prisoners they supported were executed yesterday. Many were forced to stand in stress positions for hours and deprived of sleep until a confession was extracted. These executions, Mr. Speaker, have caused a breakdown in Saudi Arabia's relations with Iran, and has the potential to further destabilise the region. So, what discussions has the Minister had with his Saudi counterpart since the executions took place? Will the government condemn the use of the death penalty in Saudi Arabia today? Will the government call for an immediate end to executions in Saudi Arabia? And finally, what plans does the government have to tackle the use of violence against human rights activists in Saudi Arabia?
I yield to none in my affection and admiration for the honourable gentleman. He is, however, fortunate that I'm in a generous mood, as I just note in passing that he was due to speak for 2 minutes, spoke for a little over 3, and his first of, I think, 4 questions was posed after 3 minutes and 1 second. So it was a volley of insurpassable eloquence, but it was a tad too long. Sir Allen.
I take that as you instructing me to be suitably short, Mr. Speaker, which...
The right honourable gentleman and I have shared in common a characteristic of being short, and we have done so for some decades, as the right honourable gentleman knows.
I will happily confirm that you always win, Mr. Speaker, but I will not say in which direction I'm pointing. Look, I don't think really anyone in this House would disagree with what the honourable gentleman has said. All in this House will want to defend human rights, and we abhor executions of this sort. I mean, we really do genuinely disapprove in the strongest possible terms what has happened, particularly when it's reported that one of them was displayed on a cross, something that anyone in this House just a few days after Easter would just find more repulsive than anything we could picture. But we also have to be sure of our facts. I think we need to find out directly what precisely were the supposed crimes, what was the due process that was used. And I think that although the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia can legitimately use its law to bear down on genuine extremist threats, I think they must appreciate that there will be growing international pressure to accept that the sort of action we're discussing today is utterly unacceptable in the modern world. It does them no credit, and it does not really support the basis of law which any proper country should be working on.
Mr. Crispin Blunt.
Having worked on a detention review panel of the female human rights activists in Saudi Arabia, along with my honourable colleagues from Stockton South and Oxford West and Abingdon, does my right honourable friend accept that these executions and the accelerating pace of executions in Saudi Arabia cannot be seen in isolation from the wider criminal justice policy, if that's what one should call it, that relates to the murder of Adnan Khashoggi, as well as the detention of civil society activists in Saudi Arabia? And if Saudi Arabian civil society space is closed down in the way that it is being doing so, the security and stability of Saudi Arabia, our ally in the end, will be the victim.
Minister of State.
I think my honourable friend has a serious point, that any country needs to realise that when it uses methods like this, they will eventually backfire. And although I think there are greater arguments for pointing out how unacceptable they are, it is wise for rulers to be mindful of such dangers. I didn't answer the question put by the honourable member from the front bench, was about human rights defenders, and I have to say, yes, we will raise the issue of freedom and protection for those who defend human rights. It is not acceptable to attack NGOs when what they are doing is trying to defend justice.
Stephen Gethins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Twickenham for securing this question as well. Mr. Speaker, we're here to discuss yet more appalling human rights violations, and there is huge concern about this latest mass execution, not only whereby it's reported that a number of those executed were from the Shia minority, but critically, and as other members have pointed out, that those put to death were minors at the time of the alleged crimes. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've been here rather frequently to discuss human rights violations, what's happening in Yemen, the murder of Mr. Khashoggi. It has been raised, and when we raise it and when we talk about arms sales and our relations, we're told that we have influence. It's difficult to see that influence at the moment, Mr. Speaker. So, does he agree, as others have asked, that we must reassess the relationship with Saudi Arabia? And instead of us coming back time after time to discuss more of these issues of concern, will he commit to come back to this House and tell us what has been done about that reassessment of our relationship with Saudi Arabia?
Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I will be discussing this with the Foreign Secretary, and he will be calling his counterpart, the relatively new Foreign Minister in Saudi Arabia. But I think the Honourable Gentleman has a very serious point, which we should all take on board, which is that the broader picture does give growing cause for concern. If you look at those who have been executed and the number, Shia, minors, those whose crimes we do not know, the Khashoggi incident, I think that we will, I'm sure, be very robust in the representations we make in the embassy and at minister-to-minister level. And it's very important, I think, that the regime in Saudi Arabia appreciates that world opinion can only get louder in its voice of condemnation.
Victoria Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The King of Saudi Arabia has been reported as being interested in ensuring prison reform in his kingdom. Will my right honourable friend reassure me that conditions in prison will be on the agenda next time he raises human rights with the Saudis?
Well, I think this is a very important agenda. Indeed, when I was a minister at DFID, I always wanted prison visiting and prison access to be a condition of any aid that we gave to a country. I didn't exactly succeed in my objective, but I think that what my honourable friend has illustrated shows the importance that when you have people who are hidden and no one can get to them, you don't know what's going on. And so for decent people to be able to inspect prisons and visit prisoners, as we have in this country, is, I think, a very important part of any judicial system and of the human rights that ought to go along with them.
And Clwyd.
Mr. Speaker, Saudi Arabia is now one of the world's top executioners, behind only China and Iran. And Amnesty International called the recent executions, a chilling demonstration of the Saudi Arabian authorities' callous disregard for human rights and human life. It is also yet another gruesome indication of how the death penalty is being used in that country as a political tool to crush dissent from within the country's Shia minority. These Shia men apparently were convicted after sham trials that involved torture, and I think we must condemn in the strongest possible terms, including some kind of action. Words are easy, but let's have some kind of direct indication from the UK. We will not put up with this kind of thing.
Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, no one can question the Right Honourable Lady's track record in defending human rights, and we hear very loudly what she says today. I think one of the questions we need to point out to the Saudi government is what on earth they think this is going to achieve. The practical benefit seems entirely negative, and I very much hope that rational arguments to say that in the modern world the death penalty achieves nothing might, I hope, eventually sink in.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
Does the Minister feel, as I do, that the feebleness of the response to the Khashoggi murder and the butchering of his body has in some way encouraged the Saudi authorities to think they can get away with anything, no matter how brutal and borderline insane?
Minister of State.
I don't think I quite agree with my right honourable friend. I mean, I think that the international reaction was pretty robust, and it was a collective voice which condemned it, led, of course, by Turkey, in whose country this happened. I would like to think that that incident has a dividend and that it has got through to people that this is unacceptable, and they were taken aback by the fact that the murder of one person counted for so much elsewhere in the world, and I hope will never be repeated.
Mr. Andrew Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There are three further juveniles or young men who were arrested after the Arab Spring for peaceful protest, Dawood al-Maroon, Ali al-Nimra and Abdullah Hassan al-Zahar, who've gone through the same process and are awaiting execution by beheading now on death row, which could happen at any time at no notice. Will the government make specific representations for those three? Because otherwise we will be seeing more of these executions as the year progresses.
Well, I think the event of these 37 executions will spur us to take a deep interest not just in the general concept and principle of the death penalty, but in individual cases. And given the robustness of the European Union statement that has just been issued, I'm confident that we will not be alone in making our opinions clear.
Sir Desmond Swain.
Can we have a measure of repentance about the enthusiasm with which we sponsored Saudi Arabia for the UN Human Rights Council?
I think I'm always happy to be repentant to my right honourable friend. I'm not familiar with the exact details of what he's referring to, but look, I maintain the position that I've been speaking about today is that we will make our views on these issues very clear in a very robust way to the Saudi government.
Mr. Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I remind the House that I chair the All-Party Group on Qatar. I'm an officer of the All-Party Group on Kuwait. And I say that because I hope the Minister will accept that he doesn't need to persuade me of the importance of creating good relations with our friends in the Gulf. But when I read not just about the use of capital punishment, but the use of torture in order to obtain confessions on which the executions are then carried out, including the use in relation to Munir al-Adam, who was beaten so badly that he lost the hearing in one ear, I find myself asking, why does the government of my country want to regard these people as our friends? Surely this is a time for a fundamental reappraisal of our relationship with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
I can say to the House, Mr. Speaker, that we unreservedly condemn torture in all circumstances. I understand what he's asking for, and I think, Mr. Speaker, we have to look at the broader picture of the entire Gulf and the dangers around it, and that is always what is taken into consideration when looking at who we work with across the world.
Jeremy Lefroy.
Mr. Speaker, I know how much my right honourable friend cares and works very hard on these matters of human rights. But given that now the European Union has also condemned what is happening, can we make sure that this is not just the kind of ritual condemnation that happens immediately after an event and then is forgotten, but that at every opportunity in his dialogue with Saudi counterparts, he stresses the absolute importance that this country and our European partners hold, the value that we place on freedom, on human rights, on religious freedom, and all those areas which would be of great benefit to Saudi Arabia if they were to embrace them.
I think my honourable friend is right. It is no good just having a day's anger after an event like this. This has to be persistent and consistent, and the representations and the condemnation of executions of this sort and any abuse of human rights has to be built into our policy and our actions at all times.
Alison Hewlett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Human rights abuses, executions, airstrikes in Yemen killing hundreds in March alone, including 19 children. If the Saudis continue to fail to listen to the Minister's pleading, why does he extend to them the veneer of respectability?
Minister of State.
I think, as the Honourable Lady knows, and she mentions Yemen, I'm someone who has spent many decades taking an interest in Yemen. I hope that we will now see some progress towards a political settlement. We have to give our full support to Martin Griffiths, the UN representative. But I think that part of the message we have to make to the Saudi government is that bombings in Yemen don't really achieve any of the objectives they've set out to achieve, and that we need a political settlement as a matter of urgency.
Robert Court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my right honourable friend reassure my constituents that this country does not pursue trade at the expense of human rights?
I can give that assurance. We obviously want to defend human rights everywhere, and we want to maximise our trade, but we will not pursue a trade opportunity at the expense of human rights, and I can give him that assurance.
Paul Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems difficult to fathom the logic of such senseless barbarism in the policies of Saudi Arabia, but clearly this is having wide implications, particularly in relation to Iran and the geopolitical stability of the Middle East. So at what point will this country's commercial and geopolitical interests become second to the need to actually demonstrate moral courage and show that there will be real economic consequences for Saudi Arabia's continued behaviour?
Well, we do value our trade with Saudi Arabia, as indeed with all partners in the Gulf, but we have to make sure that commercial activity of that sort goes hand in hand with the robust political messages that we all share in this House today.
Jonathan Edwards.
Mr. Speaker, as the member for Cannon Valley mentioned, the vast majority of those executed yesterday were Shia Muslims. To what degree does the British government consider that the Saudi regime are using the death penalty as a means of quashing dissent amongst a persecuted religious minority within their borders?
I don't think this is the moment for me to sort of give an extended thesis on such matters, but I understand the suggestion that the Honourable Gentleman is making. The Sunni-Shia conflict in many parts of the Middle East is very intensive. And creates enormous tension, difficulty and strife. And I just very much hope that in the years ahead we can see the temperature settle and good relations between the Sunni and Shia communities everywhere find a better course.
Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wondered what more the government could do through the embassy in Saudi Arabia to work with civil society, women's groups in particular, and human rights defenders to ensure that human rights are upheld in the kingdom.
Minister of State.
No, I think the Honourable Lady is absolutely right to raise this point. As a government, we tend to attend internationally important trials in all countries, indeed where it's permitted, of course, by the host government. We have been denied access to trials in certain circumstances in Saudi Arabia, and I think that defending human rights activists and NGOs is very important. And to that end, our embassy is very, very active, and some of their engagement with them may not be popular with the government, but that's what our embassies should be doing, because they are defending justice and decency and human rights, and that is what our foreign policy is designed to do.
Mr. Peter Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These men could not have been convicted in any court worthy of the name, because a conviction that relies on evidence obtained through torture is no conviction. In the eyes of any law, these men were innocent. They were not executed. They were murdered for dissenting from the policies of the dictatorship that runs a country. The Minister has listed a lot of things that the government have done previously that has made no difference. If anything, Saudi Arabia is going in the wrong direction. He's ruled out a fundamental rethink of a relationship with Saudi Arabia. He's ruled out a fundamental rethink of a multi-billion-pound arms trade with Saudi Arabia. Can the Minister tell us what else is left that the government haven't already tried and failed to persuade these people that the regime does not belong in the 21st century?
Well, I think that, first of all, we do have to be certain about establishing the facts in these cases. I know that a lot of suggestions have been made about lots of things that may have happened with the 37, but before we speak with the authority of government, we do very much feel obliged to establish all the facts first and to engage the Saudi government in doing so. In terms of what can be done, I again go back to the point about growing international pressure, and I hope that by acting in concert with other countries, we can, perhaps on the back of these executions, make a difference to future policy and behaviour in the kingdom.
Steve McCabe.
Mr. Speaker, this is an ally whose behaviour is as bad, if not worse, than most of the regimes around the globe that we would regard as hostile. I guess that ordinary constituents listening to this and reacting to the barbarism will want to know, is there a bottom line? Is there a point at which this becomes a friendship not worth having?
Minister of State.
I think the honourable gentleman is right to point out there is a moral dilemma here. And all moral dilemmas they're never a choice between, black and white. They're a choice between different shades of grey. And there is deep murkiness here, which we do not like. So I hear exactly what the honourable gentleman says, and we will continue to make the points and keep up the pressure which I've been describing today.
Mike Gapes.
Mr. Speaker, Amnesty International said that last year there was a welcome reduction in the number of executions worldwide, but clearly what Saudi Arabia is doing is going in the opposite direction to that. The worst offenders are China, more than 1,000, Iran, several hundred, and Saudi, and then Vietnam, and then Iraq. What steps can we take internationally within the UN and elsewhere to get back to a good trend of reduction of executions?
Minister of State.
The honourable gentleman's absolutely right to say the trend has been thrown into reverse gear, and that's what the EU statement says today, specifically in respect of Saudi Arabia. We don't just want the trajectory to be going downwards, we want it to be down at zero. And that is our ambition, and I hope that, as the honourable gentleman suggests, the UN can play its part in giving a resounding noise of condemnation for those who use the death penalty in any circumstances.
John Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While it's always a pleasure to see the Minister at the Dispatch Box, it really is a nonsense that the Prime Minister has not been able to replace the Right Honourable Member for North East Bedfordshire in this time in such a key role for the government. These reports are highly distressing. Does the Minister agree, though, that the UK will undermine its efforts to persuade our security allies such as Saudi Arabia to reform this draconian justice system if it itself does not apply the fundamental values of British liberty and fair due process to its own citizens, even those, and maybe even particularly those, who have been radicalised in the UK and have gone abroad to commit terrorist acts in other countries? Should they not be brought back here to be tried rather than subjected to a judicial process way below the standards which we would accept here in the UK?
Well, I accept we are one minister down in the Foreign Office at the moment. It may well be because my right honourable friend is in fact irreplaceable. In terms of due process, you will appreciate that is straying slightly from the focus of this urgent question today. But within the UK, when someone is subject to the law and the process of the courts, I think we can be proud of our judicial system and the fairness that it contains.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his very helpful responses. The Minister will know that Saudi Arabia has a death penalty in law for those who convert from Islam to Christianity. Freedom of religious belief has been very much in the minds of all of us in this House, including the Minister I know, and outside of this House as well. The death penalty for pursuing your religious belief and conviction is unbelievable in this day and age, especially in light of the murderous intent of those and Christians in Sri Lanka. What discussions has the Minister had with the Saudi Arabia government to remove the death penalty for changing religion?
Well, our objective is for them to remove the death penalty for absolutely everything. And my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, has made very clear statements in defence of religious freedom everywhere, and in particular the defence of Christians who are increasingly being persecuted across the world. And as the honourable gentleman rightly points out, the atrocities in Sri Lanka on Easter Sunday were to a large extent against Christians who were worshipping on Easter Day, and I hope that the voice of the Foreign Office and the application of our foreign policy will be to defend human rights, religious freedom, and, as my right honourable friend has said as well, and importantly, media freedom.
Thank you. Order. I have received a communication this afternoon from Southwark Crown Court informing me that Chris Davis, the member for Brecon and Radnorshire, has been convicted of providing false or misleading information for a parliamentary allowances claim. Since Mr Davis pleaded guilty, there can be no appeal against conviction. This notification accordingly triggers the provisions of the Recall of MPs Act 2015, and I will accordingly be writing to the relevant petition officer to inform that person that Chris Davis is therefore subject to a recall petition process. It will be for that officer to make the arrangements for the petition. Order. We come now to the 10-minute rule motion for which the honourable gentleman, the member for Gloucester, has been so patiently waiting. 10-minute rule motion. Mr Richard Graham.
Mr Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to establish a review of the case for a levy on the gross revenues of gambling firms, and to require that review to make recommendations on the possible uses of revenue from such a levy in connection with research on gambling addiction, protections for children and other vulnerable people at risk of being harmed by gambling, and gambling addiction clinics, and for connected purposes. Mr Speaker, there is very little, if anything, more important for MPs to do than supporting and protecting the most vulnerable in our nation. Typically, that is reflected in the huge amount of our public spending rightly spent on welfare and pensions, in using science and technology for remarkable solutions to health, including mental health issues, and in much greater awareness of and legislation against hatred and prejudices of all kinds. But this bill aims to help a different sort of vulnerability, that of the increasing amount of addiction to gambling, which, in extreme circumstances, has led and does lead to suicide. There is nothing more sad than meeting a constituent or non-constituent who has lost a child to suicide from the pressures of gambling debts. Even one life destroyed by gambling is too many, and the depressing thing, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that we simply do not know how many people have committed suicide from gambling. The only statistics available suggest that last year between 250 and 650 gamblers committed suicide. I know of at least one case where the family ensured that gambling was not the reason given at the inquest. For how many more is this true? What is the real figure of suicide gamblers? And whether it's 250 or 650, this surely tells us forcefully that the assumptions in the 2005 Gambling Act about gambling being harmless for the vast majority of people need to be challenged, that existing protections are not working as they should, and that we, government, parliament, regulator, the gambling sector, charities, us as a society, need to do a lot more to protect those vulnerable to gambling addiction. And this is now urgent, Madam Deputy Speaker, because the problem is getting worse. There are now over 55,000 young people under the age of 14 already addicted, a figure up sharply on even 2 years ago, and rising fast. That's alongside 430,000 adults with a serious gambling issue, what we would in normal English call addicts, and 2 million described as at risk. And that is, above all, why I seek leave today to bring in a bill to ask the Government to review the case for a levy. I cannot, in a 10-minute rule bill, ask directly for a specific levy, although, as Simon and Garfunkel once put it, if I could, I surely would. The main aim of such a levy would be to research what causes gambling addiction. How does it start? Who is it most likely to impact? Who is most vulnerable? How can we spot the signs? And what can we do to prevent it? And although prevention is always better than cure, what more can we do through gambling clinics and other means to help those already addicted? What can we learn from those who've almost become addicted and pulled back successfully on their own or with help? And this needs an immediate and deep investment of research. to analyse the extent of gambling addiction, including looking at all aspects of marketing and advertising by gambling companies. The chair of the regulator, the Gambling Commission, said that problem gambling has a real cost to the economy and to the individuals and families affected by it, although the scale of the adverse impact is currently poorly understood. And that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a huge understatement. The damage done to not just individual lives, but families and friends with strains on relationships, marriage, jobs and mental health is already considerable and getting worse. Let me say something about a potential levy on gambling company gross profits. The industry's gross profits of £14 billion and tax receipts of £3 billion, 100,000 employees and £200 million of advertising revenues give us an idea of the volume of gambling. And although the regulator currently requires a voluntary contribution, the current amount raised, £9 million a year, is tiny compared to the size of the industry. A reasonable levy could therefore generate significant revenue both to fund new independent research, recommend much greater protection for children and other vulnerable people at risk, including university students, often lonely and mentally unconfident in new surroundings. Such a levy could also fund jointly commissioned gambling clinics, like the new one in London and a new one coming soon in Leeds. At the moment, just 2% of those who need help get it, and that cannot be right. The Gordon Moody Association rehabilitation centres have long waiting lists, and a levy could bring those down and provide help as early as possible. In short, Madam Deputy Speaker, addiction is a public health issue, but gambling addiction involves every aspect of the Department of Digital, Culture, Media and Sport, and a levy on the gambling sector to fund the help needed would surely make a difference. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also think that research could inform my belief that more action is needed to protect the young from gambling advertising. That means eliminating gambling advertising on live sports programmes. More than 90 minutes of betting adverts were shown during the Football World Cup, and no live sport now on non-BBC channels is free of gambling advertising. 3 big companies have already agreed to do this in principle, and I believe this should be implemented as soon as possible. But we should go further, and the Gambling Commission should consider banning gambling advertising during live sport altogether. The levy could also be used to build on much stronger self-exclusion with real commitments from banks. How can gamblers access credit they clearly cannot afford, racking up massive debts without gambling companies, banks or regulator being able to prevent it? Why can't banks identify the issue earlier? And how easy is it for gamblers to completely self-exclude, to stop getting emails or text highlighting the latest improbable deal? There is currently no easy way for gamblers to put effective blocks on debit card transactions, and that's why I fully endorse the Gambling Commission's discussions with banks about how to improve protection for problem gamblers, and I urge both to move fast on real attention, and I hope that research would echo that. Madam Deputy Speaker, there has been progress in the software used by some gambling companies to allow for effective self-exclusion. But I've also been shown how easy it is to get around this, and some gamblers will go to great lengths to get around self-exclusion blockages. I've seen evidence of how difficult it can be to contact a human in the gambling companies, and I've seen how once a company has an individual's contact details, they will pump out attractive, if sometimes misleading, special offers day and night. The review could look at how self-exclusion can become an absolute guaranteed 100% opt-out, no ifs and no buts. And such a levy, which would presumably go to the Gambling Commission, could also recommend how we can best use technology to protect more people, not just to expand the amount of gambling. Using software like Gamban for blocking gambling sites can help the self-exclusion issue, and it should surely be mandatory for all the gambling companies to have such systems. There are other tools which could be developed to help protect the young, like facial recognition to block underage gambling more effectively. Madam Deputy Speaker, this 10-minute rule bill cannot solve all the problems thrown up by the opening up of the gambling sector through the 2005 Act, nor is it remotely an attempt to try and ban all gambling. But ultimately, it was Parliament that opened the door to online gambling, and with it has come a growing number of citizens vulnerable to gambling addiction. It is no good imagining that the regulator can manage all of the problems alone. We here have a special responsibility, And I believe that a review of a mandatory levy to fund vital research, protection strategies, changes of policy on credit and access to the money that has led, in some cases, to tragic deaths, as well as new policies and clinics and rehabilitation centres to help cure those addicted, all of these things would make a real difference. As I said at the beginning, we, society, need to consider our approach to gambling. Will it be the tobacco of this generation, something once widely advertised, then restricted, and now banned from advertising altogether? Will those damaged or even killed by gambling be our legacy, or is this our chance to get the balance between funding sport, using technology, and having the right protections to prevent tragedy? I believe this bill, requiring such a review of the mandatory levy, were the government to go ahead with it, would make recommendations across different aspects of gambling and protection and would be a major step forward, for we need action now.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Mr Ian Duncan-Smith, Sir Peter Bottomley, Simon Hart, Andrew Selous, Alex Burkhardt, Tom Watson, Carolyn Harris, Graham Jones, Christine Jardine, Ronnie Cowan, Jim Shannon and myself.
Richard Graham.
Gambling, Industry Levy Review and Protections for Vulnerable People Bill.
Second reading what day?
With good fortune and the support of the Leader of the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, Friday the 10th of May.
Friday the 10th of May. We now come to the Opposition Day motion in the name of the Leader of the Opposition on local government and social care funding. I must inform the House that the Speaker has not selected the amendment. Shadow Secretary of State Andrew Gwynne to move.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move the motion in the name of the Leader of the Opposition, myself and my right honourable and honourable friends. But I also, if I may, as the Shadow Communities Secretary, briefly indulge the House to place on the record my utter shock and revulsion at the recent terrorist atrocities, both in Northern Ireland and in Sri Lanka over the Easter break. We send our condolences to those families affected and to their communities as well. And coming so soon after the terrible events in Christchurch, New Zealand, just before Easter, it serves as a bleak reminder of how fragile our human rights and freedoms are, and how we must redouble our efforts in this place and outside to hold our communities together. I will.
I'm grateful. The whole House will be grateful for the way he's introduced this debate and for those sentiments. Would he agree with me that people do these things for publicity and public reaction, and we should take care to make sure that our publicity and our public reaction confronts and confounds their aims, so that what they do will be in vain, even though it's had a terrible toll on those directly affected?
The honourable gentleman is absolutely right, and we should stand firm against terrorist atrocities wherever they are perpetrated, but we should stand strong as a community, both in the United Kingdom, but also a global community against such acts of terror, and we should call them out wherever they take place. Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to the motion and the debate in question, I welcome the opportunity to raise the important matter of local government funding during this Opposition Day debate, especially considering how scarce of an opportunity we have on this side of the House to raise matters in such debates. And I want to pay tribute to my honourable friend, the Shadow Leader of the House of Commons, whose dogged pursuit of this issue has allowed us to debate this important matter today. You see, whilst in this place our discussion has been dominated by Brexit, across the country, our local councils and our local services that people rely on are straining at the seams. Now, I want to pay tribute to councillors of all political persuasions and none for the work that they do in serving their communities, to the council officers and those dedicated public servants who deliver those neighbourhood and care services on the front line. Because years of uncertainty and unfair funding have created a quiet crisis that is now impossible to ignore. Because under this government, the facts speak for themselves. Local authorities have faced a reduction to core funding from this government of nearly £16 billion since 2010. That means that councils will have lost 60 pence out of every £1 that the last Labour government provided to spend on local services. Now, when the Prime Minister entered Downing Street, she promised to build a country that works for everyone. And then she promised an end to austerity. As her time in office probably comes to an end, we are able to reflect on both of these things. And like many areas of her leadership, I'm sure we will all find that in both these areas she has been sorely lacking. I will give way.
I'm very grateful, and he's making, as usual, a very clear statement of the situation local government finds itself in today. Can I just say to him, as one of the 10 councils that suffered the heaviest cut, and yet I represent a constituency in a city that is one of the most disadvantaged in this country, that it's clear that there were decisions being made about where those cuts should fall that meant that the poorest, the most vulnerable, have seen those cuts on their shoulders and not on the richest in society.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and she champions the cause of the communities of Kingston upon Hull, one of the most deprived local authorities in England, and yet one of the areas that has received the heaviest amount of cuts to their spending power since 2010. This was a political choice, and it is one that has decimated many of the communities, including the one she represents, across England. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Grateful to my honourable friend, and he is making a very powerful speech. I'm sure he will come further onto this argument, but does he also agree that the cuts in essential local government services inevitably, in many areas, lead to additional expenditure elsewhere? And I think particularly of the decimation of youth services and early years prevention, which have undoubtedly made a contribution to the extra stress and extreme youth violence that we are seeing on our streets.
My honourable friend's absolutely right. You know, we used to have something called Total Place, and that was all the public sector bodies working together in conjunction towards a single strategy for a local area. But what we've seen as a consequence of the austerity since 2010 is a complete breakdown of that collaborative working. But it's worse than that, because what has actually happened is that rather than public bodies working together collaboratively, pooling resources and getting the best possible levels of services for those communities, we've actually seen cost shunting. So for the sake of spending money on youth services, we are seeing a rise in crime, pushing the costs to the police. Because of the cuts to the police budgets, we are seeing the costs shunted onto other public bodies. That is not a common sense approach to dealing with people's needs, with people's services, for building stronger communities, or in fact for spending public money wisely. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I thank you for my honourable friend for giving way. And just this morning on the issue of cost shunting, we were hearing from representatives from families for children with special educational needs and disabilities who were talking about their needs not being met through the education budget, through the high needs block from local government or through the health needs budget, because each one is trying to get the other one to pay the bill. And what actually happens is that the child with special needs and disabilities falls through the gap and remains unsupported.
And my honourable friend is absolutely right, and there are too many instances across the public sector now where cost shunting is resulting in precisely what my honourable friend says: vulnerable people falling through gaps that should not exist. And I think, in their hearts of hearts, members opposite, who clearly deal with similar casework that we do, will know that that's happening in their areas too. So if the honourable gentleman is going to apologise for the cuts that he has forced on our local communities, I'll give way to him.
It's very kind of him. He was referring to what's happened since 2010. Let's just remind us that the Labour manifesto of 2010, it said there'd be certain areas that would be prioritised that it would protect. Will he remind us, did that include local government?
I'll remind the honourable gentleman that the Labour manifesto in 2017 said that we would put money back into our public services, something that he has single-handedly failed to do in the 3 years almost since that general election. I'll give way to my honourable friend first.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, who is making an incredibly pertinent speech this afternoon, but does he not agree it's completely perverse, the fact that public health budgets in York under the Tory Lib Dem Council have been slashed, whilst we're seeing the 10-year plan saying we've got to invest in public health?
It's precisely the short-sighted way that this government has approached funding local government, that it passed on public health budgets to local government, I think was a good move. It was one of the few things in the 2012 Lansley Act that I thought was good, because it took back to local councils precisely what local councils were invented to tackle, and that was to improve the health and well-being of the citizen. Of course, many councils started off their lives 150 or so years ago as local boards of health, and I think that having that focus on public health and on health and well-being is absolutely right. But you can't do it whilst you're cutting those budgets at the same time. And that's the scandal, that the areas that have seen the biggest cuts to their spending power, the areas that have seen the biggest cuts to the revenue support grant, the areas that have seen the biggest cuts to the public health grant, are the areas that need that resource the most. I'll give way to my honourable
I'm going to make a point that very neatly sums up what my honourable friend is talking about. In Chesterfield, we've had a reduction of 43.2%. I just took the time to have a look at the similar reduction in the minister's constituency. It's only 12%. So it's not like it's just a couple of percent different. It's 3.5 times more in my constituency.
And as my honourable friend will hear as I develop my argument, it's not just a one-off. It's happening across England, and it is unfair. And the Tories do not get that blatant unfairness because they have not seen the same levels of cuts in many of their areas that we have seen. And yet the impact that that has had on the communities we represent cannot be expressed loudly enough. And I will give way to my honourable friend, who will express loudly the cuts to her area.
Let me take my honourable friend to Nottinghamshire, where spending on adult social care is now £33 million lower than under Labour. That is £71 lower per head, as need is increasing. Isn't it always the case under this government that vulnerable people are paying the price?
Yeah. But I will give way to him in a second if I can answer my honourable friend first, because it's worse than that, because those are the headline figures. But what we actually know is that that local authority will have shifted money that was allocated to neighbourhood services to prop up the people-based services of adults and children's social care. So while social care has been cut in real terms, actually it would be far, far worse were it not for neighbourhood services in her area bailing out the gaps. I will give way to the honourable gentleman, then the right honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful the honourable gentleman is being very generous, but he talks about unfairness. Does he not recognise that it was under the previous Labour government in which he served that the unfairness was introduced with the funding formula allocations, which shifted resources from local government in shire counties into metropolitan areas like he represents?
Proven he didn't get the fairness argument.
You know, the honourable gentleman's made the case for me. The reason that let me dumb it down for him, and I don't wish to appear condescending, but it is as simple. It really is as simple as this. There has always been a recognition by governments of all colours that not every area has the same baseline. Some areas have greater need, and often those areas have less of an ability to raise income locally. So because of that, there has been a mechanism, a formula, whether it was the rate support grant that became the revenue support grant, to ensure that resources from the centre followed need. Now, what we have seen under his government is a 60% cut to the revenue support grant. 60 pence in every pound for the two councils in my constituency, Stockport and Tameside, is a lot of money. 60% cut to a very small revenue support grant that a number of members opposite their councils have only small revenue support grants, or no revenue support grants in some cases. 60% of nothing is nothing. And that's the unfairness. 60% cut to my area cannot be filled in by council tax rises. So it means rises in council tax for poorer services. Cuts are cuts. It's as simple as that. I'll give way.
I'm very grateful, and my area is one that got a really bad deal under past governments and is still getting a bad deal. And let me build a little bit of cross-party support here. I think it's obvious this government has to find more money for social care for future year budgets, and it needs to go to my area and to some areas represented opposite, and it needs to be done fairly. But what is Labour's current thinking on how much individuals and families should contribute? Because in social care, one of the big issues is how much of the family asset and income is at risk. Do they have any new thinking on that?
Yeah. Well, of course, it's individuals and families that are taking the hit from all the cuts, and that they are having to step in. Look, we have to have. No, let me answer the right honourable gentleman first. We have to have a sensible discussion about how we are going to fund social care going forwards. Yes, it is about money, and we have pledged to ensure that there's £8 billion for social care. That was in Labour's manifesto in the 2017 general election. We need to make sure that that commitment remains in our future manifesto and is updated, because it needs that immediate cash injection to start with. But we also need to look very seriously about how we provide adult social care. And, you know, I really do wish that we could try and break down some of the politicking that has gone on for far too long. Well, members can heckle, but it is a fact that before the 2010 general election, Andy Burnham, the then Health Secretary, sat down with the Liberal Democrat health spokesperson and with the Conservative health spokesperson to try and work out a way forward. We went into that 2010 general election with poster boards about Labour's death tax. And that serves nobody. We need to make sure that we are going to have something that is sustainable for the long term, and I hope we can genuinely get to a place where we can do that and we can talk about how we fund adult social care and indeed children's services going forward. I will give way, and then I do need to make some progress.
I'm really grateful that my friend has mentioned children's services, because quite clearly the overspend on children's services has hit a new high of £800 million. And simply by £12 million in Newham alone last year. It's calculated that this funding gap is going to get to £2 billion by 2020. Isn't it a complete and utter nonsense and unsustainable for councils to be told that they should be using their reserves, Absolutely. What little reserves they still have, to keep safe our very vulnerable children?
My honourable friend's absolutely right, and you know, politics is a question of priorities, and I often remember the 2017 budget when the government put forward measures to cut the bank levy by £5 billion. We tabled an amendment to that budget proposing that £2 billion of that very same money should go to fully funding children's services, because precisely the cost shunting that I talked about earlier on in my contribution is what we see with children's services, and it's quite frankly scandalous that vulnerable children and families are not able to access the support that they need because of... I will give way to the right honourable gentleman, and then
I'm very grateful he is being generous. Again, in the spirit of cooperation across the chamber, he makes the point about adult social care. At whatever level it's funded, he has pointed out, and others have pointed out, the unfairnesses between different parts of the country because it's funded through local provision. Has he considered, or would he consider, actually going back to a system where the money is provided and distributed nationally rather than locally, so that this particular problem will be taken off the backs of local government?
Well, of course, I would be very happy to look at any suggestion. It's my honourable friend, the member for Worsley and Eccles, that leads on social care issues for the Labour front bench. But, of course, I think that the fundamental issue is the money has to come from somewhere, and some of that has to be centrally provided. And we've set out how some extra resources can be put forward for social care. I will give way later on, but I do want to make some progress, because the Prime Minister had said that austerity has ended. She said it in her conference speech last October. But instead of an end to austerity, in January we saw a local government finance settlement that once again cut even deeper into council budgets. Well, the Minister says it went up, but actually it confirmed what many of us feared, because under this government there will never be an end to the pain of austerity. Nothing has changed, because the settlement, whilst it offered an increase in spending power next year for local government, let's bust the myth. This year's funding package came with a £1.3 billion extra cut from central government funding in the revenue support grant. So an uplift in spending power has been paid for by local people through increased council tax. That is not fiscal devolution. It is another attempt by this government to shift the burden onto local taxpayers and to devolve the blame for these decisions to councillors of all political persuasions, including councillors of the party opposite. The fact is, though, Madam Deputy Speaker, that areas like the one I represent, I'll give way in a second, cannot bring in anything like the resources through local council tax increases that are needed to meet the growing demand for social care and for our neighbourhood services. And it has left areas of the greatest need unable to mitigate for the cuts imposed by this government, and its residents who end up paying more in council tax for the services to be stripped back further away. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady first.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. My honourable friend from Ludlow has made the point that whilst last Labour government were in power, they shifted money from the Shire counties to the metropolitan areas. He describes that as an increased area of need, but does he recognise that in rural areas such as Lincolnshire, where my constituency is, that services cost more to deliver because of the geography involved?
The Honourable Lady has made the case that in rural areas there are greater costs to providing services. In some cases that is correct, but it's a minority of cases. And actually all the evidence, including in a report commissioned by the Secretary of State's Department, shows that actually the opposite is true. Now, I don't want to get into an argument with the Honourable Lady about how we cut up the cake. The cake is shrinking. We need to grow a bigger cake so we can genuinely share the slices out more fairly. But as we continue to shrink the cake, actually all it does is it pits her area against my area and her needs against the needs of the areas that I represent. And I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. Lewisham Council has had to propose a 2% precept to fund adult social care, to fund the widening gap, yet Lewisham is in the bottom 20% of most deprived boroughs. Does my honourable friend agree with me that what is needed is, rather than asking some of the poorest to pay more, is proper funding from central government for essential adult social care?
Yes. My honourable friend is absolutely right. We need to grow that cake, but also the distribution of those resources has to follow the need. Because if we are serious about tackling health inequalities, if we genuinely want a fairer, more equal country, if we want to widen the life expectancy between the richest and the poorest, which sadly is narrowing, you don't do it by cutting resources and services from the areas that need it the most. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
The honourable gentleman is making a very powerful case. If you get on the train at Birmingham New Street, or get off then in Erdington, either Gravelly Hill or Erdington Station, and you're a man, you're likely to live 7 years less than if you continued on out into the leafy shires of Four Oaks. Birmingham City Council is the 6th most deprived in the whole of the country. It suffered the biggest cuts in local government history of nearly £700 million, with another £80 million to come. Does the honourable gentleman agree with me that what's been grotesque about the treatment of a great city like Birmingham is not just the scale of the cuts, including 12,000 staff gone from the City Council, but the grotesque unfairness compared with the treatment of some of the leafy shires where Birmingham is high need but is being treated as a low priority?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. The treatment of that great city of Birmingham has been appalling. And the people of Birmingham deserve the resources that they need to have decent public services. And he has been a feisty champion of the needs of the people of his constituency and that great city, and will continue to make that case. Because I will give way to... Yes, because another great Birmingham MP.
I just wanted to follow up the point on Birmingham. If ever there was a city that's been subject to close government scrutiny, it's Birmingham. For 5 years it's been subject to the government's improvement panel, so the Secretary of State knows inside out what the financial situation is in Birmingham. How does he justify forcing up the council tax in a city where 42% of the children are in poverty?
Absolutely, and I'll leave it to the Secretary of State to answer that, because I think that Birmingham has been dealt a bad set of cards by this government. But, you know, it's not just Birmingham. Researchers from Cambridge University have exposed the uneven impact of the government's funding of local government. They find that since 2010, changes in local authority spending power range from a drop of 46% to a fall of a mere 1.6%. And when we compare these reductions to the indices of deprivation, we see that more deprived areas have been forced to undergo bigger cuts in service spending, with smaller spending cuts in the least deprived areas. 9 of the 10 most deprived councils have seen cuts 3 times higher than the national average. This is backed up by the Institute for Fiscal Studies, who also suggest that since 2016, the most well-off councils have actually seen an increase of 2.8% to their spending power, whilst the poorest areas have seen very little growth, despite facing the largest pressures on their services. I'll give way.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. Would he agree with me that the fact that 8 out of 10 councils receiving the largest cuts are Labour control, and yet 8 out of 10 receiving the lowest cuts are Conservative control, reinforces what we're trying to do on this Opposition Day debate?
Absolutely, we have to highlight this unfairness, and we have to keep going on until this government wakes up, smells the coffee and understands the damage that they are doing to the fabric of so many communities in England through cutting our local neighbourhood services and depriving people-based services, adult social care and children's services of the resources they need. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. Essex County Council is the second largest provider of children's services by head of population. And it's gone in 2010 from being a failed children's service to now being ranked outstanding by Ofsted, with less money going into the service, but because of a focus on early intervention and partnership working. Ofsted, outstanding. Does he agree with me that it's not just funding that makes a difference to our services, but it's also how the money is used?
Well, of course, the Honourable Lady... Well, the Minister says, how could I disagree with that? I disagree with the Honourable Lady because, for a start, the funding has increased in Essex on children's services, and she should perhaps check that up. But I have to say, look... Children, if she is saying that there isn't a crisis in children's services, then she is going against all the evidence that has been put forward by the Conservative-controlled Local Government Association. Perhaps she should speak to her own colleagues in local government. I will give way.
My neighbour from the North West region for giving way, and he's making an incredibly impassioned and very pertinent speech. Would he join me in praising Labour-run St Helens Council for protecting services through an integrated St Helens Cures model and the creation of a People's Board? But would he also agree that even an innovative council that puts its residents first cannot possibly mitigate the 71% of cuts to its funding since 2010? It is simply not sustainable.
He's absolutely right. And, you know, I pay tribute to those Labour councillors, like the ones in his constituency, that are making incredibly difficult decisions. They are the last line of defence for many of our communities, and they are doing what they can, but with both hands tied behind their backs by this government that just does not understand the basic economics of the areas that we represent. I'll give way in a short while. I want to move on to the issue of social care briefly before making concluding remarks. The largest of these pressures remains adult and children's social care. According to the LGA, adult social care services face a £1.5 billion funding gap next year. and needs £2 billion for children's services. But with the Cabinet too interested in the internal machinations and the absence of any leadership from the Prime Minister, we're yet to see the promised social care green paper. In fact, this year's April Fool revealed himself to be the Health Secretary after he missed his own new deadline of the 1st of April for the social care green paper. But no one was laughing, because this was the 5th missed deadline. Following the summer of 2017, the end of 2017, the summer of 2018, autumn 2018, and the 1st of April. Despite these delays, it seems that little progress has been made. And yet there is so much concern in the sector that last month, 15 key organisations, including the LGA, the Society of Local Authority Chief Executives and Senior Managers, and NHS organisations and charities, were forced to write to the government concerned that Brexit was becoming a distraction from any action on the real crisis that is happening to the services that people rely on. I will give way to the Chair of the...
Give way. And, clearly there are differences in the cuts between different authorities. But there is a collective view in local government about the crisis in social care. And when Councillor Paul Carter, the chair of the County Councils Network, leader of Kent Council, came to give evidence to us on our last inquiry into adult social care, he simply said we are approaching a cliff edge. And it may be that there aren't councils immediately going to follow Northamptonshire over the cliff edge, but it won't be long before they do, unless there's a fundamental change to the funding of social care in this country.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I say to the Secretary of State, if he won't listen to the chair of this Select Committee, listen to the leaders of your own councils who are saying precisely what my honourable friend has said. There is a cliff edge, and nothing that this government has so far done has done anything to remove that cliff edge. It might have pulled a few councils back a few years before they topple over. But unless we fundamentally change the approach of this government towards our social care services, we are not going to be able to solve the crisis in local government. Now, in concluding, Madam Deputy Speaker, what we have seen is, for the first time in England, a standard £2,000 council tax bill introduced by a Conservative council. We've also seen the cost of failure from this Tory government, because Tory Northamptonshire has been pushed onto local people after the Secretary of State permitted the council to raise council tax above normal limits as it grapples with bankruptcy. Local people are paying the price for Tory mismanagement. This is what happens when the Tories don't fund local government and are in charge of the town hall. Austerity is not over. But across the country, Labour councillors and Labour councils are showing that it does not have to be this way. Under the shadow of this government, Labour councillors are innovating. They're standing up to austerity. They're protecting local services. They are the torchbearers for the new politics that we will see with the next Labour government. And on the 2nd of May, there is a clear choice. Continued austerity with the Tories, or proper investment, fairness and a real change with Labour councils making a real difference to the communities that they represent. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, we need a Labour government too, because we need a government that is committed to funding children's services, to funding adult services, to funding neighbourhood services, to rebuilding our communities from the grassroots up, to putting pride back into civic professions, to encouraging our communities to grow and prosper. We will rebuild this country for the many and not the few. I commend this motion to the House.
The question is, and as on the order paper, Secretary of State James Brokenshire.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to start my opening in the same way that the Right Honourable Gentleman did, in underlining this House's complete condemnation of the appalling terrorist attacks that took place in Sri Lanka and also in Northern Ireland. The timing at Easter, with people at prayer, murdered at prayer, I think is just utterly shocking, and why it has raised, I think, rightly, the utter condemnation from right across this House, and how our thoughts very firmly are with the Sri Lankan community within the United Kingdom, and our prayers, our condolences, knowing that there will have been loved ones that will have been lost by so many people. Equally, at this time, and as a former Northern Ireland Secretary, the brutal murder of Lyra McKee is utterly shocking, disgusting, and our thoughts and love and prayers are very firmly with her loved ones, her family, all who cared for her. What an incredible individual she was. And at this time, as her funeral is currently underway, I know this House equally would wish to send its thoughts, prayers and condolences to all who love her and all who care for her. Madam Deputy Speaker, to come to the debate at hand this afternoon, our local authorities and the people who serve them are delivering essential services and changing lives, and it is right we support them to succeed. And I pay tribute to all who work with our local councils up and down the country for the work that they do and the difference that they make in the lives of so many, and I pay tribute to them. As Secretary of State, I have been very clear in my support for local government, in seeing the benefit that local councils are able to deliver for the people that they serve, and how I commend them, I support them, and how I look forward to finding new ways in which we can see services equally delivered in that sense of devolution and that sense of how services are most effectively delivered closer to where they are provided. I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I say gently to the Secretary of State that in Harrow, what he has just said will feel like weasel words in the context of a 97% reduction in revenue support grants. Can he offer any assurance that he has persuaded the Chancellor of the Exchequer in the coming comprehensive spending review to invest in local government and social care?
Well, I would point out to the Honourable Gentleman that this year we have given our local authorities access to £46.4 billion, a cash increase of 2.8% and a real terms increase in funding. And the settlement includes extra funding for local services with a strong focus on supporting some of our most vulnerable groups. And it is part of a 4-year settlement accepted by 97% of local authorities that gives so many of our areas access to substantially more funding than the least. Average spending power per dwelling for the 10% most deprived authorities is around 22% more than for the least deprived 10% in 2019-20. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. And does he agree with me that as part of the process of increasing the amount of funding that is available, we should be increasing the practice of business rates retention as a way of incentivising local innovation and enterprise? In places like Cheltenham, it provides an incentive to build out our cyber park, which will create a pipeline of local businesses providing that income which can then be spent on vital public services.
Well, I think my honourable friend has made the point very effectively of the innovation that we see within local government, within local authorities, and indeed the work that he has rightly underlined for his own community, and how local authorities have campaigned for more flexibility and control over the money they raise, including the ability to see a more self-sufficient sector funded from own resources, and this includes the move to 75% business rate retention, and therefore I think the benefit that that brings with it. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Very grateful to my right honourable friend. And I wondered if he would consider introducing changes to the
funding system to reward efficiency, because as he knows, councils such as Bromley, near to his own in Bexley, are historically low-cost authorities who have achieved enormous efficiencies over the years and yet are asked again and again to make further efficiencies. Would he not agree with me that it is time to adjust their baselines in order to reflect the historic efficiencies that they've achieved?
I say to my right honourable friend that obviously I know that Bromley does do some incredible work for their local community. The innovation, the efficiencies, the real quality that I know that they have at the heart of their efforts. And I think he equally raises the ongoing issue that we have in relation to our fair funding review, the review of relative needs and resources. And certainly, as we reflect on the submissions that we've received to date in respect of how that balance is struck in terms of how funding is applied, we will obviously be giving very careful consideration to a range of factors in order to ensure that we are seeing that those funds are applied in the appropriate way to recognise the relative needs and resources of individual authorities. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Grateful to the Secretary of State, but will he not recognise that in the case of Birmingham, cumulative cuts of £775 million, which will have been the figure after a 12-year period, is simply not sustainable for a city that has 42% of its children growing up in poverty? And whether or not he accepts that, will he at least do something about historic underfunding? Because he will know that the formula for Birmingham was changed to recognise historic underfunding in 2016-17, but as a result of not backdating that to correct underfunding in the previous 2 years, Birmingham has been shortchanged by £100 million. Will he at least put that right?
I would gently say to the honourable gentleman that Birmingham is one of the highest per capita funded authorities, but equally I know the representations that he and other MPs have made to me from Birmingham, and I'm looking at those representations carefully. What clearly is not helped is the ongoing strike action that's taking place in Birmingham with the non-collection of rubbish, the impact that that's having on communities, and therefore I would certainly urge him to support the council in actually dealing with some of the real challenges, the industrial strife that is very firmly being seen in Birmingham, with all of the manifestations that that is creating. I give way to the honourable lady.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Now, Hull City Council have seen a reduction in 37.8% of their funding since 2010, and this is having an impact on children with special needs and disabilities. Now, historically, there has been no account taken of the number of children with SEND in an area and the amount of funding that they receive for their high needs block. If the government are serious about looking at a review into the way that local authorities are funded, surely this should be something that they start to take into account.
I say to the honourable lady that I am working closely with the Education Secretary as we look towards the next spending review. Obviously, knowing that, as I'll come on to the support that is being provided, for example, in relation to adults and children's social care, as well as some of those other pressures as well, that we are investing further on a number of those fronts, and therefore how we are recognising and have reflected on a number of the pressures that we have seen. And clearly, as we look at the further review on relative needs and resources, and as we look towards the next spending review, obviously I will be looking at the data and the evidence very closely and very carefully. I'll give way one last time and then I'll make some progress.
I'm grateful to him. One of the things that's missing from this debate so far is that in terms of social care, the vast majority of domestic visits are actually carried out by employees of private sector companies as opposed to employees of local authorities. Most of these services have been outsourced. We're seeing huge numbers of these companies going bust. It surely shows the Minister that the system's unsustainable when there's 100 care homes gone bust in the last couple of years.
Well, the Minister for Social Care on the bench has said to me that the number of providers is going up, but I can assure him, with the steps that we take in conjunction with the Department of Health and Social Care, the assurances, obviously the quality work that colleagues across government support and strengthen. And equally, the arrangements that we do put in place where there are failures within the market, where we need to put arrangements in place to step in should there be a failure of supply in relation to a particular provider, and how I think that when we look at a number of examples that have taken place, the work that has gone in to make sure that that is done effectively. But it is about the quality of service, and therefore, as we look on the broader issues of social care, which I know many across the House have rightly touched on, that focus on the delivery of care, the delivery of those outcomes, and how simply spending money is not simply the answer in terms of the delivery of the high-quality care and those outcomes that some of the most vulnerable need in our society. I give way to my honourable friend, and
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. He is right to talk about the quality of care, and does he recognise that Bromley, his next-door neighbour, is an example of a willingness to participate in close joint working with the health sector and with social services, given that one of the greatest pressures is that of the growing cost on top-tier authorities of caring for the elderly? Will he make sure that new funding review and new arrangements particularly enthuse and support those authorities who are prepared to do joint working as local authorities like Bromley are?
Well, it's interesting because the right honourable gentleman was trying to highlight that there was not good joined-up working, where I think my honourable friend has rightly highlighted some of the good practice that is there, that further integration between health and social care, indeed how the funding, £240 million of funding that has been committed through this year's settlement, was very firmly indeed aimed at ensuring that there were those pressures that were taken off the NHS. And actually, I do pay great tribute to the work that local authorities up and down the country have been engaged in demonstrating that very clearly, particularly around things like delayed transfers of care, where we've seen a 45% reduction since the high point fairly recently, and therefore how that is demonstrating how we make that difference. I will give away one very last time, and I will make some more progress.
So on that point about delayed discharge of care, we recognise that ultimately there needs to be more integration between health and social care and more money, but doesn't the point that he made really have a lot of impact? Because where we have put money into social care and we've seen good structural working between local authorities and the health service, we've actually seen a radical reduction in delayed discharge of care. So it's not all about money, it's about innovative joint working.
I totally agree with what my honourable friend has rightly said, and therefore that joint working that I think has been reflected on issues such as delayed discharges of care, and therefore how it is about ensuring that there is that good practice, how we are sharing that more broadly, something that equally we are doing in relation to children's social care as well, and funding that the Department for Education is giving to ensure that that is better adopted as well, because it is about good practice, it is about looking at those outcomes, and therefore the simple binary approach that the opposition are seeking to take, I think, is mistaken. The other issue that the right honourable gentleman was very fulsome about was in respect of council tax. Now, I do want to just remind the party opposite that in government, they were the ones that made ordinary families pay the price for their failures, with bandy council tax more than doubling under Labour, with families paying an extra £750. And even now, Labour want to abolish the council tax referendum limit, which prevents against excessive rises in council tax. So it's all very well the right honourable gentleman sort of trying to suggest that he was on the side of ordinary hard-working families. That's not what we see from Labour in government. That is not what we are seeing now. And that the real price of Labour is that it always costs you more. And it's not just the cost of a Labour government, it's also what people are paying now. Households in Labour-controlled areas have to pay higher council tax to make up for incompetent collection as well. In the worst hit areas, Labour councils have unpaid council tax bills of up to £100 million, which is equivalent of £439 for every household. The 10 councils with the worst collection rates in England are all Labour run. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
Secretary of State for giving way. It's true that Labour are promising £500 billion of extra spending, but what they are not telling ordinary hard-working families is that will mean a double increase in income tax, a doubling of national insurance, a doubling of council tax, a doubling of VAT. Not my words, but the words of a former Labour shadow chancellor.
Well, I think the interesting thing from some of the exchanges that we had earlier on was, I think that acknowledgement that even back in 2010 that the last Labour government, in going into the 2010 election, didn't guarantee to protect local government. And that actually it has been some of the difficult choices, some of the issues that we have had to confront to put the public finances back on an even keel. And I know that has not been easy, and I pay tribute to the innovation that councils have been engaged in up and down the country to help us put this right. And I think it is telling that there has been no acknowledgement of that in the context of the comments that the Right Honourable Gentleman made in his opening remarks. I will give way to the Honourable Lady first. No, thank you.
I thank the Minister for giving way. It's very interesting listening. He's saying that the Tory government wants to spend on what works. Well, if we're going to spend on what works is the Troubled Families programme, which is due to end next year. Yeah. Will the Minister take this opportunity to commit to the House that he will do everything he can to keep that programme running after 2020?
I'm glad that the Honourable Lady has mentioned the Troubled Families programme, because it's something I will be coming on to in greater detail in my speech, because I have been hugely impressed by the outcomes, as she rightly points out, making that difference in people's lives, and how I believe very strongly the Troubled Families programme now has shown that evidence base as to how it is profoundly doing that, and actually doing again what has been described, I think rightly, across the House, on being able to pull different services together, to have that person-centric approach, and actually breaking down some of the silos, breaking down some of those barriers, and why I am a huge champion of the Troubled Families programme. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
Secretary of State for giving way to me. So far, the Secretary of State has blamed striking workers. He has blamed councils up and down the country. The one group who are not being blamed is his rotten government, and this responsibility lies firmly at his door. When will the Secretary of State stop blaming everybody else and take some responsibility for the crisis that we see in this country?
Well, I say to the Honourable Lady that she must equally reflect on the fact that the Labour opposition voted against a real terms increase in the core spending available to local authorities this year, which included the additional funding on health and on adults and children's social care, which of course is why we listened to, why we recognised the pressures that were there and made those, I think, rightful judgments that we did in respect of those pressures that councils explained to us. So the opposition may wax lyrical about funding pressures when their own councils aren't even helping themselves. And I'll say this, Madam Speaker, the opposition, I think, do have some front to claim to be, I will in a second, to be the champions of local government and localism. Because I did take the time to read the Shadow Secretary of State's recent speech to Labour's local government conference this year. And there were some big and bold claims. It's just a shame they weren't backed up by the reality. The Right Honourable Gentleman opposite said they were the party of devolution. Well, I must congratulate him on his selective memory, because if I remember correctly, it was his party that after 13 years left the UK one of the most centralised countries in Europe. and how it took Conservatives in government to roll the era of centrally imposed targets and tick-box culture back, imposed by the party opposite, and it's this government which has put the public finances back on track and cleared up the mess we inherited from Labour. I give way to honourable gentleman. I give way again. I give way to honourable gentleman.
Well, I'm very grateful to him for giving way, but I'm sure he wouldn't want people watching this debate to be misled by what he's just said about police funding. He knows, as well as we all do, that the reason that Labour voted against the spending plans for the police was because we were proposing far greater spending on our police, and that is why members of the Labour Party voted against what we saw as a derisory offer from him to the police services that are desperately under-resourced.
Well, I would say to the honourable gentleman that there was significant investment that we have given to the police, and indeed, as the Chancellor has equally further committed on some of the most acute pressures that we know are being experienced, and why, and again, I was more talking about the local government settlement rather than the police settlement, which obviously was dealt with separately. But equally, it was that commitment to additional resources that we recognise, and how we are backing the police to deal with the issues of crime. I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm glad that my right honourable friend has been reminding the Labour Party of their past record, that somebody had to come in and help pick up the pieces in 2010. Might he like to remind them that it was they who introduced compulsory capping on council tax levels, reducing the discretion which local authorities had, abolished by the Conservative-led coalition. So they had introduced central planning through the directly imposed regional spatial strategies, overriding the wishes of local communities. It's they who enforced compulsory unitary councils in those areas which did not want them, one of those reversed by a Conservative government, in favour of the bottom-up approach brought in by this government. For them to pose as a party of devolution has got more front than Harrods, as my old grandma used to say.
Well, my honourable friend makes his point in his inimitable style and way, but it is that sense of how we have promoted that greater sense of devolution. It comes back to my point in trusting communities, trusting councils, trusting people at the sort of grassroots to be able to get on and deliver for their communities. And it is this government which has given local authorities the tools and the resources that they need to do their vital work, and it's Conservative councils which are providing value for money, delivering quality services for their residents, whilst keeping council tax lower than Labour and lower than the Liberal Democrat councils. And yes, this includes doing things like the right thing on recycling, with Conservative councils recycling, reusing or composting around 49% of their waste, as compared to 36% in Labour councils. And it is about that local delivery, which is what so much of, I know, the current campaign and the forthcoming votes at the local council elections will be about so much. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
To the Secretary of State giving way. One area where the Secretary of State has failed, this government has failed since 2010 to invest, is in its staff. It may offer warm words, but a 21% real terms pay increase for some of the worst paid workers is completely unacceptable. How is the Secretary of State going to address that issue?
Well, I hope the honourable lady will have noticed that on the last numbers, actually the real wages are actually now going up. But I do remind her again of the fact that pay restraint across the public sector was as a consequence of the mess that we inherited under the last Labour government. And I know that this has been difficult, this has been really tough, this has been incredibly hard, but equally why we are determined to maintain the strong economic path for our economy, to see that we are ensuring that our public finances are now back in the right space and are not left in the fashion that the last Labour government did indeed leave them within. But I am mindful of the essential role our local authorities play in helping the most vulnerable in our society. And I do recognise the growth in demand in adults and children's social care and the pressure that this brings. I give way to the right honourable gentleman.
Thank the Secretary of State for giving way. I'm just interested in the exchange backwards and forwards across the Chamber about which side's been best at devolution, or perhaps you would say which has been the worst at devolution in terms of funding of local councils. It was in fact the Thatcher government that brought capping in to rates and then was continued into council tax and took away the freedom from local councils to set their own business rates. Yeah. Isn't the reality that neither the last Labour government nor the coalition, though this government, has done anything fundamentally to increase the freedoms of councils to raise their own funding at local level? Yeah. I hope he's going to address this. I hope he's going to address this when we finally see his devolution framework.
I look forward to engaging with the honourable gentleman and his committee in relation to this on, yes, these issues of devolution, yes, in relation to issues around devolution of business rates and so many other things too, because I do believe so profoundly in the real merit, the real benefit of seeing those decisions being taken more locally in that sustainable position for local government. But I will make progress, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I'm conscious of the number of other members that do wish to participate in this debate. But coming back to the issue of social care, it's why out of the more than £1 billion of extra funding committed to councils at last year's budget, £650 million will be going towards adult and children's social care in 2019-20. Of this, £240 million has been allocated to ease pressures on the NHS, on top of the £240 million announced in October to address the then winter pressures. The remaining £410 million can be spent on either adults or children's social care and, where necessary, to take the pressure off the NHS, meeting requests from local authorities for greater flexibility. And taken with the adult social care precept and the improved Better Care Fund, this means the government will have given councils access to £10 billion in dedicated funding, which can be used for adult social care in the 3-year period from 2017-18 to 2019-20. And when it comes to protecting our children, we're investing £84 million over the next 5 years to expand 3 of our most successful children's social care innovation programme projects. The projects will keep more children at home safely in up to 20 local authorities. But in the long run, it is our work to ensure our health and care systems are better integrated that will be our most powerful tool in ensuring we have a sustainable approach in the years to come. But I want to come back to the issue of troubled families, which the Honourable Lady rightly highlighted, and how I believe that our programme is helping local authorities support families with complex needs and improve outcomes for individuals. It has been a clear catalyst for local services, transforming how they work together, making them more integrated and cost-efficient, reducing dependency and demand for expensive services. The results speak for themselves. The latest national programme evaluation shows that when compared to a similar comparison group, targeted intervention saw the number of children going into care down by 1/3, the number of adults going to prison down by 1/4, and juveniles in custody down by 1/3, and 10% fewer people claiming job seekers allowance. And while I do recognise that there is more to do, it is a real tribute to the tireless efforts of family workers, local authorities and their many partners in our public services and the voluntary sector, because it's about so much more than the financial boost you get from a regular wage. It is also about the pride and the dignity that comes from being able to take control of your own life. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, the future of this country is not an ever-growing collection of handouts and entitlements, but of growing prosperity and independence, and that equally applies to local government. This government is working to build a more confident, self-sufficient and reinvigorated local government. And with the end of the current multi-year deal in sight, it's clear we need to take a longer view on how we fund councils as we do move to a stronger, sustainable and smarter system of local government. Preparations this year for increased business rate retention, a new approach to distributing funding between local authorities and the upcoming spending review will be pivotal to this, as will important work that's underway with authorities and the wider sector to better understand service costs and pressures. For years, councils have asked us for more control over the money raised, and we're giving it to them through our plans to increase business rate retention to 75%, and in the process providing local authorities with powerful incentives to grow their authorities. And authorities estimate they will retain around £2.5 billion in business rate growth in 1920 under the current system, a significant revenue stream on top of the core settlement funding. But as well as more control, councils want and need to see a clearer link between the allocation of resources and local circumstances, and our new fairer funding formula will ensure a more transparent link between local need and resources and the funding councils get. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the leadership and creativity of our councils, delivering high-quality services for their residents as well as efficiencies for the taxpayer. We are determined to give them the freedoms and flexibilities they need so that our local government can continue to flourish and deliver vital services to meet the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. And yes, as voters go to the polls at the local elections, it's this Conservative government which is providing a real terms increase in spending power for local government. It's this Conservative government which is giving councils the freedoms to deliver for their local communities, and it's hard-working Conservative councillors which are providing value for money for hard-working families and the quality services that their residents within those council areas deserve.
Before I call the SNP front bench, just to advise colleagues that we have about 25 speakers, so if everybody could stick to around 10 minutes, that should be fine, and we won't need to impose a time limit. Dr. Philippa Whitford. Keeley.
There wasn't a chance to correct the Secretary of State, but I think it is important to do so. My honourable friend, the member for Chesterfield, quite rightly raised the point of the instability of the care market, and a very incorrect impression, I think, was given by the Secretary of State. Can I tell him that since 2015 there have been 564 fewer care homes nationwide, and there's been a net loss of 8,119 care home beds since that time, and under research by Care England. So he gave very much an incorrect impression, and I think we shouldn't carry on with this debate with that sort of wrong impression.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, I thank the honourable lady for that point of order. I think it is really more a matter of debate, to be honest. I don't like debates to be interrupted by points of order, but she has put her point on the record. Dr. Philippa Whitford.
Here, here. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would also like to associate myself with the comments of the other two front benches about the events over the weekend. I had the honour to be in Jerusalem for Easter and was shocked on Thursday and then on Sunday to hear of the horrific events. Sitting in that site that is so precious to the three monotheistic faiths, and hearing that after the terrorist attack in New Zealand, we have had violence in Northern Ireland and then the horrific attacks in Sri Lanka. Talking obviously about the debate this afternoon, I would echo the comments of the member for Denton and Reddish, that here we are yet again. This green paper that we should be debating to actually look at sustainable funding for social care has been kicked into the long grass 5 times. And there's no sign of it coming forward now. Is it just because the House is too busy with Brexit, the government's too busy, the civil servants are too busy, or is there really a lack of ideas of how to solve this? And the problem is it's actually urgent to be thinking about a way forward. The 5-year forward NHS plan was based on game-changing public health changes and funding, and increased social care funding and provision. Because otherwise, all you see is increased demand at the front door of the NHS and a blockage and leakage of funds at the back end. Because the 4-hour target that we often talk about doesn't just measure A&E performance, it's the flow of patients through the system. And if they can't get home at the other end, the system simply breaks down. What we've seen in England is an average 28% cut to local government funding. And I've been shocked at some of the figures that members have mentioned here, ranging from 46 to 75 to 97% cuts in central funding. Obviously, everyone has faced cuts in their budgets, but despite a 7% cut in the resource budget to Scotland, there has only been a 5% reduction in local government funding. So it's been much more protected than has been the case here, and an 11% cut in Wales. I have welcomed the long-term NHS plan because it unpicks some of the damage that was done by the Health and Social Care Act, particularly reforming Section 75, and it tries to drive forward with integration, which I think members right across the House would recognise is the only way forward. It was disappointing, however, in the Health and Social Care Committee yesterday to discover that local government wasn't actually involved, almost at all, in putting together the long-term plan. And yet local government will be expected to deliver more and stronger social care to relieve pressure on the NHS. I give way.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. Does she agree that it should really have been a long-term health and social care plan if we actually believe in joined-up integrated working, and also that the funding settlement for the NHS, very tight as it is, simply won't work without addressing the underfunding of social care?
I would utterly agree. And obviously the name of the department was even changed to be the Department of Health and Social Care to reflect that need for integration, and yet that's not the discussion that we actually hear going forward.
Gavin Lynch is making a valuable contribution. One of the big problems in terms of social care is the lack of social workers, and local authorities can't fund that. They're the gigantic cuts over the years that have been conducted by this government. It's about time they faced up to the fact that austerity has gone on far longer than the Second World War and rationing, quite frankly.
Well, the honourable member talks about workforce, but what we also see in both the NHS funding settlement, the forward plan, is that actually what we see is a big injection to NHS England, but not extra funding to Health Education England or for public health. The problem is the cheapest thing you can do is to prevent illness, and yet for decades, of all governments, of all colours, in all places, we failed to do that. And unfortunately the long-term plan doesn't do that either. Age UK talk about 1.5 million people being left without sufficient care and support at home. They describe the needs for elderly social care having increased almost 50% since 2010, but local authority-funded patients in England are actually down a quarter over that time. A third of patients are depending on family support. But we have 2 million carers who are over 65 themselves, and in actual fact 400,000 who are over 80. Look at the burden that we're putting on elderly people to care for their elderly partners, often without respite and without support.
Lady for giving way, and just on that point, I spoke recently to an elderly couple where the lady was caring for her husband who has Alzheimer's, and it was having such a devastating impact on her health that she ended up having to go into hospital too. And the thing that she was worried about was not the fact that she was then too ill and having to go to hospital. What was upsetting her was the fact that her husband was then left without anybody to care for him in an environment that he didn't know or understand. Surely this situation needs to change.
Absolutely. We should be valuing family carers. When you look at the care and work that they do right across the United Kingdom for all our communities and people who need help, and yet they're so poorly valued. Carers' allowance doesn't even equal job seekers' allowance. That's something we've tried to repair in Scotland, but obviously what we don't know is will that money simply be clawed back by the DWP in other benefits? And that's always the problem. But yet we're supporting them so poorly. So not only do they have the physical burden and the lack of time to look after themselves, often they're in financial difficulties. Now, Scotland is the only one of the 4 nations providing free personal care, and we've been doing that since 2002. Having integrated health in 2004, we've been working since 2014 trying to integrate health and social care. And that is a lot more difficult. The social care environment is different. It has multiple companies. It has different setups. It's mean tested rather than being provided free. And it is a real challenge. And therefore both local authorities and health structures in any local health system will require support and funding to work out how to achieve that, so that they are wrapped around the patient and not bitching about whose purse the money's going to come out of. And obviously, as we've heard today, the problem is there just simply isn't enough money in the purse to actually start with. We now allocate half of our health funding in Scotland to integrated joint boards that are made up of health and local authority to look at how they provide primary health care, mental health, social care and children's services, so that it is being driven locally and it is taking account of all of the support that is required. Now, there are three main groups who require social care. The elderly. Now, many of us are actually heading that way ourselves, and the number one important thing is to maintain people's independence for as long as possible. This is the importance of not rationing hips, knees and eye surgery. If you can keep people seeing and walking and give them a bus pass so they're out and about with their cronies down the town, they will stay independent and functional for longer. Of course, we have the frail elderly. And those people require to be looked after in comfort and support, and by their own choice. That will be in their own home, if at all possible. Now, in Scotland, the home care hours were increased from 6 hours a week to 12, and that has allowed us to keep people with a greater dependency at home. So if you look at the A&E attendances and the emergency admissions over the last 5 years, you will see that Scotland's increase, and we're all facing increased demand, has only been 1/3 the size that it's been in England, both for A&E attendances and admissions. That's why we've been able to have the best performing 4-hour target since March 2015. This is a combination of supporting people to not arrive at the front door and not get them stuck at the other end, because we've managed to drive down delayed discharges every year. And it's important that when we're talking about these numbers, like 4-hour targets, we remember it's a thermometer to take the temperature of the acute system. It's looking at how we bring people through. And if any of you have been in hospital, we all want to get home. We don't want to be stuck there. Now, the next group is people facing the end of life. And they're people who would like, if possible, to be cared with dignity at home. They want to be with their family, but equally they don't want to be a burden to their family. So if they need respite, they want to have access to that. Since 2015, the local authorities in Scotland agreed through COSLA that even people under 65 would be provided free social care if they were defined as facing end of life. And that means they don't get stuck in hospital facing a means test that is frittering away their remaining weeks and days of life. 1/4 of us will die in a care home. We want to make sure that the quality of care in that care home is something that we would be happy with, and not that we are in squalor or being mistreated. The third big group is working age disability. And for them, quality of life, mobility and particularly participation in society is what's critical. Both in England and Scotland, almost half of local authority social care spending is actually on people of working age. We tend automatically to think the words social care mean elderly. 2/3 described in a survey that they weren't even giving any help or signposting, and a majority said they were not being given enough hours to help them live independently. Starting this month, Frank's Law comes into Scotland, which means that those under 65 with dementia, motor neurone disease or MS will also be eligible for free personal care. And this is named after Frank Coppell, the footballer, who unfortunately developed dementia very early. Workforce is a challenge for all of us. Our workforce has gone up 12% in the last 3 years, but all care providers report difficulties in recruiting, and Brexit is only making that worse. We need to value carers. We need to let it develop as a career. People should be paid the real living wage, not the pretendy living wage, but the real living wage, and for all the hours they work, including at night. Someone coming into your house for 15 minutes and throwing you out of your bed, and particularly someone you've never seen before, is not providing quality of care. We need continuity between the patient and the carer. We need a career structure so that people stay in caring as a profession and develop and grow and lead others. It was said that the UK Government Green Paper would give us a chance to rethink funding, but we still don't see that, so that we could debate the options. Is it a rise in national insurance? Would it be continuing national insurance after people retire for better-off pensioners? People have mentioned the German system, the Japanese system, but we need to look at the pluses and minuses of both of those. By 2030, the number of 85-year-olds will have doubled. We need to prepare to look after them, to give them independence, to give them dignity, and not to have them ending their lives in complete misery and squalor.
Here.
Marcus Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this important debate. And this is an important debate, and I was therefore thought that it was a real pity, Madam Deputy Speaker, how this debate started and the tone that was set by the opposition front bench. In a very selective manner, the Shadow Secretary of State almost ran through things at times like he'd been in a time machine, missing out certain periods and certain significant challenges that this country has been through. There was no acknowledgement from the Right Honourable Gentleman about the situation that his party left the public finances in 2010, a deficit running at £150 billion a year, £1 in every 4 that was being spent by the government actually being borrowed, and the taxpayer therefore footing the bill for that. A situation at the time where unemployment was still rising, where employment was going down and people were still losing their jobs. And therefore something had got to be done about that. The ship had got to be steadied, and clearly we've seen the result of that. We've got record employment now, record low unemployment, and rising wages. But to achieve that, there's had to be a lot of very difficult decisions. And I, for one, know how hard local government has worked, and the sacrifices that local government has made, and the sacrifices that people have made. And I do pay tribute to councillors across the country, particularly those Conservative councillors who run better-run authorities at a lower cost. But I also thank those council officers who across the country have worked extremely hard to deal with the challenges we've had. And they've made a massive contribution to that deficit, as I've said. And I'm concerned that we've taken this debate in the context of a very much one-sided situation so far. Clearly, the Right Honourable Gentleman on the opposition front bench has talked about the reduction in revenue support grant and the direct money from government. Now, that's certainly been the case. But he hasn't mentioned the other side of the equation, which has been business rate retention and council tax. And he hasn't mentioned the true picture, or he very much tried to distort the picture in relation to the funding that individual local authorities have got. Because when you actually look at the spending power per authority, it's the actual authorities that the Right Honourable Gentleman was trying to say are worse off that actually have the highest spending power. That is the reality of the situation. Now, in saying what I'm saying, I'm setting the context of the approach that the opposition has taken. But what I want to do, and what I thought the opposition should have done in this debate, was look at the challenges and actually look at how we might go about, in a sensible and measured way, addressing some of those challenges. Because I'm absolutely certain, in my mind, that we do need to put more money into local government, and this government is starting to do that. Spending power is on the increase, and the funding for social care since 2017, up to £10 billion has been made available to local authorities to fund social care. Now, if you look at the opposition's motion, that mentions £8 billion being put in this Parliament to social care. Actually, the current government is already putting in more than that. But there are significant pressures on social care. Whether you look at children's social care, where there are more looked after children, whether you look at adult social care, where we have an ageing population, which is a great thing, but we have to support more people in their later years, or when you look at the very important group of people who require social care that are of working age, people like adults with learning disabilities, for example, and people with complex needs that need support. These are all groups of people that are growing in size, and we need to make sure that they are looked after for the future. And there are challenges on services as well in terms of not just demand, but also rising costs. The national living wage is going up, and companies are having to now pay additional pension costs to employees. And I think that is a really important and a good thing, because what we're now seeing is additional money being paid to the people that are doing an extremely important and difficult job of supporting the most vulnerable, and we need to make sure they're paid more, we need to make sure they're trained well, we need to make sure that it's more professional. So I do welcome those things, but these are all challenges that we face, and we need to work out in a very sensible and measured way how we are going to pay for this additional provision that is constantly being required and will continue to be required. And I thought it was a bit rich of the right honourable gentleman on the opposition front bench who talked about the 2010 general election and the Labour plans for social care being blown out of the water by the Conservatives at the time. I thought that was very rich, because that's exactly what the Labour Party did at the 2017 general election to the Conservatives. So if we are going to have a debate, let's have a sensible, measured and proper debate. And we've got to have this debate in the context of not just talking about how high our pile of cash is, and at the other side then saying we'll create a bigger pile of cash to pay for social care. We've got to acknowledge who's going to pay for social care, and we've got to get the balance right, because we can't expect to go to young people who've just gone into the labour market, just started work, trying to make their way in life. We can't expect them to pick up all of the tab. We can't expect older people who've worked all of their lives and built up assets to lose all those assets as a result of needing care. So we've got to look at these things very carefully and in the context of making sure that there is a balance, and we look at it proportionately, and we make sure that we provide the support that people need, but also make sure that people are rewarded for doing the right thing. And we also then need to look at social care, and clearly much of social care is provided through local authorities, but we also need to look at how that fits in with other social care provision. For example, continuing health care, I always find, is a real bone of contention. It's a very opaque system. It's hard for relatives to navigate. It's hard for them to figure out why their relatives not eligible when somebody else in a neighbouring bed, for example, has been eligible. And it can quite often take forever for a claim to go through. I've known a number of cases where, unfortunately, relatives have passed away for some period before a continuing healthcare claim is settled. Yes, I will, goodbye.
Important point for anybody who's dealt with families experiencing the continuing health care reviews that go through, and then suddenly the money is withdrawn, and very often that elderly person then is transferred to another home because they can't afford the one they're in. Isn't this something really, in advance of a fundamental reform to social care, we just need to address this issue and get it sorted out? It's a really important problem.
The honourable gentleman knows a great deal about this subject, and certainly in the context of what he's talking about, I certainly think that issue needs looking at, as does the wider system and how it works. And we also, Madam Deputy Speaker, need to look at how social care works in the context of the wider health system. We need integration, and we've all talked about integration for years, and integration does happen, but we need a system that is simple enough for people, particularly in terms of relatives, a system that people can understand and can navigate. And we need to make sure that the different parts of the system are working together. So we need to make sure that public health is working with primary care. We need to make sure that our GPs are working well with our acute sector, and we're all working together with one common purpose, which is to keep people out of hospital for longer, because that's the way, one, people will have a better quality of life, but two, will also reduce the cost to the taxpayer. Now, I just want to mention a very small but important example, actually, in my own constituency, and it's a doctor's surgery called Whitestone Surgery. I must declare an interest there because I'm actually a patient of the surgery. But the reason I want to mention it is because they're doing fantastic work through their patient participation group and social prescribing. And there are many of the patients who go into that surgery, and it's relatively an older cohort of people in that particular catchment. Many of those people who go into that surgery are then passported through to the PPG, who have then a number of streams of activity, including an allotment, including going out on days out, going down the pub on the odd lunchtime for a meal, and all those sorts of things, which are really improving the situation in the area in terms of reducing social isolation and loneliness. And this surgery, as a result of this work that is going on, is actually seeing a significantly lower amount of antidepressants being prescribed and less people being diagnosed with dementia than other surgeries with a similar cohort of patients. And this situation is being considered very carefully by Warwickshire County Council in terms of expanding it out across Warwickshire, but studies are also being undertaken to see what merit this has in a wider sense, and I'm absolutely delighted that in my area this important work is taking place, and it's a good example of what we need to be doing to support people. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, to conclude, I want to make the point that local government has done its bit. It is doing its bit for our deficit. It is a situation where we need to support local government going forward. There are other services, such as the police, such as schools, where we need to put more funding into them. Now we've got the public finances far more under control. But we also need to think about how funding is distributed. At the moment, the fairness is not there. The people of Warwickshire, for example, get a raw deal compared to the people in many metropolitan areas. And we also need to think about the context of putting more money into public services and the effect that that has on our public finances, the effect to the taxpayer in terms of what people need to pay in terms of tax. And I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, that when I consider those things, this motion does not address the whole picture. It is based purely on a political slant that is not there to support the people that we all want to support across this chamber. I'm afraid it's there just to score a few points. I won't therefore be supporting this tonight.
Clive Petts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Speaking as Chair of the Housing Committee and Local Government Select Committee, I think the importance which Select Committees attach to the issue of social care is shown in the amount of time we spend with our inquiries into this issue recently. We've done 3 reports on adult social care, the last one jointly with the Health and Social Care Committee last year, all of them unanimously agreed by our committee individually and then the joint committees, and we're currently have an inquiry into children's social care with a report due to come out next week. So that's 4 inquiries into social care. I think it shows the importance for the committee and the importance for local government as a whole. I, of course, have to make some comments as a Sheffield MP as well about the fact that my own city, my own constituency, has received far more than the average percentage of cuts in its funding in the last 9 years, since 2010. Like other northern cities, we've been disproportionately hit as cities with the greatest problems and the greatest needs have seen the biggest percentage of their grant cut by the government. But that having point on one side, I will then look at the wider context and say that there's a real problem, Madam Deputy Speaker, for local government, because local government as a whole has had bigger percentage cuts than any other area of government spending. That is something that has united councils of all political persuasions in the concerns they've raised about the unfair impact on local government as a whole those spending cuts have had. And this is a time, of course, when demand for the main local authority services, the care services, has been rising. The number of elderly people growing, the number of elderly people needing care growing. That's great because people are living longer. The number of people with disabilities of working age has been growing as well. We shouldn't forget that element of care. That's been growing. That's a success as well of people living longer. And of course, the demand for children's services going up faster in percentage terms than any other aspect of local government spending at present. So that comes on top as well. All those three demands rising. It means for elderly care that despite the fact that more people are in need of care, the age concerns figures, 1.5 million people are not getting it. The threshold's been raised, so people with lower and moderate needs now are excluded from the care systems. People are getting into hospital who shouldn't be there because prevention isn't happening, and people in hospital are not being discharged as quickly as they should be. We see all these things happening as a result. But it's the other issues, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the pressures on social care are causing. Because with that rising demand and spending on social care, as the cake has shrunk, the amount of that cake being spent on social care has grown, and therefore the amount being spent on other services has been cut even more proportionately. The National Audit Office has done the figures which were given to the Select Committee. Cultural and related services, 35% cut. Highways services and transport, 37%. Housing services, that's homelessness, private sector housing, 45% cut. Planning, 50% cut. Now, these are massive cuts to basic services that we all rely on a day-to-day basis. Environmental and regulated services, 16%. And I worry about it, Madam Deputy Speaker, because it's important that councils concentrate on care. Of course it is. But given that most families in the country don't actually receive care for themselves or people within their families on a daily, regular basis, what they do rely on is the other services, and they're seeing their council tax bills rise and what they get for them fall. And I think that's a real challenge and a real problem for the whole issue of local democracy. People seeing they're not getting any more and are paying less. And I think it's something we ought to be very, very concerned about indeed. And it's something that does need addressing in the widest sense. I refer to the comments made by Councillor Paul Carter, but others have made them from the LGA, County Councils Network, District Councils, London Councils. Every council organisation, Sigoma has said, this simply cannot continue, and we do need a fundamental change in the amount of money which is provided for local government in the next spending review. And the Select Committee is going to be doing an inquiry into that, hopefully to give the ministers the ammunition to go and badger and berate the Treasury in their discussions at that level. But we know from the estimates, and no one's challenged them from the government, that children's services are likely to be £3 billion adrift to the funding they need by the end of the next spending review. Social care for the elderly is already £2 billion adrift, with an estimate that the average annual increase is about £800,000 to keep pace with demand. So that takes us to around £7 billion adrift. And if we look at the quality of care, and it's often forgotten about, not just continuing the increase in demand being met, but actually doing something to improve quality. And if we're going to increase demand, we're going to have to recruit more staff. And if we recruit more staff, we're going to have to pay them and train them better, otherwise we can't retain and keep them. Then the costs are going to go up even further. Of course I will.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and I speak as the co-chair of the all-party group into social care. We're launching an inquiry next week into the professionalisation of the workforce of social care, and it's making a very important point about recruitment and retention and the need for more funding, but the pressures and demands on funding are leading to that reduction in professionalisation of the workforce and reducing the quality of care as a result.
Absolutely, and it's a point that the Joint Committee absolutely made, that the quality of care is so important, and therefore the quality of the workforce and how much you pay them, when the average worker in social care gets paid 29% less than a similar job in the NHS. That is the figure, and that's a challenge that we are going to face. So what are we looking at, Madam Deputy Speaker? We've had a few sticking plasters, welcome sticking plasters from the government in terms of funding recently. We are going to need a very large bandage next time, not just a few sticking plasters, to put this issue right. We're looking for the Green Paper, of course, at some point in the horizon. Perhaps the Minister of Reply can tell us when the timing will come for the Green Paper. But even when it comes, the time is too short now for a fundamental change in funding arrangements. We are going to need more of the same, but a lot more of the same. And what the two select committees recommended was at the funding review, what we need to do is to take the £7 billion extra that will be in the local government system from the 75% business rate retention, and instead of using that to replace public health grants and other forms of grant, to actually put that in the system to deal with the problems of social care. The money can be there, you don't have to change the system, the money is there in the business rate system, that can be done. And we also suggested you could actually make the council tax system fairer as well and make it less regressive than it is, and we proposed those changes as well. You could do those things for the next spending review and make sure the money is available, a quantum of money for social care, around £7 billion, and then that takes a relief from the pressure of other council services. But then we looked at what the longer-term system should be like. Of course you need better integration at a local level between NHS and social care. It isn't about a national system of care which replaces what local authorities do. It's about better integration at local level, bearing in mind that while it's important that the health service and social care link together, the other great join that we have to have is between housing and social care. The majority of people receiving social care live in their own homes, and it's vital we get those services linked as well. That's really important. But what we did was to look at... Yes, of course I will.
My honourable friend for giving way, and just very quickly on the point he's made about the integration of services, would he also agree with me that we need to include education for the support for children with special needs and disabilities?
Absolutely, on that level as well. And these services are better joined up and delivered at a local level, and that's the point. It's an important role that local government has to play, and why local government's hand should be strengthened in these matters, and that's absolutely right. And two very important bases that we looked at, Madam Deputy Speaker, in coming to our conclusions as a joint select committee about long-term arrangements. We went to Germany and we looked there, and they have a model essentially of an extra percentage on the insurance payments that they get from their public. Cross-party agreement 20 years ago, they've just put the rates up in Germany with no dissent from the public or the parties. It's a system that works and people agree with it because the money they know goes into social care. That's what we looked at, and there was a basis for our conclusions. We had a citizens' assembly, a great experience of people from all over the country that selected around 50 people, meeting for 2 weekends in an hotel in Birmingham, and they came to unanimous views about how we should deal with social care funding. And the principles were very clear, that we should have a system similar to Germany's with a social care premium, as we recommended, but very importantly, the Treasury hates it. The money has to be dedicated for social care. People are willing to pay more if they know where the money is going. That was a fundamental principle that was laid down. The principle as well of universal and high-quality care, and made the points about a well-paid and well-trained workforce to deliver it. We also said that there had to be fairness between the generations. And the premium we believed, a social insurance premium, should only be paid by people over 40, but people of pensionable age who work should also pay it. We thought that was a fairness. We also said you deal with the issue of the unfairness about people losing their homes effectively in some cases, and all their assets going to pay for social care. That you can bring in a floor and cap system to make sure that people don't pay anything up to a much higher level and don't pay any more beyond the cap. And you can pay for that by simply doing a percentage of inheritance tax, so everybody pays a bit towards the system. That's something else we thought was fair and recommended. We also said that ultimately we want to work towards a system where social care, personal care, is actually free. We didn't think we were there yet, and that's why we recommended these changes to begin with, but we thought we could get there eventually. And we said these extra money coming in had to be on top of the existing local government system. Madam Deputy Speaker, this report, and I think it's a very good report, 2 select committees unanimously agreed how we raise money for social care for the future. I say to both frontbenchers, why bother with the Green Paper? Produce a White Paper and get on with it. It's there. The solution's there. We've given it to the ministers. We've given it to the shadow ministers. This is a very good proposal. Please get on and deliver it now for the future.
Maria Caulfield.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow on from the honourable gentleman, the Chair of the Select Committee. And can I agree with everything he said in his last part of his speech? And it's a shame that his front bench hadn't taken a similar approach when the shadow Labour minister spoke, who I think spoke to close to 40 minutes and didn't come up with one solution or proposal about how we improve social care. I'm a great believer it's not what you do, it's the way that you do it. And in the same way, it's not how much you spend, it's how you spend it that makes a difference. And as someone whose constituency falls in the county of East Sussex, which has the highest number of 85-year-olds in the country, I can speak firsthand of the pressures on our social care system. But East Sussex, and I'm not saying to the Minister that East Sussex doesn't need more funding, because they definitely do, but East Sussex have set up their Better Together system, working hand in hand with the NHS. And last winter, they saw, by funneling their money into community care beds, working with the CCGs, despite an 11% increase in demand, they were able to reduce their delayed discharges by 33%. And the £2.5 million extra given to East Sussex by the government this winter went into the system, and we saw no delayed discharges, but we also didn't see those ambulances queuing up at the hospitals, closed A&Es. The system was able to cope even with an increased number of norovirus and flu outbreaks. And while we were subjected to urgent question after urgent question last year about hospital crisis and winter crisis, it's sad to see that with the system coping so well this winter, there hasn't been any acknowledgement of how hard NHS staff have worked this winter and how hard local council staffs have worked to see there being no winter crisis this year, despite the extra pressure. And that is because councils and the NHS are working much better together than they've ever done before. But what I would say is that we do need to be seeing what East Sussex is doing across the board. And while it is welcome that the department is now Health and Social Care Department, we are not seeing that joined up working at a national level. And what I am concerned about is if we don't see that across the board, that the £20 billion extra going into the NHS will be eaten up by the pressures on social care. Because if patients don't get the social care they need, their health will deteriorate. They will be admitted more often, they will be sicker when they are admitted, and they will be in for longer periods of time. Their discharges will be delayed, and their outcomes will be poorer. Not funding social care properly or not using that money wisely is a penny-wise and pound-foolish approach. And I hope when this session comes to the end and we have a new Queen's speech, that social care will be top of the agenda when it comes to addressing this. And for me, I would like to see three things. Firstly, the funding of it. And I'm sad that the amendment today in the Opposition Day debate wasn't chosen, because I too have a copy of the report of the Joint Select Committees, the long-term funding of adult social care. And I think the honourable member for Sheffield South East is quite right. Instead of the Green Paper, let's just get on with the recommendations in this report, because there is cross-party support for looking at a social care premium system like they have in Germany. Because we have to be honest with the British public, there will need to be funding for social care. And rather than people who've worked hard all their lives selling their homes, not realising that that's what they're going to have to do to pay for social care, or refusing social care until they absolutely reach a crisis point and then have to pay for it.
Will the Honourable Lady give way?
I will give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady. I mean, I invite her to agree with me that, notwithstanding the radical suggestion that she makes and my colleague, the Chairman of the Local Government Select Committee, makes about not bothering with the Green Paper, it would nevertheless be helpful if the Green Paper was actually announced as a date now, and not as a month or a season or even a festival, which is the latest one we've had, but actually a date.
I thank my honourable friend, and he is quite right. I am being slightly facetious in saying don't bring out the Green Paper, but if the Green Paper contained some of the recommendations of the Select Committee, it would be very welcome indeed. But we also do need a long-term funding solution. I know I've discussed this with the Minister before. The 4-year settlement for local government was really, really helpful. And if local government could have a 10-year settlement like the NHS has just had, they could do far more with their money, even if they weren't seeing the significant increases that they would particularly like. But my third request would be to look at the better use of our healthcare and social care professionals, because we have grown up with a historical medical model that's depended on doctors and GPs, and actually what people need is often a diverse range of professionals to help them. If you look at the East Sussex Better Together model, they've just announced their community pharmacy programme, which is improving communications for patients discharged from hospital and helping them with their medication. The TCAM project, which is Transfer of Care Around Medications project, is enabling those patients at risk of delayed discharges or readmission to hospital to have a dedicated pharmacist to help them, because we know that problems with medication is one of the core reasons why people fail when they're discharged from hospital. They would help with access to, the pharmacists would have access to their medications, they'd be able to answer their questions, monitor side effects, issue repeat prescriptions, which often don't happen when someone's discharged home. And the research and evidence base showed that following that model will reduce admissions, will reduce length of stay, and give a better experience and outcomes for patients. 112 pharmacies in East Sussex are going to take part in this project, and it's a joint working venture between County Council and the CCGs. And I would encourage the Minister to look at rolling this out across the country, because moving away from being so dependent on GPs and doctors, and I'm conscious there's a number of doctors in the House this afternoon who do valuable work, but there are other healthcare professionals that we should be using as well. Because it's not just about the funding. And while the government has given £20 billion extra for the health service, while funding this year for local councils has increased by £1.3 billion, an increase of 2.8% compared to last year, has given extra money for winter funding. It's what you do with that money that makes the biggest difference. And we do need a long-term solution. We do need a specific funding settlement as recorded and recommended by the Select Committee. And we do need to make better use of some of the fantastic resources that we sometimes fail to recognise. We can do a lot more, even within the existing resources that we have. And so I am disappointed that the front bench didn't take the same tone as the chair of the Select Committee, because we can do more to improve the lives of our constituents.
Ben Bradshaw.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased to be able to speak in this debate, and I'd like to thank my front bench for securing this debate. I think our first Opposition Day debate for goodness knows how long. I've lost count, it's been so long. But very important, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, just about a week before hundreds of local councillors and council candidates across the country from all parties are going to the polls. I think that this House recognises we've been embroiled for the last few months in the Brexit nightmare, as has the government. But in the meantime, the vital work of local government has continued, and that includes the vital work of hundreds, if not thousands, of local councillors to ensure that all of our local communities are provided with the services and support on which they depend. And local councillors, as often forgotten, give an awful lot of time for not very much reward to keep the wheels of local democracy running. And they're doing so at the moment, Madam Deputy Speaker, in unprecedentedly difficult circumstances. Central government funding for local councils like mine in Exeter has been cut by a massive 60% since 2010, and that has put an intolerable strain on both their budgets and their ability to deliver local services. And don't forget, this has come on top of the big cuts to the police service, the fire service, schools and other local services. And there can be few of us or our constituents who have not experienced the impact of these cuts, whether the loss of a teacher or a classroom assistant from one of our schools, difficulty in obtaining the care we need for a vulnerable child or a vulnerable elderly relative, the absence of a local police officer from the streets in our area, or the unrepaired potholes in the street outside our front doors. And at the same time as the government has cut support to local councils like mine in Exeter, it's expected them to raise more of their own funds that they spend locally through the local council tax. And that is why my constituents and others around the country have now faced year upon year of above-inflation increases in their council tax. And as we all recognise, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, council tax is a very unfair tax. Unlike income tax, which funds central government funding, it does not take into account accurately people's ability to pay. This year in Exeter, for example, Devon County Council, which levies the bulk of our local council tax, has put its charge up by 4%, 3.99%, but let's call it 4%, while the Conservative Police and Crime Commissioner has put her council tax up by a whopping 12.75%, so that my constituencies in Exeter now pay significantly more through their council tax for policing than we do for all of the local services provided by Exeter City Council. And these cuts in government support have inevitably meant that local councillors have had to make some very difficult and, in some cases, unpopular decisions. The Prime Minister announced at the Tory party conference last autumn that austerity, the era of cuts, was over, but that simply is not true. Exeter City Council has to find a further £3.9 million of savings this year and next. So far, Madam Deputy Speaker, their good financial management and our city's relative economic success have enabled our council to do this without damaging cuts to vital local services, while the Labour Council has maintained one of the lowest district council tax rates in the whole of England. And our council has ambitious but essential plans to tackle transport congestion, provide more council housing and social housing, and much more in the years ahead. But the longer this austerity, the longer these government cuts go on, the more challenging delivering that vision becomes. Let me turn briefly to social care, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my honourable friend who chairs the Local Government Select Committee for his excellent speech on this matter. I think we are all completely aware of the crisis in our social care services and the devastating impact, that knock-on impact that is having on the health service and other services. And indeed, the Health and Social Care Committee has published countless reports and had countless inquiries into this area. And I would echo the words of my honourable friend in sincerely urging the government and our own front bench to look seriously at the excellent recommendations that we published following our joint inquiry last year. It's often said, Madam Deputy Speaker, that solving the long-term sustainability funding problem for social care is impossible because it is simply too difficult to reconcile the different interests, too controversial for politicians to agree. Well, we did in our joint inquiry. Politicians from across the political spectrum, from the hard right, let's call it, or the Thatcherite right, to the socialist left. We unanimously agreed a blueprint that provides the government, or whoever is in government, with a sustainable and equitable solution to the challenges of long-term social care funding. And until we crack this one, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're not going to be able to resolve many of the other problems and challenges that honourable members have raised and will indeed raise later on in this debate. So please, Madam Deputy Speaker, will the government use our report as a starting point when it finally publishes its green paper, whenever that may be? Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, as we face the elections in 8 days' time, I'd like to pay tribute to all local government and local councillors of all parties who've had a pretty thankless task in recent years, but have still achieved some amazing things. And in particular, I'd like to thank and pay tribute to the leader of Exeter City Council, Pete Edwards, who is retiring next week. Pete is an old-style Labour leader, a local Exonian lad. He was a bus driver who rose up through the RMT union to run our city over the last 10 years, and pretty challenging 10 years it has been. His no-nonsense approach, which can at times come across as rather gruff, might not always be to everybody's taste, but those of us who know him well and have worked with him closely over the years know Pete has always had the interest of Exeter and its peoples at the very heart of everything that he has done. And it's no surprise that Exeter, under his leadership, has risen to become one of our most successful and thriving cities. That's in no small part down to Pete. So, thank you, Pete.
James Cartledge.
Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman for Exeter. He spoke about a blueprint, and I've read that committee report. I'm still not convinced it absolutely nails down who would pay and how much, which is, of course, the toughest part of all in these decisions, but I respect the fact it is a very good proposal. I also noted the fact he referred once again, as did his front bench, to cuts in local government funding since 2010. And, you know, I hate to labour the point, and it is a political point, but we cannot ignore the fact of asking ourselves why those cuts were necessary and why they happened. The Labour motion today mentions this keyword sustainability, as in fact does the independent group amendment, the TIG amendment, as you might call it. It also has the word sustainability. But of course, the cause of our problem was unsustainability in the public finances and in the economy. The huge growth in private borrowing, mortgage borrowing, all kinds of borrowing, and of course public borrowing prior to the crash, public spending commitments based on unsustainable tax income from, for example, city bonuses, that was never going to be sustained. It was always going to end in a big crash, and guess what? It would always fall to us to have to step in and fix the problem. And Labour MPs may deny this, but we must remind ourselves, because I intervened on the Right Honourable Gentleman for Denton and Redditch and asked him if it was the case that the 2010 Labour manifesto protected local government. So as he didn't answer, let me remind the House what that manifesto said. It said, Labour believes we should protect frontline spending on childcare, schools, the NHS and policing, and reform our public services to put people in control. Note the absence of local government funding. It goes on to say, and this is the key line, we recognise that investing more in priority areas will mean cutting back in others. That's from that manifesto. In other words, if an area of spending was not protected, it would get a right old shellacking, which is what happened under us. We did the same thing. We had priority departments that we protected, but at a time of a very high deficit, if you protect some departments, which is perfectly justified, like the NHS as we did, others will take a disproportionate hit. That would have happened under them. I honestly do not say that for political point scoring. It's to underline the simple reality that there is no parallel universe that could have existed where there would not have been a significant hit to the grant given from central government to local authorities after 2010. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful to the honourable member for giving way. Going back to trying to find solutions to the actual problem that we face, he mentioned the Select Committee, the Joint Select Committee report. Does he agree, as the Select Committee report suggests, that we do need a new funding stream and that the best way to achieve a sustainable solution is to work across party, as the Select Committee did, in order to come up with a solution? And even if they haven't got all of the detail yet, this is clearly the right way to achieve a sustainable settlement.
It's a very good point. I will be coming on to that. I just wanted to, because the reason I mention this, what is essentially a political point about Labour's manifesto, is because we have to get into our heads the idea that there is never going to be a time, ever again, when local authorities do not have to make difficult decisions and do not have to look for efficiencies and innovation. The idea that there is always going to be the cavalry that can come over the hill with a wave of the magic wand and summon up central government funding, which, by the way, doesn't grow on trees and also has to come out of taxpayers, is never going to happen. So colleagues are right to mention good examples of best practice innovation that they've had. In my constituency, we have I have 2 district councils, 2 wards of West Suffolk. West Suffolk is a newly merged council of St Edmundsbury district and Forest Heath, so they've made savings through that process. The Baber district is contained in its entirety within South Suffolk. Baber is not a merged district. There was a referendum as to whether Baber should merge with Mid Suffolk. Baber voted to remain independent from Mid Suffolk, but they merged their back office. And there have been huge efforts to achieve savings, achieve efficiencies. Baber have left their head office in Hadley, in my constituency, and are now actually based in Ipswich, outside the district, which has been unpopular, I have to say, but of course it's saved money, and they have set up a joint venture to renovate and restore their old headquarters and make it a commercial asset. The point is, these sorts of changes from district councils will always be required. At a county council level, Suffolk County Council has seen huge innovation, as my honourable friend on the front bench who can't speak will know, in relation to social care. Councillor Becky Hopkinsberger, who has done great work as the Cabinet Member for Social Care in Suffolk. Of course, it's the use of technology there where they are saving money, driving down costs and improving care. For example, using sensory apps so that families can know whether their loved one, who is able to stay at home, is moving around, is mobile, etc., in short, that she is well, that she or he is well. These sorts of technological innovations can help to reduce the cost of care and to deliver better care. But in terms of the broader question that the honourable gentleman for North Norfolk raised about the sustainable funding of social care, I feel passionately about this issue. The biggest issue in British politics begins with B, and it is not Brexit by a long chalk. It is Beveridge. It is the welfare settlement that we have in this country, covering the whole of the state pension, the NHS, social care, and every aspect of that contract that we all thought we entered into. But it's a system that is not remotely sustainable. If you look at the OBR's forecast just for NHS spending, 50 years from now, they estimate that we'll be spending the same again as we do in real terms on the NHS because of changing technology, demand and so on. So we have a huge challenge ahead of us. But on the specific point of paying for social care, I recently had a constituency surgery where an elderly lady came to see me. She had a husband with a very difficult condition, and she wanted to know what support was available to her. She felt she was in that category of my constituents who are neither so poor that they receive lots of help or are wealthy enough to afford to fund a good lifestyle. And I said to her, what about your house? Do you have housing assets? And she said, yes, we have a house worth about $700,000 with no mortgage. But in her eyes, she has no money. And I think this is going to always be the most controversial point, as we discovered to our cost at the last general election, the issue of housing and assets. The asset in residential housing of those aged over 65 is worth between £1 and £1.4 trillion, depending on which estimate you look at. That's a staggering sum. And we have to accept that at the core of this issue, the reason why it's so controversial is that those entering the workplace today will not have occupational pensions. They will not build up that level of housing equity. It's highly unlikely because we will not see that period of high house price inflation again, in my view. It's not sustainable. And so we're reaching a point where those paying into the system are seriously questioning whether they're going to get the same benefit as those who retire today. This intergenerational issue is no one's fault. No one designed it that way. In fact, the welfare system that I refer to, the Beveridge system, was built with the very best intentions for a post-war country. But the thing it needs, and I'll conclude with this key point, as my honourable friend for Lewis said, herself a nurse, and I greatly respect the expertise she brings to this, the thing we need is honesty. In this populist Trumpian era, the one thing that's going to work is if we're all open and transparent about the tough choices we're going to have to make. No one is going to get a free option. There is no free option. Every option available is going to cost. I happen to think that the best option will involve some use of housing equity, but perhaps with a choice to pay through an alternative method if you don't want to bind yourself into that. For those entering the working population, I think we should look at the success of auto-enrolment. How many people here have emails from constituents complaining about the rise in their pension contribution from their salary from auto-enrolment? I haven't had a single email, because people believe it's a contribution that they will benefit from. It's not like the old pay-as-you-go system. And I think we could, for the young generation, link their social contributions through a premium, as suggested by the Select Committee, through that system. So it will be very difficult coming up with a solution on social care. It may take a consensus. I think it may take a future government with a large majority being pretty tough and disciplined. It will take one or the other. It won't take what we've got at the moment. But we can start, and we've got to be open and transparent about the fact there is no easy option, but there can be an option where we get much better care for the next generation.
Maria Rimmer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The focus of my speech will be on stark reality that adult social care faces today. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm absolutely sure, actually, that no one in here would argue that adult social care is not an incredibly important issue. Many of the most vulnerable people in our society rely on social care to provide them with the dignity and a life that is not just a bare existence, but one worth living. Indeed, many of our vulnerable people look forward to their only visitor of the day being from social care or the health services. And it pains me, Madam Deputy Speaker, to assert that social care within this country is failing. Up and down the United Kingdom, the actions of Conservative-led government since 2010, and I'll speak a little bit on that later, have left our social care provision leading to a state of disrepair, and if action is not taken, could lead to a collapse in social care provision.
Yes.
Government must recognise that the demographics of our nation have and continue to change. As we make advancements in medicine, people within our nation live longer. The National Audit Office have estimated that between 2010 and 2016-17, the number of people in need of care aged 65 and over increased by 14%. Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, this demographic shift can be seen in my constituency, where from 2010 to 16 and 17, it increased by 14%. By 2021, the over 65s will more than double by 2021 from 2017. And that's as well as the increases in learning difficulties and dementia. So it's about to double in 4 years just in my constituency. This pressure, Madam Deputy Speaker, is being admirably handled by the men and women who work within our care industry. However, this workforce is low paid, with sick pay and pensions not evenly being universally delivered. Is it any wonder that the industry has a turnover rate of almost 34%? And for those who stay within the workforce, there is a severe lack of training and development. And this is in large partly due to a frankly unacceptable lack of investment, which is laid bare when compared to the equivalent spending in the NHS. The lack of investment and pay for our care professionals has left a staffing chasm within social care. The Social Care Commission's State of Health Care and Adult Social Care in England report highlighted that there is an adult social care vacancy rate of 15%. That's 110,000 nurses, health professionals and social workers not in place to do the work that is severely needed. Unpaid carers are providing an estimated £132 billion worth of care each year. The systemic loading of responsibility by central government to local authorities, legislation such as the Care Act, has increased local authorities' responsibilities in areas such as deprivation of liberty, safeguards, independent living fund and transformed care services, to name a few, without the adequate funding necessary to deliver them. This is further exacerbated by the continually delayed Green Paper of the future of adult social care funding, following on from the proposals and recommendations of the Dilnot report. Until this is brought forward, the future funding arrangements remain unclear. Despite this, my local care providers continue to deliver outstanding adult social care, with St Helens Cares receiving the Municipal Journal Award for St Helens Cares and Kershaw Day Centre achieving the Dementia Care Matters Award. Now imagine what they could do if they were actually receiving the funding that they required. St Helens Cares is a truly integrated social care and health, with one pack of records they work, all integrated in one building, keeping people at home, only in a hospital when they absolutely need to go in hospital. It is a joy to see it, and we can prove that it restricts the number of people going into hospital by 7.5% in just a few months. We've got evidence of that now. My final point, Madam Deputy Speaker, is one that has been a common theme throughout all the points made within my speech, and indeed has been raised by many others within this chamber, and that is of funding. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do apologise. Since 2010, local authorities have seen real-term decreases in their core grant from central government, which in turn has led to expenditure on adult social care falling by almost £1 billion between 2010-11 and 16-17 and gone on. This has forced local authorities to choose between delivering their social care responsibilities or their commitments as outlined in the long-term funding of Adult Social Care Report. Now, I'm sure that the retort from the government benches will be that the government has made commitments to increase adult social care funding, such as the short-term funding measures of the additional £9.4 million between 16 and 20. However, as stated by the Local Government Association to the report mentioned earlier, these mechanisms have a number of limitations. They also fail to deal with the short-term issues facing adult social care, let alone the long-term issues. This provided the Better Care Fund, provided between 2011-12 to 2019-20, is just over £13 million. Not to be sniffed at, but not enough to cover the cost of demand in demographic shifts, costing way above that. To put it simply, Madam Deputy Speaker, the additional funding being provided by the government is liable to a sticking plaster on a gaping wound. It won't stop the bleeding and it won't help it to heal. A 1.4% decrease in nursing homes and 32% of directors of adult social care saw home care providers close or stop trading just 6 months before the state of the Adult Social Care Report was published by the Care Quality Commission. The number of people receiving publicly funded care has fallen since 2010 and onward to 2016-17 by 400,000. And it's estimated that 1.2 million older people may now have unmet care needs. This has had a knock-on effect on the NHS. Some places not as hard as others, because quite frankly, working together does work. But with lack of care leading to health care out of hospitals and increased admissions, and this lack of adequate care can lead to health complications. The issues facing adult social care within this country are grave. However, there are solutions. Firstly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I call on the Government to finally face the facts and tackle the underlying issue of adult social care in the UK and make significant funding increases for social care. As stated in the evidence given by the Long-Term Funding of Social Care Report 2018, before further reform, the system can be contemplated. The funding gap must be closed. We need to stop the occurring austerity measures forced upon the country since 2010. And may I bring it to the attention, if some are not aware of it, there was a global financial crisis, 2028. It went right across the globe. It wasn't Labour here. In fact, Labour did start to get it going here before the Conservatives took office with the Liberals. So it was not Labour. And in fact, that administration paid off more debt than any previous government on record. And would you be surprised? We inherited it from the Conservatives. Madam Deputy Speaker, St Helens, we care, we wonder, we do get funding from government, the short-term funding. We can't refuse it. We want it, we need it. We've got 8.3 million at the moment, Better Care Fund. What's going to happen next year, April 20? Do we know yet? April 20, it only goes up to April 20. What's going to happen if 8.3 million is taken from St Helens? That's 17.5% of our total social care budget. Now, other councils are going to have similar impacts. What is going to happen to social care? Secondly, Madam Deputy Speaker, let's follow the example of St Helens Care and the others. I heard it's Better Together, and I know in Salford they've got a superb experience going on over there. So it's not just going on in St Helens. But they do need support. It's a large part due to integration of social care, and it does help. It's certainly a much better experience for the recipient of the service, the member of the public. They don't want to go into hospital. They'd much rather stay at home with the support. They have teams based in hospitals providing the single point of service, reducing pressure and providing an almost seamless transition from health and social care. It truly is working together. We need more support to help us, and sometimes a little bit more finance to help us to do it on the way. While the government has renamed the Department of Health to Health and Social Care, I fear this change in approach has merely been in name only. I call on the government to truly link health and social care together, not only by administration, but also in regard to workers' rights, training and financing, to deliver the social care that people of this nation need and deserve. And I call on the Minister to really seriously get back into that department, stick to your senior people above you, and get them to truly integrate and finance. Give the finances that are necessary. There really is no need for this austerity, and certainly not in social care.
Rachel Macleay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a great pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady from St Helens South and Wiston, and I thought she gave a very good and comprehensive speech. However, I can't say the same about the shadow opposition front bench spokesman, the honourable gentleman from Denton and Reddish, who gave an impassioned speech which was no doubt great for the Facebook clicks but bore very little reality to the current substance of the debate that we are facing today, when we have a true cross-party challenge that we need to address. And he conveniently chose to ignore some of the critical points about the council funding as it is distributed across our country. Many members on the opposition benches got up and spoke about Birmingham, a city that I know well. It is a great city. I've lived and worked there for many years, and they were decrying the government's seeming neglect of spending in Birmingham. Madam Deputy Speaker, the blame for the problems in Birmingham lie firmly at the Labour administration's door. Shall we just look at the facts? In my constituency in Worcestershire, the core spending power per dwelling is £1,356. In Birmingham, it's £2,022, nearly 50% more. Yes, this does reflect the need, but we have need in my area in Redditch as well. And what is that administration doing with that money, Madam Deputy Speaker? They are squandering it on consultants. They are squandering it on inefficient services where they can't even collect the rubbish on the streets. There is rubbish piling up. They are breaking their own promises to the electorate. They cannot collect the bins. The strikes have cost them £12 million. That amount could have actually funded the council tax rise that they've just inflicted on their residents. However, that's enough about Birmingham and enough about that, because actually I do want to focus on this very important issue where I think there is more consensus than there is political point scoring. There is no doubt that adult social care is an absolutely critical issue. In my own personal experience as a Member of Parliament, of course, I hear from people who have tragic stories and face very difficult choices. I'm also a daughter of a dementia sufferer who lives on her own in Cumbria, and I've seen firsthand how the challenges of the system are, how difficult they are to navigate, supporting a frail, vulnerable lady in a very isolated rural area. And of course, we all have constituents that suffer from dementia and other conditions. So we do need to grapple with this, and it is, I think it's right to say that the lack of a social care green paper is a missed opportunity. I am delighted to be the co-chair of the APPG for carers, and they are doing some excellent work. And of course, the carers in this are the unsung heroes. They're providing £132 billion of care across the UK. Over the next 10 years, 20 million people will start caring, and we know that unpaid carers are making a huge contribution in so many ways. So I do gently call on the Minister to perhaps address... yes, I'll give way.
The Honourable Lady is quite rightly raising the plight of carers, and that's the subject that's very close to my heart, as it seems to be to hers. Does she really also regret the lack of a national carer strategy from her own government? The last national carer strategy was produced in 2009, and I know there is a campaign among carers to get this government to produce a national carer strategy. We don't have a green paper, and we don't have a national carer strategy.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for the point, and of course we work together on this APPG and we share those concerns. And I was just coming on to ask the Minister and to press him for more update on when we can see this Green Paper, because while this debate is about local authority funding, of course the role of carers and the joining up of the role of carers in the National Health Service and in the local authority, those services have to work together, and that's a critical part of this whole debate. It makes no sense to... I'm sorry I won't, because I don't have very much time and I do have a lot to get through. This debate about artificially separating these two pots of funding, I think we do have to link them all up together much more holistically. Of course, we have a long-term plan from the NHS, and there are some welcome focuses inside that NHS long-term plan on carers, and perhaps the Honourable Lady will agree that that's a helpful focus there. And I would highlight in there the use of innovative technology, for example, smart home technology that can actually monitor, for example, when a dementia sufferer does simple things like turn on the kettle or switch on a light. And that can be then linked to an app to enable people, like a relative, like myself, for example, to see what their loved one is doing at any given time of the day. And it's great to see that some of the power companies, the utility companies, are developing apps that can work in this space. And I welcome that. And we have to get behind those efforts to join up the care for people. I want to highlight perhaps another aspect in the carer spectrum, which is young carers. They're often completely hidden from view, and yet young carers also do a fantastic job supporting their loved ones, and it often has a knock-on impact on their own schooling and even on their mental health. We know that 40% of young carers do suffer from mental health problems. Perhaps the final point about the carers I wish to mention is the importance of companies and employers having a proper strategy to juggle work and care, because most carers are working or trying to work. Often they have to leave work. So how can we better support carers to actually provide the care? And it's great to see the Minister for Care in her place, and I know she's engaged in detail with these issues. So turning to my constituency and my county council, Worcestershire County Council, of course they face pressures like councils up and down the country, but I do applaud them for the work that they have done in facing and managing these pressures. So I would also just like to put on record the requests that they've made to me via the meetings that I hold with them, that they are calling for the consultation to be brought forward quickly on the fairer funding review, so that they have more certainty to plan ahead. What they really need to know is need to have certainty by October, so they can start to plan ahead for future savings that they need to make. They have had to find savings of £22.9 million altogether. But what's been a very positive development for our area is the working across all the different councils to bring forward the 75% business rate retention pilot, which has meant that there is up to, I think, 4.9, I'll have to check that figure, 4.9 million more to spend on social care, which has relieved the pressures considerably. And given that the County Council spends 41.8% of its net budget on adult social care, and we have a rising population of people demanding social care, this is really important and very welcome, but it has to be a sustainable settlement that the Council can build on and plan for going forward into the future. So the second half of the equation, and again it's a shame that this is sometimes neglected possibly by the opposition members who speak. It was actually the shadow frontbench spokesman who talked about growing the pie. And I think this is absolutely critical. As well as looking at where does the money come from, what we as Conservatives try to do is think about how do we generate more money? How do we generate more pie? in our local areas. And for me, at the heart of that is about creating local areas and local town centres that are thriving, where people want to move to, where businesses want to invest in, which in turn generates more revenue, more business rates, and a more positive, virtuous cycle for our local economy. And that is at the heart of our strategy for Redditch, with our Unlock Redditch strategy, where we have had 1 year in office. My Conservative colleagues have had 1 year in Redditch Town Hall. They took control this time last year from 8 years of Labour, where there was no positive vision for the future. They've taken control. They set out how they are going to build more social housing, how we are going to help and empower businesses, how we're going to help and empower our local community to build a thriving town that we can all be proud of and have a positive aspiration for our future. So I'm completely behind that strategy. It is about having a mission and a plan for the future, and that's absolutely what we've got in Redditch. And if I can take this opportunity, if anyone in Redditch is watching, it is absolutely vital that you go out and vote Conservative in the local elections, so that we can retain control of our town hall and continue that effective management, even in the face of spending pressures and pressures on budgets. The team have managed that very carefully and are able to deliver services. And we see the same thing with Worcestershire County Council, who, in the face of some difficult decisions, have maintained essential services such as libraries, and I've already touched on the social care issue. So I finished, Madam Deputy Speaker, by saying let's put aside this hysterical political polemicisation that we sometimes see from the opposite benches, and let's focus on working together. We've seen some excellent examples of that. So let us focus on that and grasp this opportunity to really provide a great social care system in our country.
Julie Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to put my comments in context. My constituency of Burnley has wards that regularly feature in the most deprived wards in the country in terms of multiple deprivation. 30% of the children in my constituency are growing up in poverty, and in some wards that's as high as 50%. The revenue support grant for my council has been cut by over 50%. Millions of pounds have been taken out of Burnley from services provided by the Burnley District Council and by Lancashire County Council. And I would like at this point to take the opportunity to thank Burnley Council, Burnley's Labour Council, that has so valiantly delivered services and going above and beyond in such difficult times to grow the pie, to deliver the right environment for businesses to grow, with, I have to say, absolutely no support whatsoever from central government, but yet they toil on, and my thanks goes out to each and every one of them. Both Lancashire County Council and Burnley Borough Council have been faced with the unenviable task of rationing out services as these budget cuts have impacted. It is absolutely clear that cuts have consequences. And the level of cuts now are touching every part of our society. We've gone beyond the superficial, from taking things like decent roads to drive on. They are something now, luxury, something of the past. No one has an expectation that they can drive their car down a road now in my constituency that is not ridden with potholes. The libraries are closing. The subsidies to the local buses to the rural communities to support many of our vulnerable constituents are no longer available, so these people are left isolated. But we're taking that on the chin. Those are something of the past now, frills of the past. But then I turn to the daily suffering of my constituents on things as important as social care for the elderly. Old people, many of them sitting alone in their homes, relying on carers, the only contact they have with another human being in the day, in 24 hours, cuts to care packages that mean 20-minute visits where there's barely time to prepare a hot meal and get somebody out of bed who's been waiting desperately for toilet needs. This is what we've come to. And we're seeing, not surprisingly, the seesawing of all people in and out of hospital. Inadequate social care budgets have consequences on the wider NHS. When old people languish in hospital beds, not bed blocking, they don't want to be in the hospital, their families don't want them to be there. They want to be in their own homes and afforded a dignity in their own home. And that's just not happening as a result of these cuts, despite the Council's best efforts. And youth services are virtually non-existent now. No wonder we've seen a rise in youth crime and extra pressures on the youth offending services. The services to support the young people in our communities just aren't there. The Women's Refuge in my constituency that regularly has to turn desperate women away because it's absolutely full and bursting at the edges is at threat of closure, and I still cannot guarantee from 1 year to the next sustainable funding. This is an absolute disgrace. A service dedicated people protecting vulnerable women and their children is at threat of closure. Support services for schools also absolutely decimated. And one of the saddest areas is the total lack of provision for children with special educational needs, who wait months on end, they and their families, in the first instance for a diagnosis that could even begin to attract some social support. And then when that diagnosis is achieved, the support's just not there. And we've seen a very worrying trend of parents left with no choice but to home educate their children. Yeah. Parents who never sought to take on that responsibility are left with no option but to keep their children at home. This isn't helping the family, it's not helping the children, and it's so, this and the other, they are so short-sighted. These children are the future of this country. Invest in them and support them now, and they will go on to be economically productive. In the same way that taking services from all vulnerable people is actually storing up trouble, not just for the local council, but for the wider economy. And the Minister said these are all hard. But who is it hard for? It's hardest for the most vulnerable in our society, for the children with special educational needs, for the old people in need of social care packages, for lonely people isolated because the buses aren't there anymore to take them. And so after 9 years of budget cuts, the services have been absolutely savage, and the Prime Minister tells us that austerity is over. Well, I see no sign of it in my constituency. And in fact, the recent consultation of the local education authority, from Lancashire County Council, that has to make further savings of £135 million on top of the savings I've just talked about. And they are currently consulting on reductions in street lighting. Just at a time when police budgets are being cut, we're creating a burglar's paradise. Remodelling of Health Improvement Service, which is actually a withdrawal of support services in the community for those needing alcoholics trying to seek rehabilitation, for smokers trying to quit, people in need of obesity services, all storing up problems for the NHS. A proposal to increase the costs for self-funders accessing daycare services by an eye-watering 15%. Cuts to home improvement services for the disabled and the elderly who need adaptations to be able to live independently in their own home. All counterproductive, all flying in the face of what the government says it cares about. Cuts to welfare rights services. Moving respite breaks for parents of children with life-threatening conditions. Ending the audit of child safeguarding services. Budgets for social care, fostering, adoption and youth offending team all cut. Reduced budgets to support looked after children, and so it goes on. This is the reality. Members on the opposite side might choose to deny that, but this is the reality of a Conservative government refusing to adequately fund local authorities to deliver services that our constituents so desperately need. this can't go on. The people have had enough. And I hope that they're listening to this in my constituency, and I hope that they have appreciated the efforts of the Labour Council in prioritising their needs in very, very difficult times, and they'll remember that next Thursday. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Suella Braven.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased to speak in this debate because adult social care is an important issue in Fareham, where the average age of local residents is far higher than most of the rest of the UK, and we have what is known as an ageing population in Fareham. First of all, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to acknowledge the commitment and progress by this government to social care. We've seen extra funding, considerable extra funding, £1.8 billion for 2019-2020 will be allocated through the Improved Better Care Fund, which represents a 23% increase on funding on the previous year. £240 million of funding will be allocated to support adult social care services to reduce pressures on the NHS. Madam Deputy Speaker, for Hampshire, that additional amount the additional amount for winter pressures equates to £4.7 million, and with the 3% social care precept that Hampshire levied in 2018-2019, thanks to more flexibility provided from central government, Hampshire does have sufficient funds to meet the increased demand and pressure in this regard. In Fareham, this translates to some excellent residential care homes, which I've had the pleasure to visit. Hawthorne Court, Gracewells, Hamble Heights, the Ferns at Titchfield and Abbeyfield are just a few examples of frankly brilliant care provided for our elderly residents in Fareham, where they are treated with dignity and compassion, many of whom are publicly funded. At Fareham Community Hospital, with whom I've been working very closely since my election in 2015, chairing Fareham Community Hospital Task Force, we are seeing an expansion in GP services thanks to the collaboration of local surgeries, so that thousands of patients are able to see a GP on the day they request it, a massive improvement on previous years. We're seeing the charitable sector thrive in Fareham. I recently met with Fareham Dementia Friendly for Fareham and Hampshire. And I know my neighbour, who's sitting on the front bench, the Minister for Social Care, has also met with this charity, and they are doing some fantastic work for raising awareness in our local community for amongst our shopping centre, for example. Myself, I've taken the Dementia Friends training, and also amongst young people and professionals, so that we can work more effectively and understand the challenges faced by those with dementia. And we're seeing other charitable organisations like One Community and the Good Neighbours scheme, which is really helping local elderly residents in accessing healthcare services. So these are real and tangible reflections of government funding on the increase, commitment from local communities, and real progress at national and local levels. All this, it has to be said, has been achieved in Hampshire at the same time as Hampshire, and indeed Fareham, having one of the lowest council tax rates in the country. So despite continued pressure and demand, through prudent financial planning, Hampshire County Council and Fareham Borough Council have been able to maintain some excellence in delivery of public services. I need to provide context. That £4.7 million compares to an estimated growth of at least £10 million at the same time as Hampshire County Council needing to remove £43 million from the Adult and Health and Care Department to cope with £45 million worth of extra costs, mainly due to buying in care from the private market. And that cost has gone up in part because of pressure from the national living wage. All of that combined means that Hampshire does face serious financial challenges on the horizon, and support will be needed through the spending review. Secondly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I need to talk about, despite that evident and undeniable progress, the human impact when things sadly go wrong.
I've now met with too many residents in Fareham who have found the continuing healthcare application system nebulous, harsh and expensive. And in some cases, this has been heartbreaking. My constituent, John White, came to see me about his experiences of caring for his elderly sister-in-law who was suffering with Alzheimer's disease. Funding applications were initially rejected by West Hampshire Clinical Commissioning Group. There was a lack of coordination between the CCG and the County Council. The appeals process was severely delayed, and only after 6 years of trying was funding retrospectively granted. Sadly, that was too late, and Mr. White's sister-in-law had by that time passed away. Mr. White's case is not an isolated one, Madam Deputy Speaker. The application process is not patient-friendly, and families and carers can be treated with suspicion rather than with support. The process and rules, and this is what I'm hearing from constituents, are designed in a way that means only a few applications are successful on the first attempt. And many people simply don't have the energy to keep fighting the system. They are beaten into submission. I fully appreciate the difficult financial circumstances with which the government found itself in 2010, which is ultimately the root cause of the problems that we see today. And I'm also grateful to the Minister for Social Care, who is in her place, with whom I've raised Mr. White's case, and also the local government minister, who's met with Hampshire MPs and Hampshire County Council to discuss our funding in Hampshire. I know how hard they are working to improve the system at the central government level. But we need urgent reform to the process and the structure to improve coordination between healthcare providers and commissioning groups and to improve patient experience. We need to act now so that the government's undeniable commitment to our elderly and vulnerable residents is not squandered, and so that patients are rightly put at the heart of how our social care services and NHS services are delivered. I have no doubt about this government's commitment, and I know that we can also do better. Thank you.
Mike Hill.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to follow on from the member for Fareham. And listening to speakers earlier on, I appreciate this is a very sensible debate. Two issues that are dear to my heart, mental health and elderly care, have been discussed in a positive light, and I welcome the Green Paper coming forward on that, particularly in the area of dementia care, which I consider to be a ticking time bomb and something that we really have to grasp, because it's about all our futures, and the funding simply is not there yet to cope with that in a meaningful and measured way. I'm saying that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm here to talk about Hartlepool, which, like many seaside towns, has been left behind. There is a desperate need to improve housing and transport, as well as business growth and job opportunities. And, unfortunately, we have some of the most deprived wards in the country: low life expectancy, fuel and food poverty, no less than 9 food banks, and until recently we topped the national tables on the number of unemployed adults. Following a year-long investigation into our coastal communities, a House of Lords Select Committee concluded only recently that places like Hartlepool have been neglected for far too long, with money from successive governments being directed towards big towns and cities at their expense. And quite rightly, the Lord's report points to the negative effect this has had on the economy of our once thriving seaside towns and on the health, well-being and prospects of their people. The Lords also concluded that with the right investment, towns like Hartlepool can be rejuvenated and once again become prosperous and desirable places to live and work. Madam Deputy Speaker, I cannot agree more with the Select Committee's findings and recommendations, and will be pressing the Government to act upon them. But I have to put on record that far from being the run-down, crime-ridden backwater as portrayed on the Channel 4 programme Skint Britain. It is a vibrant and welcoming place, and a place where people choose to move to, despite the negative statistics and the negative portrayal of the town by some. But like other coastal communities, despite their best efforts, the local Labour Council is struggling to maintain services. In 2019-2020, it faces 40% cuts across all departments and has, for the first time, been forced to use its reserves in order to balance the books and avoid job losses. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me be frank. The continued underfunding of councils like my own, the insistence that the majority of those settlements are ring-fenced to children's and social care, and the removal of the deprivation factor in calculating government grant funding to areas with high levels of deprivation, like Hartlepool, is driving them off a fiscal cliff. Services are at breaking point because of the constant cuts and austerity agenda. Typical of places like ours, our elderly population is growing with all the demands that brings from a public health and social care perspective. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is also the case that our children's services are creaking at the seams, despite an award-winning children's services team and department. Council departments simply cannot cope with growing demands on social care and stretched budgets. In Hartlepool, the rate of looked after children is thankfully on the decline, but we have child poverty to cope with. We run holiday hunger schemes to keep our children from going hungry. We have schools desperately crying out for better funding to provide a good education in a safe and warm environment. We have no Sure Start centres, and youth provision has virtually gone. Since 2010, local authority funding has been cut by £16 billion. That clearly has had a knock-on effect on services which my constituents expect and rely on. And it's not just services to the elderly and young people. It's highways, parks, refuse collection, trading standards, libraries, the police, fire services, all affected by chronic underfunding of local government. And the government practice of pushing the problem onto the council taxpayer and by default letting local councils take the blame is irresponsible. Madam Deputy Speaker, thanks to the efforts of our local Labour Council, many services have been kept going and a number of compulsory redundancies kept to a minimum. But at a time when the Lords clearly point to the need for greater investment, they are suffering death by 1,000 cuts. Madam Deputy Speaker, it makes me angry that innovative thinking around social care in Hartlepool, like the creation of a care academy, like aspirations for a centre of excellence, like tackling respite care to free up beds in the acute hospital wards, and like tackling dementia care to fill a gap in the market run and owned by the public sector, when the private sector, such as residential housing owners now, are ready to jump into that gap because we're not prepared or ready to fund what is obvious and what is right under our nose. It makes me angry that innovative thinking like that, like providing care for our citizens in our own communities, is not backed up by fair funding. A tax on council funding needs to stop and fairer measures need to be introduced. Thank you.
Vicky Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by praising Chelmsford City Council, my own local council, who have led the way in transforming Chelmsford into being England's newest city. It was last year ranked as the #1 place to live in all of the east of England. We have a bustling high street full of new shops and restaurants, a very vibrant nightlife. We were just ranked #1 in the country for our pub watch scheme, keeping people safe at night. We have 13 green flag parks. A couple of weeks ago, one of our parks was chosen as the home for the National Police Dog Memorial. Do come and visit it. The local council is working with the local police on investing in a community policing hub, which will have state-of-the-art CCTV. They've co-invested into extra community policing, which will help support the over 300 extra police officers which have been added to Essex services. We're building a new swimming pool, upgrading the museum and refurbishing the fantastic indoor market. They've also invested over £1 million recently into local charities, especially tackling homelessness, and are building over 1,000 new homes a year, especially for local people. We are fighting for the infrastructure that goes alongside that. So as this debate has got a Ministers for Local Government listening, can I just give them that extra nudge for our HIF fund bid? That much-needed second railway station will unlock another 10,000 homes that we need. Then there's Essex County Council, which I mentioned earlier, does excellent work in many areas, especially children's services. It's the second largest area for children's services in the whole country. Back in 2010, under the Labour government, it was failing. It is now, from January, ranked outstanding. The investment going into children's services has actually gone down from 148 million to 118 million, proving that when it comes to running outstanding facilities, money is not always the solution. The solution here was using early intervention and targeted work and really unlocking local partnerships. Do read the Ofsted report. The Essex County Council is challenged. We have great population growth, we see inflation growth and increasing demand, particularly demand on social care. Social services, adult social services, is about 45% of Essex County Council spending, and over the next decade we expect to see the number of over 80s rise by 2/3 and the number of over 90s rise by 90%. We do need to have a new model for how we fund social services. It is simply not fair that those who win that lifetime lottery and live healthy and well and fit into their old age will then get to their old age, and when they pass on they will be able to leave their assets to those that they love, whereas those who do end up becoming frail, and especially those who suffer from dementia and need care, will find that they end up losing their assets and they don't have that gift to pass on to future generations. There have got to be fairer models, and I would welcome the government and encourage the government to be brave at looking at different options, including options that work in other countries, to look at insurance schemes, to look at unlocking different lifetime savings schemes and fairer ways to solve that. But I really wanted to discuss the issue of dementia. Because the great fact that we are living longer means that more people are suffering from dementia. 850,000 people in the UK have dementia today, and the cost of caring for those people is today £26 billion every year. And we know that's going to rise. Across the world today there are 47 million people in the world with dementia, and it's estimated that by 2050 that will have risen to 135 million people today. I'm very glad that the chair of the Excellence Select Committee for Science and Technology is in his seat today, because this morning he and I and another colleague from this side of the bench spent the morning representing the committee with Alzheimer's Society and Alzheimer's Research UK at the Dementia Research Institute, which is the world's biggest single investment in dementia research. And it was a great pleasure to meet those involved. And they told us about the work that's going on, first of all, to improve the day-to-day living of those with dementia. And the UK is leading areas such as technological aids to make living with dementia easier. The UK is doing great work on changing the society's view of people with dementia and understanding. And we learnt that 500 people a week are becoming dementia friends and really understanding that, and that's great. But we also learned that there is much, much more that can be done to understand the dementia and to work towards a cure. If you look at the number of publications, research publications that have been published on cancer in recent years, 3.4 million publications on cancer in the UK alone. And you compare that to dementia, was just 170,000. In other words, for every one piece of research on dementia, there's been 20 on cancer. But dementia is far more the cause of death and the cause of that suffering in later years. And what we learnt is that through that research, and the research is increasing, there is a much greater understanding now about what causes dementia. We understand that the causes start decades before you see the symptoms. And actually, to understand what causes dementia in somebody in their 70s, you need to start understanding the changes that are happening in your 40s and your 50s and throughout. And we also heard that the UK is really leading the world in this research. We were told that a third of all dementia may be preventable. A third of all dementia may be preventable, provided you can get early detection and early intervention to understand the triggers and understand how you prevent it. So, as well as looking at how we care for those who are old and frail and need support, let's keep this research going into how we prevent that. Yes, I give way.
I'm grateful to her, and I share her view about the excellent committee that we both sit on. And it was a fascinating visit, but does she agree with me, from what we heard this morning, that the case for increasing investment in research into dementia is both to deliver transform lives for people who at the moment suffer through dementia, but also the case for Invest to Save, that if we are to prevent the health and care system bankrupting itself because of this increasing prevalence, we have to act now to reduce that prevalence through finding out how we can prevent dementia in the future.
Absolutely. And what we heard today was, it was described as watching a tsunami way out to sea. We know that we're living longer, people are living longer, and that means that the number of people who will suffer from dementia across the world will increase unless we get ahead of that challenge. We can't just keep watching it. We need to get ahead of that challenge, to understand the causes, and therefore there will be cures, but only if the world continues to invest in the research. And so I would say to the government today, as well as investing in the social care, as well as finding a new model to help provide that social care, let's keep up this world-leading research in Alzheimer's and other dementia-causing diseases, and make sure that the UK continues to lead that challenge and invest more and gets the rest of the world to do so too. Thank you.
Mary Glindon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's an honour to follow the member from Chelmsford, particularly listening to her account of what can be done to help tackle dementia. Madam Deputy Speaker, I had the honour of being a councillor, like a number of people in this House, for 15 years in North Tyneside, where I served the people of Battle Hill, the ward in which I live. And I'm, to this day, proud of everything that Labour councillors have achieved since North Tyneside came into being in 1974, in the times, and the majority of the time at that time that Labour has held power. And I remain an ardent supporter of the council under our elected mayor, Norma Redfern, and I pay great attention to the Council's finances, particularly as my husband Ray has served as the Cabinet Member for Finance over the last 6 years. However, like councils up and down the country, North Tyneside has struggled in the past 9 years, losing £120 million due to government cuts, and this year has taken a £3.5 million cut, with over £27 million cuts due to come over the next 4 years. And because of these cuts, North Tyneside's Cabinet has been put in a very difficult position with regard to preparing a balanced budget, and while bringing together the impact of reduced funding over successive years, as well as the additional unfunded burdens and demand-led pressures the Council has had to face. And a major problem has been the government's assumption that councils will make the suggested government increase in council tax, because this increase is then taken into account in the assessment made of the council's baseline funding needs. And while the government sees bringing forward these council tax raising powers in a settlement as a way of recognising the calls for the urgent need to help councils tackle some of the immediate social care pressures they face, in practice this simply shifts the burden of tackling a national crisis onto councils and ultimately their residents. North Tyneside, sadly, with this burden placed upon it, has with great reluctance had to increase council tax in this year's budget by the 2.99%, and that means £30 extra a year for Band A and over £45 for Band D, quite a sum on people already struggling to make ends meet. But despite the rise in council tax, North Tyneside Labour Council continues to face the challenge of maximising the use of available resources to ensure the borough continues to grow through investment, and also that essential services like social care do continue to be delivered. But achieving this balance grows more and more difficult every year, and the Council can see no easing of the relentless pressure to secure efficiencies in the current financial environment. But despite those challenges, North Tyneside also continues to focus on achieving the overall policy objective shaped by the Our North Tyneside plan, put together because our Mayor listens to the people. The Council is determined to continue to find a way to improve the lives of our residents by making the Council work smarter, continuing to put people at the centre of what it does, and ensuring that the organisation maximises the way it uses public money to achieve residents' priorities, including delivering economic prosperity and good social care, a priority that came up time and time again amongst our residents. So, like many other councils, North Tyneside can boast of great staff who are dedicated and work under extreme pressure, and I'm grateful for all they do to help North Tyneside survive in the face of such stringent government cuts. And I would ask the Minister, when will the Government realise that councils across the country have reached breaking point? When will the Government look to restore funding to a level that enables our hard-working councillors and council staff to deliver the best possible services to not just the people of North Tyneside, but to the whole country that people can expect and do deserve? And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would wish all the candidates standing in next week's election the best of luck, but the very best of luck to our Labour candidate, especially in North Tyneside.
Vicky Foxcroft.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to focus my contribution to talk about the impact of local government cuts on tackling youth violence. Now, we know that early intervention and prevention is key, and we know that also a public health approach is key, and I will come back to these points later on in my contribution.
Point of order, Mr Perkins.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I apologise for interrupting my honourable friend, but I note there's not a single member of Parliament on the other side of the chamber. I just wondered if the fire alarm had gone off. None of us over here had heard it.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order. Of course, he knows that the occupation of the benches is not a matter for the chair, and indeed, the honourable gentleman who is temporarily not in his place is making it clear that he is in the chamber, and so is the minister and the whip and the financial secretary to the Treasury. But I take the honourable gentleman's point. I should say to the honourable gentleman and to the chamber that I've been a little more lenient than normal this afternoon about people on both sides of the chamber coming in and out of the chamber and being absent for rather longer than I would normally find acceptable, because this is a particularly busy week. There are a lot of delegated legislation committees going on. There are a lot of select committees sitting because the House didn't sit on Monday, it being Easter Monday. So I have been a little more lenient than normal, and that is one of the reasons why there are fewer people in the chamber than there might otherwise have been. But no one would like to give the impression to anybody watching that this has been anything other than a well-attended debate with people making serious speeches, and every single speech that I have heard has been made by members of this place who take their duties in their constituencies very seriously. Thank you. Vicky Foxcroft.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Again, I think the honourable member made a good point of order. You know, this is an incredibly important debate in talking about cuts to local authority. And actually, I would say that my contribution talking about the impact that this has had on youth violence is also extremely important. Now, after the Prime Minister's recent summit on serious violence, which we're still waiting to have a statement on that in this chamber, the government launched a consultation on a new legal duty on multi-agency working and tackling violence. Now, much of the words in this document are to be welcomed. However, local authorities are responsible for many of the services that the government sees as key to this multi-agency approach. But with cuts of nearly £16 billion to local government since 2010, and £165 million in Lewisham, these have left our public services at breaking point. And you can see why so many are sceptical about the government's multi-agency strategy. Now, like I said, there is a lot of promising language in the consultation, mentions of following the evidence, on focusing on the long term and working with and for communities. And there are examples of best practice and advice from the World Health Organization on violence reduction. And violence is not inevitable. And with the right approach, I truly believe that it is preventable. Now, obviously, we need departments working together, sharing data and generating long-term solutions. And we hear all the time that this is not just a police issue that they can tackle alone. So we do need a strategy that brings together schools, social services, housing, police, youth services and the voluntary sector. One that follows the evidence and brings communities with us. Indeed, we need that public health approach. But teachers and frontline NHS workers have expressed concerns about the proposed legal duty. And with fair reason. Over the last 9 years, austerity has taken its toll. The NHS is suffering the biggest funding squeeze in its history. School budgets have been cut by £1.7 billion since 2015, adding yet another responsibility onto the shoulders of our brilliant but overstretched teachers and NHS staff without further resources is unacceptable. Now, if we look at my own borough of Lewisham, we can see the immense pressure the council is already under. Since 2010, Lewisham has suffered cuts of over 60% to its budget. Local schools have lost out on over £25 million worth of funding since 2015, and 14 schools are facing a shortfall in their budget as a result. Food bank use has been rising year on year, and last year 7,000 families in Lewisham visited a food bank. Yes, 7,000 families visited a food bank. Lewisham is one of the most deprived local authorities in England and is in the top 20 for local authorities with the highest levels of child poverty. At the same time, the local population has risen by 10% since the last census, adding yet another pressure to councils' dwindling budget. This is the context we are talking about. Poverty rising, complex social needs rising, the local population rising, alongside unsustainable cuts to local services. Now, the government's public health approach says we should be bringing together law enforcement, education, health, housing and youth services. And councils want to do this, but they need the funding to achieve it. In Lewisham, youth services in the borough have been cut by more than a third since 2012. As a result, centres are struggling to remain open, and the year-round provision that we had in the past is just no longer possible. On police, who are working hard with less resources, often putting themselves in danger to make sure that they keep us safe. And in South East London, Lewisham, Greenwich and Bexley police forces have recently had to merge, resulting in a loss of 100 police officers. At the same time, we have lost several local police stations and more at risk of closing soon, and something I know the police would prefer was not happening. Now, councils like Lewisham have had to be creative so they can still deliver for local residents. Put simply, we previously had a service with 45 local community wardens, and now we have 30 seeking to do the same job, and this is on top of reductions to PCSOs. Now, in the past, we had more than 6 community support officers per ward who knew the local area well and had the capacity to build relationships with the community. And this is no longer possible. Most wards are left with just 1 community officer, and it's a picture that we are seeing across London. And it's a familiar story in our schools. On average, Lewisham schools will suffer an estimated loss of nearly £26 billion between 2015 and 2020, and that's equivalent to £319 per pupil. And most teachers are now teaching classes of well over 30 pupils. And schools' exclusions are rising too. And speaking of this, I've asked several times in this chamber, but when will we be getting the Tips's review into exclusions? Also, notably absent from the government's consultation is early years, and this is an worrying oversight, but not surprising. And Sure Start centres have been cut across the country, and Lewisham is no exception. In 2020, the borough had 19 children's centres, only 5 are left today. Early years support is crucial to a public health approach. How else can we implement early intervention? And isn't it time that the government provided maintained nursery schools with the sustainable funding they need to keep their doors open? Right, I want to end on a more positive note. We're lucky in Lewisham to have a Labour council led by a brilliant mayor. And in spite of all the cuts, Lewisham Labour is committed to implementing a public health approach to tackle violence, and they are planning on leading a truly community-led approach and have already started by consulting with Lewisham's vibrant community groups and voluntary organisations. Our local government has a huge part to play in tackling violence, and it's reassuring that the government has recognised this. The government is currently using all of the right language, but now is a time to follow through with the necessary funding that our service has been without for far too long. And if I just finish with one final remark. You know, we talk about following the evidence, you know, but where is the evidence that when a programme is run in a school where kids are taught don't go and carry a knife because you're not going to be safe, that actually works? If we want to talk about true evidence. We want to build our young people to be resilient, to realise how fantastic they're going to be in the future and to have the skills to be able to do that. And that is investing in Sure Start, early childhood centres. That is investing in our schools, and that is investing in youth work. Our young people deserve this. They deserve to have the futures we all want for them. And I would urge the government to make sure that they properly fund local authorities to make sure that they can deliver on this.
Faisal Rashid.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As we have heard from the accounts of many of my honourable friends today, for many communities in this country, local government funding is a matter of life and death, a matter of keeping vital services open, of making sure the most vulnerable people in our society are given the protection and support they do need and to survive. That this scale of crisis afflicting our local authorities, and it is a crisis which we know hits the poorest the hardest. Madam Deputy Speaker, 9 out of the 10 most deprived councils in England are said to see cuts higher than the national average. All of these councils are Labour controlled. Yet 7 out of the 10 areas seeing the smallest cuts to spending power per household are Conservative controlled. And isn't it telling, Madam Deputy Speaker, that after 9 years of savage cuts to local government, fraying the very fabric of our society, the Tory party is campaigning on its record on road maintenance in the upcoming local elections? They boast proudly of, and I quote, a few less bumps in the road. Consider that for a moment. Local authorities are currently housing 79,000 homeless families in temporary accommodation, including more than 120,000 children. Last year saw the biggest annual increase in children in care since 2010. And councils are now starting 500 child protection investigations every day. Yet the Tories want to talk about fixing potholes instead. We have now seen almost a decade of deprivation, engineered by Tories in Westminster. The Conservative Party proudly talks of its record on fixing bumps in the road while our communities are starved of spending and our services cut to the bone. Madam Deputy Speaker, what an insult to the dementia patient who cannot access adequate social care. What an insult to the family that cannot find itself a home. What an insult to the school children sent home early for a lack of funding. Does this sum up the warped priorities of this failing government? I want to commend the Labour councils across the country who are doing their best to stand up for our communities in the teeth of savage Tory cuts. Voters face a blunt choice in the upcoming local elections between those who want to destroy our communities and those who want to rebuild them for the many. Thank you.
Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, I would like to pay tribute to the fabulous work of the council staff in my area and the local councillors, both of the Conservative Party, Independents and others, who work so hard for our local community in delivering excellent services. Earlier, my honourable friend, member for Ludlow, made the point that the previous Labour government moved funding from shire constituencies to metropolitan areas, and as now a resident of both South Kesteven District Council and of Westminster area, I thought it would be useful to illustrate the difference between those two figures. So in South Kesteven District Council, the average weekly gross wage is £530.20. The council tax for a Band D property is £1,589.38. In Westminster, where I am during the week, the average weekly wage is £786.10, and the Band D council tax is £710.50. This means that the average Westminster person is earning more than £300 a week more, but pays £879 less for their local services in council tax. But despite these challenges to funding, despite the fact that if Lincolnshire County Council was funded the same as the average council per capita in the country, Lincolnshire would be receiving £116 million more on a budget of £500 million currently, roughly. They've been able to do some very innovative things with their funding. So South Kesteven last year, thinking about the environment, something we've discussed a lot this week, has done the Big Clean, an initiative which will visit each area of the district, each village in turn, and will improve things like fly tipping, cleaning signs, removing undergrowth and other things as suggested by the local residents, really to help improve the environment in which people live and ensure that people can take pride in their surroundings. And then Gravity Fields Festival. This has been running since 2012. It's an innovation of our local council. It's beyond delivering just the basic services. This is really the best in the country. It's a festival of art and science inspired by Sir Isaac Newton, who was from Grantham and went to the local school there. And it not just provides the children and people of Grantham with information and art and science, and some really very interesting experiences, but it also raises £1 million in revenue for the local area through visitors coming and spending their money both on staying, food and drink and the like. So a Conservative council doing its best to deliver really innovative stuff despite having a stretched budget. NKDC is similar. North Kesteven covers the other part of my constituency. They've looked really carefully at the challenge of remaining very good to the environment, but also providing the social housing that is required. And so they've won awards for curved homes and built passive houses in a way that is designed to ensure that when delivering the next generation of social housing, they're doing so in a way that is environmentally sustainable for the future, something which I say they have won awards for. Not just providing basic services, but looking at what they can do above and beyond to provide excellent services. And Lincolnshire County Council, as I said, they receive lower than the average capita funding, but they have still providing our children and young people with what Ofsted describe as strong and effective services for those with special educational needs and disabilities. Mr Deputy Speaker, the ageing population presents one of our nation's most profound challenges. It raises critical questions as to how as a society we enable all adults to live well in later life, and how we deliver sustainable public services that are going to support them to do that. There'll be 2 million more people aged over 75 in the next 10 years, and many of those will be managing long-term conditions. It's vital to make sure that local councils are supported to provide elderly citizens so that they can age with dignity. That's why I'm glad that this Conservative government has invested in social care. A 23% increase in the Improve Better Care Fund to £1.8 billion, an additional £410 million through the Social Care Support Grant, and £10 billion for adult social care being provided to councils by 2020. Mr Deputy Speaker, I really welcome the additional resources that have been provided for social care by this government. But as a member representing a rural constituency, Sleaford and North Hykeham, it's important for me to emphasise that an extra £1 for social care in London will go further than an extra £1 in Lincolnshire. Rural areas face higher costs for the delivery of public services than in urban areas. And the Honourable Right Honourable Member opposite is saying from a sedentary tradition that's not true, but of course, if one is visiting an elderly relative in their home and then travelling on to the next home to visit the next elderly relative, of course there is a gap. I will give way.
I'm not saying it's not true. The Department for Housing, Communities and Local Government's own report says that's not true.
I hear what you say, but it seems to me, yes, in rural shires we often have Conservative-led local authorities that provide their services more efficiently. But in practice, if you're going to ask somebody as a carer to go out to visit, for example, 3 elderly people in a morning, then they will, if those houses are very, very close together, such as they might be in Westminster, then you'll be able to visit those houses and spend longer with them and have less travel costs than you would do if you have to visit 3 houses in my constituency, which covers 433 square miles and is all covered by the same local county council. So, as I said, when it comes to social care, it is in large parts due to demographics and distances involved. My constituency spans 433 square miles, as I said, and has low population density, and then you have longer travel distances for staff to deliver care. Furthermore, Sleaford North Hykeham, as a rural area, has a higher number of older residents. Old residents, Mr Deputy Speaker, that have worked hard their entire lives and now need support from our public services to ensure that they can maintain a higher quality of life. But it's not all about funding, and actually I think it's sad that so much of the debate has focused almost entirely on who's going to provide the most money, only a little bit on how to pay for it, and not so much on innovation and quality of care. The important thing is not shouting about who can spend the most money, but who can deliver the best outcomes and provide the best care for people, because that's surely what everybody on both sides of the House wants to see. Last year in Lincolnshire, there was the launch of the National Centre for Rural Health and Care. This is a grouping of the NHS, University of Lincoln, Health Education England, Public Health England and the East Midlands Academic Service Network. It's a pioneering group that will look at how to improve how we deliver care in local areas. There is also the Social Care and Digital Innovation Programme. This is run by NHS Digital. And this gives money for local projects. So if somebody has a local project where they think they could improve the care for their residents if they had a little bit of start-up funding to test it, then these projects receive money to support design and trial of digital solutions to improve care and provide value for money. So previous projects, for example, have been an exoskeleton device in the Isle of Wight to give people greater independence. Hampshire, the provision of Amazon Alexa to help people maintain independent living. There were other projects too. In Cornwall, Peninsula Community Health Service are looking at how to prevent pressure sores. So we know that in this country, 500,000 people will develop a pressure sore every year. These are excruciatingly painful. They can become infected, and in their worst case, a pressure sore can lead to such a serious infection that the patient dies. These continuous pressure monitoring technology devices will be able to help people identify hotspots even before the skin damage occurs and prevent that from happening. This is an investment in something which overall will not just improve patient care, but also save money. The Leeds Care Record looks at how people share information. So because of data protection, hospitals will have information about people, the GPs will, and it's quite difficult to share it in some cases. This looks at how information can be shared. And in fact, how referrals are made. I know when I first qualified as a doctor, all the letters were dictated and signed. Now they're typed and sent out electronically. And as an example from Cumbria, they save £400,000 a year by sending referrals out electronically. It also saves time, and where you save time, you not just save money, you improve care and you improve the efficiency of the service that you're delivering to patients. So, everyone, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm glad the Government has recognised the need to change this outdated funding formula, which has failed to accurately recognise the discrepancy in need between urban and rural areas, where rural areas it can often be quite hidden. I hope that as ministers review the findings from their consultation, they will ensure that the new funding formula adequately takes that into account. And finally, as a member of the Conservative Party who have long been the best custodians of the public finances, it's imperative that money is both spent wisely and efficiently. The issue of social care, as I said, goes much wider than just funding. And despite the challenges facing local councils, I've seen firsthand how the brilliant work by North and South Kesteven District Councils and Lincolnshire County Council can support the people in my constituency and make the resources that we do have go as far as possible.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I want to address most of my remarks to the issue of social care and the challenge that we face. But I do want to just, first of all, highlight a real concern that other honourable members have expressed, and that is that the funding constraints on local government have had a very big impact on services that are there for preventive purposes, services that are designed to stop extra costs being incurred at a later stage through the failure of the system. And I wanted to just give one or two examples. We've recently conducted an inquiry on the Science and Technology Select Committee into the impact of adversity in childhood. This is trauma, abuse or neglect, particularly in early years. And we know that if we intervene early, if we follow the evidence of what is effective in stopping that trauma becoming entrenched, then we can transform lives, but we can also save a fortune further down the track. And the honourable member opposite talked about the Conservative Party being the custodians of careful finance or something. But actually what we're seeing is very significant reductions in investment in preventive services, which end up costing the state a fortune further down the line. Children who experience trauma, abuse or neglect in early years, who don't get the support that they need, too often end up being excluded from school, and then the track through to the criminal justice system is all too real. Educational attainment is often lower, therefore, than it should be. Worklessness often follows. And so what we have seen over the last few years, disinvestment in those preventive services in early years, supporting parents, etc., has been a very stupid thing to do because it will cost the state far more in years to come. And the Chancellor encouragingly, in a moment, the Chancellor encouragingly, when he launched the budget a few weeks ago, said that he was willing to invest in early intervention where there was evidence of its effectiveness. Well, there is evidence of its effectiveness, but the Chancellor therefore needs to make that investment. I give way.
I'm very grateful to him giving way, and I have huge respect for his knowledge in this area. But he's talking about overall local government spending cuts. And of course, he was a part of the first 5 years of this government with the coalition, where we saw the greatest amount of austerity, of local government funding cuts under a Liberal Democrat and Tory coalition. So does he regret his part in the huge cuts to local government we saw between 2010 and 2015?
I think actually, if we're honest, every government has some responsibility here. The reductions started before 2010. I absolutely accept. Let me address this point. I'm trying to be straight with him. I think mistakes were made during the coalition government in terms of the hit that local government took during that period. If you look at the contrast between supporting the NHS and increasing in real terms investment in the NHS, but the cut that happened to social care, that doesn't make sense. But that's what happened, and I recognise that. It was above my pay grade, but I don't think it was the right decision to make. And I hope that's of some help to him.
No consolation.
I will.
My honourable friend has made some really important points about the first 1,000 days of life, but equally there are similar arguments at the end of life, where, for example, too many people who need social care end up in a much more expensive place at the end of their life where they don't want to be in a hospital setting for the want of the right investment in social care. Would he agree that we should apply that principle of investing to save across the whole life course?
I would absolutely recognise and accept that point. And just going back to the honourable member who intervened to challenge the point about spending under coalition, there was a crisis in public finances in 2010, which did have to be addressed. But I do accept that the balance between social care and the NHS wasn't optimal. But I also wanted to address other areas where the underinvestment or disinvestment in preventive services has borne a heavy cost. So the honourable member for Lewisham and Deptford, who's done very good work on youth violence, and I've been part of the Commission looking at that, made the point that many of the preventive services that are there, particularly during youth years, teenage years, to stop a risk of slipping into gang violence, have been stripped away in many of these poorest communities. And again, the impact of that has been and it's very hard to judge cause and effect in these things, but the impact in part has been an increase in violence on our streets at awful and dreadful cost to many of those who are affected by it. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I wanted to turn specifically to social care, and it's worth just reflecting for a moment on why social care is so important. It's there to give people the chance of a happy life, of a good life, as far as it's able to enjoy a good life if you are struggling with a range of conditions. It's there to help people to remain independent in old age, to support people so that they don't end up needing the NHS at enormous impact on their well-being. And one of the problems we face is that unless you or a family member actually experiences the need for social care, it's hidden from view. So very many families across our country simply don't see what the impact is of the underfunding of social care today. But it is very real, and there are over 1 million older people who are not getting the care that they need. And as Simon Stevens, the Chief Executive of the NHS, has pointed out on many occasions, if people aren't getting support in social care, it has an impact then on the NHS, and the settlement, the funding settlement for the NHS simply will not work unless we address the under-resourcing of social care. I will.
He knows more about social care than anyone else in this house. I pay that compliment. Would you accept one of the most unfair elements of this is where in the past local authorities have moved people out with learning disabilities to cheaper parts of the country, Gloucestershire being a classic case of that, and then those people's care needs get worse over time, and a local authority that moved them out says it's not our problem, it's the problem of the local authority to which they've moved. That's why we need a national care service. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely right to highlight the issue of how we care for people of a younger age who have care needs, particularly those with learning disability and with autism. And what too often happens is those people end up in institutions when they don't need to be there, often away from home, at enormous cost to the public purse. And again, the evidence from around the country shows that where they do it well and support families to keep someone at home, helping them through crises, you reduce the cost to the public purse, but you have a massive impact on their well-being. And he's right also to highlight the fact that you end up with awful disputes about who's responsible for payment as people are shunted around the country in a way that fundamentally breaches their human rights, in my view.
I'm glad, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the Right Honourable members are now talking on this topic. I think it's an absolutely vital thing. But does he regret the extent to which the Transforming Care programme now seems to have been abandoned by the government? There seems to be no future for it. So where, I think from the time when he was a minister, there was a programme to deal with the issue that my honourable friend has just raised. There now appears to be an abandonment of targets, an abandonment of a future for that programme, and certainly no funding to make it work.
Well, I'm deeply concerned about the future or lack of future of the Transforming Care programme. And one of the problems, of course, is that it's often NHS England who are funding care in an institution. And when a local authority is under financial stress, there's not much of an incentive to take that person out of the institution and make them the responsibility of the local authority. And there has to be a way of funding a building of the infrastructure to support people in the community, and that's what has failed to happen so far. But I also wanted to make the point that this is not a static issue that we face. There is a growing pressure here. We are all living longer. We're often living with chronic conditions that in the past used to kill us. And that's a great triumph of man and womankind, but there is a cost attached to it. And yet we are simply not, we have no mechanism to address the increasing funding needs of social care, and in particular dementia. Now, the honourable member for Chelmsford, one of the valued members of the Science and Technology Select Committee, made the point that the cost to society of dementia is about £26 billion every year. But this is going to rise dramatically. So whatever we say about spending money efficiently, and I completely agree with the need to spend money efficiently and to innovate and to do things in a more effective way, just the rising demand, this dramatic rise in demand, inevitably means that we're going to have to spend more as a society on supporting people with dementia, and also to spend more money on research to find cures for dementia. I will give way very briefly, but I'm having glows at me from the Deputy Chair.
Would he agree with me that one of the ways of supporting people who need care, such as dementia sufferers, is to support their carers? And there is a very important role for organisations like the Sutton Carers Centre in providing that support to the network of carers who operate and support people with dementia and others with long-term conditions.
I very much agree with that, and those organisations do incredibly important work. I wanted to mention the Care Act. I was responsible for taking the Care Act through Parliament. I think it was widely regarded as good legislation, but I fear that it has been undermined by a failure to commit sufficient resources to really realise the transformation that the Care Act was designed to achieve in personalising care, in putting the individual at the heart of everything that local authorities do. And in particular, we legislated for a cap on care costs in the Care Act. And as soon as the Conservatives got rid of the Lib Dems out of the coalition, that commitment was abandoned. And so all the work we did in consulting, in legislating for a cap on care costs to protect people from catastrophic cost has been lost. And of course, what we know is that in the middle of the general election in 2017, the Prime Minister paid dearly, politically, for that because the replacement proposal was sorely lacking and amounted, in many people's eyes, to a tax on dementia. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm conscious you want me to shut up very soon, but I just wanted to say something very briefly on the future funding. We have to work, it seems to me, if we are to achieve a sustainable settlement, we have to work on a cross-party basis. The government has to embrace that. The motion does still beg the question about where the money is going to come from. It doesn't answer that question. And there are a range of solutions. I have proposed, as indeed my party has proposed, that we should have a dedicated health and care tax shown on your pay packet so everyone can see where the money is going, informed by an assessment, an independent assessment, perhaps every 5 years, of how much the health and care system needs, to take the politics out of the calculation of how much the care system needs. Then the parties can argue about whether they're prepared to meet that through an increase in that dedicated tax. But if we are to solve this, it requires political will. And the truth, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that there has been a failure of the political class, not just in the last few years, but ever since the late 90s, when a when a Royal Commission from the then Labour government came up with proposals which was never implemented, and ever since then it's been pushed in and out of the long grass, and we are still waiting for a solution, and it is time that we reach a solution because we are letting too many people down in our country.
I'm just bothered that we have a lot of speakers and we're working on 10 minutes. If members are going to go over it, we're going to affect people who are lower down the order. So please, can we try and help each other? Toby Perkins.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, who we all know has great knowledge in this area. And I'm pleased that he acknowledged in response to my intervention that the balance, that he believes the balance in terms of local government funding in the previous government, with the Liberal Democrats were a part of, was got wrong. And I am very conscious of this because I've been spending quite a lot of time talking about local government elections in the last week or so back in Chesterfield. And it's hard to find, I have to say, in Chesterfield, a Liberal Democrat who owns up to the government that their party was a part of. They seem to have disowned its records entirely. And I think the point that my honourable friend from Sheffield South East made during his contribution about the fact that at a time of austerity, the government department that's had the greatest hit has been local government. And it has been, I think, utter cowardice of a government to say there's going to be huge cuts, but we're not going to decide where they're going to fall. We're going to actually pass that decision to local authority leaders to decide whether they're going to shut a library or whether they're going to close a park or whether they're going to stop investing in their roads. We're going to outsource the pain. And I think about many people who became councillors after the 2015 elections or after the 2013 elections even. And for the first time, they were very excited, became councillors, and the very first council meeting they went to, the decisions they were faced with, what do you want to shut? You know, and that's what the reality of many local authorities has been. And so I think it's absolutely right that the motion that my honourable friend and others have put forward focuses on that unfairness, and I referred previously to the fact that in Chesterfield we've had a 43.2% cut. We've got a minister that was sat making a speech as the honourable member for Old Bexley and Sidcup, sat with his own local authority having a cut of just 12% in their funding. We heard the honourable member for Ludlow speaking up for that and saying, oh, the problem with the Labour government was they were sending all the money to the poor areas. Well, I'm very proud that a Labour government did make those decisions and recognise the role that local authorities have in supporting the most deprived in our societies. But when I was back in Chesterfield talking about the local elections, I was very, very proud of the record that our local authority in Chesterfield has. And one of the things they have done is recognise that in a time of austerity, with these very unfair cuts coming from government, what they need to do is make innovative choices that actually enable us to provide better services that actually cost less. So they invested in a new leisure centre and saw that the amount that the council was having to subsidise that leisure centre, instead of being £1.5 million, as it was every single year under the Liberal Democrats, because more people were using it, because it was better facilities, they only had to spend £300,000 a year on that. Similarly, they invested in our culture facilities, and so the theatre and the concert venue that we have has seen a 60% reduction in the amount that is having to be subsidised because they're getting more punters through the door because they've got better facilities. We've got less empty shop units than most other local authority areas of a similar sort, and they've done very innovative things like bringing a big wheel into the centre of Chesterfield that massively increased the number of people coming in to visit the town centre, and an innovative record on tackling homelessness. They had a really excellent display at the 100th anniversary of the remembrance of the 1914 to 1918 conflict, which again saw the poppy cascades in not just from the town hall but from a huge variety of different retail units. So it is a council that has recognised that actually you need sometimes to invest in order to save money, that you need to be innovative if you want to have a local authority that people are proud of. And they've done that all the time, that they've managed to keep council taxes at the lowest level in Derbyshire. And we know that Labour councils cost you less. The average cost per household is £351 less in areas with Labour councils in comparison to Tory areas. And we know when we talk about the areas that have been most likely to go bust, have been areas like Northamptonshire, like Surrey, under Tory authorities, because Labour councils not only run their local authorities better than Tory authorities, but they cost less and they innovate more. So I'm very proud of the record that I'm going to be going out to defend. But I do also want to talk about the social care aspect, because this is an area I know a great deal about. I spent a very tough year of my career as a care manager for a private provider who provided domiciliary care to Sheffield City Council. And I think one of the things that's missing from this whole debate and talk about social care is the extent to which it is an industry rather than a service in terms of the way that it's set up. The vast majority of domestic care providers are private sector businesses. The vast majority of care homes are run by private sector, and the private sector has its number one priority to make profit. And we shouldn't be surprised that if we get private sector companies involved, they try and make a profit out of it, is ultimately what companies exist for. The councils often get private sector involved because they're trying to save money, and they recognise that the terms and conditions that local authority staff will work on will be more generous than they are in the private sector. And so these are all knock-on consequences of the overall spending pressures that they've got. And I think that relationship between councils and their providers is a very important one, and far too often councils outsource the responsibility for these services. They sign up to contracts that anyone studying it must know are unsustainable, and there is some responsibility on some of those local authorities for the decisions that they take. And I say, as someone who worked with carers, I take my hat off to people who work in the care industry. I know they're amongst the most dedicated and professional people, often work in incredibly difficult circumstances for an absolute pittance. And I know that whether they had a uniform on with a local authority badge on it, or whether they're working for a private company, they had real commitment to the people that they provided care for. But we are seeing that industry in absolute crisis. There are over 100 care homes that have gone bust in the last 2 years or so. There are dozens of domestic care providers going bust too. Allied Healthcare, the company I used to work for, in 2018 was literally days away from bankruptcy. And every time one of these authorities go bust, the onus for that care responsibility falls on the local authority again. And so, the government really need to understand that when you have the scale of cuts that we've had over the last 9 years, a single year uplift and saying, well, we're ring-fencing this small amount of money, or £2.5 billion, small amount of money, but in comparison to the cuts that we'd had in previous years, it was an inadequate amount of money. They can't then wash their hands, as the Minister did earlier, to the fact that the industry is in crisis and these businesses are going bust. And when the industry is in crisis, what that means is it means 15-minute appointments. It means dementia patients seeing a different carer every day, and that consistency of care for dementia patients is so important. It means that the service that they receive goes down. It means that their families see that their relatives are deeply troubled by the services that they're receiving because of the inconsistency of it, and that's incredibly troubling for their families. It means local authorities saying that they won't pay travelling time, and then that responsibility falling again onto the companies. And we've seen recently the courts deciding that sleepovers need to be paid at national minimum wage, where previously many care companies didn't pay it on that basis. Now, I support that decision, but there has to be a connected part to that, which is where government goes back and recognises that local authorities were doing tenders on the basis that they wouldn't be paid at national minimum wage, that if you were sleeping on the job you could be paid on a different basis. That it's now retrospectively been decided that that isn't the case, and that there needs to be money paid by local authority to those private providers, and there needs to be money coming from central government to fund that from local authorities. Otherwise we're going to continue to see these businesses going bust, and we're going to continue to see the people who rely on those services being diminished. And all of these cuts to care have consequences. When you haven't got care services available, you see people turning up in A&E. We've got 20% of people in A&E that should be in a hospital bed that can't get admitted. At the same time, we've got 20% of hospital beds with people filled with people that actually can't get out because there isn't a care package waiting. We've already had my colleagues, like my friend from Hull West, talking about the impact in children's social care, then falling on special needs, on schools, on things like a failure to diagnose autism, which then has a knock-on impact right across the school and other areas. So all of these services are connected, and we can't look at social care and local government finances in isolation. I have met with the Managing Director of One-to-One, a company in my constituency who provide excellent care services to many local authorities, and they've told me about the knock-on consequences. They've told me about the impact that these funding cuts on local authorities are then having on their ability to get paid, and they're often owed tens of thousands of pounds by local authorities who are struggling to actually manage this administration. So the industry is in crisis, local government is in crisis. The government have two choices. They either step up to the mark and then convince us that they're serious about the social funding crisis, or they continue in the way they're going, and everyone will realise realise that this is something that lands at their door.
That's sharp.
It's an honour to follow my friend from honourable friend from Chesterfield. Mr Deputy Speaker, let me start by highlighting to those watching this debate across the nation that we are having this debate on local council funding because it is a part of the Opposition Day debate. Whilst the party opposite has continued to delay, distract and sometimes even destroy any meaningful conversation on Brexit, as a result jeopardising the discussions on other very real issues faced by people across our communities and constituencies. Therefore, I would like to thank the Shadow Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government for the leadership he has shown on this matter. We have already heard that by 2020 local authorities will have faced a reduction to core funding from the government of nearly £16 billion since 2010. That means that councils will have lost 60 pence out of every pound the government has provided to spend on local services. In Bradford, in the last 10 years, we have seen huge cuts to our local council funding. In 2010, we were receiving over £500 million, and in 2019, we received just under £400 million. On average, this works out to be a loss of £750 per household across the city of Bradford. And whilst the party opposite will divulge the debate into a conversation about spending formulas, the reality on the ground is very clear. We don't need statistics to tell us about the growing levels of deprivation in our constituencies. Yeah, right. The stark reality can be seen by the lack of properly funded services, the non-existent youth services, the reduction in bobbies on the beat, the oversized, overcrowded classrooms and the decline in living standards that the poorest in our communities face. I asked the Minister, what do I say to the young people in my constituency, a constituency with one of the youngest populations in Europe, with 30% of Bradfordians being under the age of 20, with one of the highest levels of youth unemployment. How do I tell the young generation that you don't have access to youth services that you did before, because we now have a Tory government in power? How do I explain to them that because this is a Labour council, the government with disproportionately plays politics with your life opportunities? Because the facts speak for themselves. Bradford is listed as in the top 5 councils that has received the biggest cuts as a total in pounds to spending power in the last 10 years. Why is it that 8 out of 10 councils receiving largest cuts are in Labour control, and yet only 8 out of 10 receiving the lowest cuts are under Conservative control? So I say today, loud and clear, this government has played politics with Brexit in favour of its own party politics. But we will not sit here silently by as they play politics with the lives of those people that vote Labour or the constituents. The government is there to protect all citizens equally, and it is frankly unacceptable how my constituents and many others are left to be worse off by this government. The people of this country are watching, and with the local elections on their way, they will know which party stands for their best interests. How can we have government? I was listening to the Minister earlier, and he was saying how he was giving off his statistics of how we've done this and we've done that. The truth is that this government has failed on the 5th occasion this April to publish its green paper on social health and social care. How can any council have any confidence in this government when it hides behind the Brexit shambles of dealing with issues which are pertinent to our communities? What kind of decisions does this government want the council to make when in 2019 we don't have the money? Is it to cut social care? Is it to cut children's services? Or is it to cut the bin collections, which have already dropped to every fortnight? And the whole idea of this fair funding thing, it's a proper stitch-up. The upcoming fair funding review threatens to make the funding situation even worse as it proposes to remove deprivation from its core funding calculations. Well, let me tell the Minister this, that to move the issue of deprivation as a core issue to the funding formula is absolutely devastating, because come to Bradford West and I will show you what deprivation really, really is.
Yeah.
The IFS have already warned that move would move resources from more deprived councils to less deprived, suburban and rural, predominantly Conservative-controlled councils. How is that fair and equal, Mr Deputy Speaker? But these cuts have not hit all councils equally. Again, its Labour analysis shows from the Commons Library between 2010 and 20, Tory areas have received a far lower reduction in spending power per household, both in terms of percentage and cash terms. Government policy has led an increase in dependency on council tax as a funding mechanism, leading to a postcode lottery and hitting deprived families the hardest. How can it be, how can we be, or this government be okay with the fact that it is households in Labour areas pay 300, on average, households in Labour areas pay 351 less council tax? How can this government be okay with the deprivation in Bradford West and places like Bradford West? We need to elect, in this next few days, we need to elect as many Labour councillors as possible on May the 2nd to stand up against these unfair Tory cuts. And I finish on this. The people of this country are watching, as I've said before. They know which party stands for their best interests. And if the party opposite is so confident, close their eyes when they're looking at their polls and call a general election, because we on this side of the House are ready. We're ready to give this country the government it deserves.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's an absolute pleasure to follow my honourable friend from Bradford West. She's a doughty champion of her constituents, and I think she made the point incredibly powerfully about how taking out deprivation from the way that local government funding is given is absolutely shameless, and it's constituencies like hers and mine that have suffered the brunt of that. So I pay tribute to her for her words. And on that note, Wrekin and Cleveland, Mr Deputy Speaker, has had a raw deal over the last 9 years. I've lost count of the number of times that I've stood up here in this chamber to talk about the unfair and the disproportionate cuts that areas like mine have suffered. And as we've said, it's deprived areas that are simply not getting the funding and the support that they need. And it's not just about, we've had a big debate this afternoon about how much money there is in the pot and whose fault it is that there wasn't enough money. But the reality is, it's not just about how much money we've got to go to local government, it's about how it's distributed. And what's been so clear from both the evidence that we've heard from my honourable friend for Denton and Reddish, and actually acknowledgement from Conservative MPs as well, is that that funding has been shifted under this government, and it's been removed from areas that have actually been doing, areas that have most needed it, towards areas that have actually been doing fine. And there is a deep unfairness and flaw in the funding system as it stands. Wrekin and Cleveland has now lost £90 million since 2010. That's £662 per person. That's each of my constituents has lost £662. And you put on top of that, though, the fact they've had to pay more through precepts in social care, precepts in policing, and yet they've still lost 500 police officers, they're still getting worse services. They're paying twice. And my constituents are the poorest. They are, we still have council tax based on 1991 housing prices. Areas like mine haven't seen house prices rise. The values of their assets haven't risen. They're still paying a deeply regressive council tax that is proportionately much tougher on them than it is on many others throughout the country. They're paying more through precepts and they're getting less from their services. This simply just isn't fair. So my council's lost a third of its funding. How on earth can it be expected to continue to deliver the kind of standard and service that people want, having lost a third of its funding from central government? And I want to take this moment to pay credit to Sue Jeffrey, who's the leader of the Labour Council in Wrekin and Cleveland, that they have continued to do amazing work to defend the most vulnerable, to defend our constituents, and to continue to provide fantastic opportunities for people to come to the area, events, and they've continued to provide services that many people need, and they've done it without leaving behind the most vulnerable. And I pay tribute to them, and I also pay tribute to Amanda Skelton and to all the council staff of Wrekin and Cleveland who work so hard. But Wrekin and Cleveland does struggle. We've got higher levels of deprivation, we've got high levels of child poverty, we've got higher unemployment than the majority of the country, we've got lower health and well-being outcomes, and add to that, as a seaside town and a former industrial area, we've got rising demographics for an ageing population. And then, of course, you add on top of that an economic shock of the like that we saw in 2015 with the loss of 3,000 jobs in the closure of the steelworks. That is a huge knock-on effect to our local public services and to our local areas. It's not just the personal tragedies, which were devastating for those who lost their jobs, but the knock-on effect to the local area in terms of higher benefit dependency, more insecure, poorly paid work. The average salary of someone who worked at the
steelworks has declined by £10,000. Many people had to move away to look for work. The knock-on effect to our local communities, to our high streets and to our town has been devastating. And then, of course, for the local authority itself, it lost £10 million in business rates from the closure of the steelworks, on top of the funding cuts that we've already heard. But as I say, despite those funding pressures, our council has continued to do a really good job, and I'm incredibly proud of them. They've protected services for the vulnerable, they've kept our libraries and our leisure centres open, and they've tried really hard to invest in our towns and in our village centres, in particular focusing on economic development. Eston, for example, has had £2 million in the last 2 years, and there's a further £1 million coming for the precinct in Eston. We've had award-winning employment and training hubs established that in just 18 months have got 1,000 people into work. Those sprung out of the crisis of the loss of the steelworks, but it's been an incredibly innovative hub going right into our most deprived communities and bringing together people who never really had a CV before, to get them the training, the experience, and get them into work. It's been groundbreaking, award-winning, and I'm incredibly proud of the work that's been done. And we have future plans going forward to invest £40 million in the regeneration of the iconic Regent Cinema in the seafront, and to invest a further £95 million to create 4,500 jobs. So our local authority is working hard, it's doing its very best, and there is a bright future in Redcar, but we're doing it locally and we're doing it ourselves. And I want to particularly mention social care, which of course is the big theme of today, and we know social care is the biggest pressure on local authority spend. In Redcar and Cleveland, it's projected that over 65-year-olds will represent a quarter of our population by 2030. So we have a hugely ageing demographic. And while it's fantastic, of course, that people are living longer, but there are greater costs that come with those adults who are living longer, and children indeed, who are living longer with complex needs and conditions. As others have said, it's absolutely ridiculous that we're still waiting for the Green Paper on social care that's been postponed 5 times since 2017. There is no vision for the future of social care from this government. It's sorely lacking, and there's a complete vacuum of any sense of strategy and direction from this government on social care. So faced with this vacuum, it is again local leaders who are stepping up and are taking up the mantle and trying to deal with this crisis. We've got fantastic innovation in our local area in Redcar and Cleveland, like our new intermediate care centre that will be opening later in the spring, specialist support that we've invested in, and of course investing in Recovery and Independence team, which goes out and supports people in their homes. I'm also very proud of the Care Academy that we've established in Redcar and Cleveland, because we know those jobs are underfunded, have a high turnover, and have not been sufficiently well valued. But hopefully our Care Academy in Redcar and Cleveland will ensure this important role is highly skilled and valued going forward. So we're using the money that we have. It's not enough, but we're using the money we have to deliver better care for those residents. But this is not a substitute, Mr Deputy Speaker, for proper investment. Unfortunately, inadequate care is meaning that too many family members are having to step up and step into those caring roles. There are an army out there of unpaid family members that we rely on who are taking care of their relatives. It's overwhelmingly women. Many of these women are having to give up work to do this. It's often older people, as we've heard today as well. There's a huge burden on these people, and we've got to do more to support them to look after their loved ones and take the burden away from them. That's where the money should be going, Mr Deputy Speaker. But instead we've seen in the last few weeks £4 billion spent on no-deal preparations, when there's been a complete acknowledgement from the government that actually we were never going to have no deal. It was some crazy, ridiculous pretence at a negotiation. £4 billion. Now, if Labour had won the election in 2017, we would have invested double that into social care. That's what the money in this country should be going on. We'd have brought in 2017 a living wage for carers, we'd have ended 15-minute care visits, and we'd have increased carers' allowances. That's exactly the sort of thing that a government who cared about the many, not the few, would be looking at. And instead we're wasting it and frittering it away on this Tory soap opera on Brexit. We on this side want to tackle the burning injustices in our communities. We want to help those most in need. And we need a government that's going to invest in social care for the 21st century, which doesn't force elderly people into selling or remortgaging their homes for their care, that supports families to secure the care that their relatives need, that supports those families who are coping with disadvantage and prevents children having to be taken into care. And we need a system which preserves dignity and the quality of life in old age. Mr Deputy Speaker, councils are at breaking point, and yet we see Labour councils out there defending the most vulnerable, striving hard for their communities and creating safe and decent places to live. But it's communities like mine that are getting left behind by austerity. We've had enough warm words, Mr Deputy Speaker. We need investment in local government. We need fairness in the distribution. No more austerity, no more cuts.
Pleasure to follow the member for Redcar. Could I start by just thanking and paying tribute to all the frontline care staff around the country, and also to all the family carers, informal carers, and those who are working extremely hard in voluntary services around all our constituencies. In mine, I'd like to pay tribute to Dartmouth Caring, to Totnes Caring, Brixham Does Care, South Brent and District Caring, and also Kingsbridge and Saltstone Caring. And I know that across this House there are similar voluntary services working in tandem with the NHS, providing excellent care to our constituents. But they are under pressure as never before. And I'd also like to just touch on the people who are affected by all this, those who are in need of care services and who aren't getting those services at the moment, not only working age adults but older adults, and the impact that has on them, the devastating impact both on them and their families, but the impact it has as well on the NHS. Because if people can't access those services, it's not just about the impact it has on their dignity, their mobility, their well-being, but also the fact that they're much more likely to end up in hospital services, in NHS services, a place they don't want to be, sometimes with serious illnesses or injuries that could have been avoided by having better prevention and early intervention, in places they don't want to be at much higher cost. And we need to deal with this, and we need in this House to appreciate the scale of the challenge. And if we look at the demographics, we know from the ONS data that last year 18% of our population nationally was over 65, but in 14 years' time we'll be looking at 23% of our population nationally being over 65. And of course that's a good thing that people are living longer, but people are living longer with multiple disabilities. And we need to be prepared for that. And we not only need to be prepared for the scale of the shortfall that we face right now, but what is coming in the future. And if we're talking about funding of social care, we need to not only acknowledge the shortfall that we have here and now and the impact and how we're going to deal with that, but seriously planning for what is coming down the track. In my constituency, we're already there. We have a much older population here than in my constituency than many parts of the country. And what's happening there is that even where people can afford to pay for care, they can't find the workforce to care for them. There is a real crisis in our social care workforce, and that needs investment in that workforce. And that needs us to value that workforce and nurture them. And we know what works, but we also know that that is going to require some serious investment. And I'm afraid that one of the features of debates like this is we see the sort of bouncing backwards and forwards of blame, when in fact what's really needed here is cross-party working and consensus building, because the funding choices that we face are difficult choices. I agree with the member from Redcar who highlights absolutely why this can't all just be funded at a local level. It just widens inequality because the areas that are least able to pay have the greatest need. So we widen inequalities. It's unrealistic for this to all come locally. So we need to be working towards having a national solution to this problem. And both the Health and Social Care Committee that I chair, and I know that we work together with the Housing, Communities and Local Government Committee, and I'd like to pay tribute to the member for Sheffield South East, who's also spoken about this, that we know what works. And this is the tragedy here, that we could do this. We could deal with this. And our joint committees worked and achieved a cross-party consensus, but we also worked alongside a citizens' assembly, because we feel it's really important that we build consensus outside this House as well, looking at those options. And there are some principles here that we should be following. And I really would urge the Minister in her response to tell us when the social care Green Paper is going to be published, and to commit to making sure that that social care green paper looks at the work of our joint select committees and the Citizens' Assembly, because I think that we can move forward. But if we've learnt anything from the Brexit process, surely it has to be to acknowledge that you can't build consensus at the end of a process. You have to build it in right from the start. So that I hope that the Green Paper will be looking to do that, to build that consensus and to set out that principle of fairness about how we fund this. Because I think one of the statistics that we should all be aware of here is that in that next 14 years, as our demographic increases to having 23% of our population over 65, that reflects the fact that in that time, we'll have 4.4 million more citizens who are over 65, but only 1.5 million extra citizens who are under 65. And it simply isn't sustainable to allow all of this extra cost to fall on working age employed adults. We need to actually look at how we're going to spread this fairly across the generations and between the employed and the self-employed. And I agree with other speakers this afternoon who've talked about reimagining national insurance as national health and care insurance. Because if we're truly going to move towards a system where we can look at not only eligibility criteria, but actually expand that, expand quality as well as eligibility, we do need to be bringing more funding into the total system and not having it just coming from local sources. So actually, could I urge the Minister in her response to set out the what she feels about the kinds of measures that were highlighted in the Joint Select Committee report, and whether the government is going to commit to actually coming up with a solution that can deliver real change for the future, rather than one that kicks this down the line. Because I think that the wrong lesson to learn from the last general election campaign would be don't ever set out who has to pay more. We need to be doing that across this House now, in between the election period, and being realistic with all our constituents that essentially everybody needs to pay more, and that does include setting out and building trust with them that they know that that's going to be delivered in a fair way. Because the consequences, if we just do nothing, is that more and more of our constituents are going to be left in desperate conditions without the carers to look after them, that more and more of our care providers will go to the wall, that we'll see no increase in the quality of care that is delivered on the ground because there won't be the funding there to support the workforce. So I really think that we have to grasp the nettle with these very difficult choices. And finally, just before I close, I'd just like to say something about Brexit. There is no version of Brexit that's going to deliver anything positive for health and social care. And in particular, if we look at the impact on the workforce, the Minister will know that particularly in parts of the South East and London, the social care workforce is very heavily dependent on access to a workforce from the European Union. It's also the case in my own constituency, but nationally the figure is around 7% of the workforce. And if we actually cut off access to that workforce, not only are we missing out on an incredibly important and valued, skilled workforce, because we're making it more difficult for them to come here, but we're also adding costs. And many of the people who work in social care, in fact, the vast majority, will not meet the current proposed thresholds in terms of earnings to be able to come here easily on Tier 2 visas, for example. So we need to have a way of nurturing our workforce, making it easy for people to come and work here and to feel valued. And I don't want to be meeting any more people in my constituency who work in the NHS and social care who are telling me that after decades of dedicated service to this country, that they no longer feel welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to follow the honourable member from Totnes. Mr Speaker, listening to the contributions that we have heard today, it would seem that there is a consensus that our social care system is broken. But it would seem to me that some members are living with their heads in the clouds. To describe our social care system as broken is an understatement. It is a national scandal, and one that we should be ashamed of. I am certain that members present will get the same casework as I do. It's the stuff of nightmares, and it is one of those issues that genuinely keeps me awake at night. Behind all the statistics that we will hear today, there is a heartbreaking human reality. I have sat, as many others will have done, and fought back the tears as I've listened to those at my local surgeries who are exhausted from the battle to get the most basic level of support for their loved ones. You only have to read some of the reports from recent CQC inspections to get a feel for the state of our social care system today. It is beyond broken. One report following an inspection in Crewe and Nantwich last year found one person with injuries that were unaccounted for and described another as being extremely anxious, afraid that they would be injured, laying in their bed in a fetal position with matted hair and dirty feet. I will never forget visiting an older lady in a nursing home who was still haunted by her experience in a previous facility where she had suffered the most undignified neglect. A lady left shocked and confused after decades of working, paying taxes, paying national insurance contributions. Today, Mr Speaker, I want to focus our attention on those who work in social care. It takes a certain kind of person to work in the care sector, and I want to pay tribute to them all. They experience this rotten system almost every single day of their lives, yet they carry on with compassion and professionalism, despite the poverty pay and despite feeling ignored and undervalued by this government. These are the people who we rely on to protect the dignity and independence of our relatives, our friends and our neighbours. What does it say about us as a nation that our social care workforce is one of the most exploited and underpaid? I can't even imagine how it must feel to be that type of person and to be forced to leave somebody in your care because you haven't had the time to wash them or help them to eat. But who cares for the carers, Mr Speaker? Another care worker described how staff morale was at rock bottom, with many care workers suffering from poor mental health, worried about their job security, relying on food banks and payday loans, too scared to take time off sick. He said he felt that care workers have no voice and no respect. As if things weren't bad enough, another group of care workers, many already working for the minimum wage, face losing hundreds of pounds a month because their employer, Alternative Futures Group, has taken a decision to slash payments for sleep-in shifts. Sleep-in shifts are an integral part of our care service, which government has a statutory obligation to provide, and I have spoken many times previously about the importance of this work. Calling them sleep-in shifts can often lead to people getting the wrong impression. One of the affected workers explained to me in an email this week, sometimes you have to deal with emergency situations and take a client to hospital. You never properly sleep. You are half awake all night, listening in case that person needs you. Often, we are up 5 to 6 times a night, taking them to the toilet or calming them down when they are agitated. She went on to describe, Mr Speaker, how she often finished a sleep-in shift to start another day in work, often going days without seeing her 3 children. For her, the cut in pay will mean she'll be losing £300 a month. That is the cost of her bills. She is now having to consider getting a second job or even leaving the job that she loves. One of her colleagues who I met recently is already working a second job. She also goes days at a time without seeing her child. Both ladies work with adults with learning difficulties, and their duties include administrating medication, peg feeding, as well as washing, dressing, helping with finances and facilitating day trips. As well as physical support, they also provide emotional support for the people they care for. And their passion for the work they do shines through. But this cut to their income has been the final straw, and for the first time ever, these workers have been left with no other option than to take industrial action. I stand in solidarity with these workers, as should every member here today. These workers are in no way to blame for the problems in our social care system. I questioned AFG's decision to cut the rate of pay for sleep-in shifts, given that there has been no reduction in the payment that they in turn receive from Cheshire East Council. Their response was somewhat alarming in that they claim that the funding provided by the Council has never been sufficient to cover the full cost of paying the national living wage rate for sleep-ins. The charity says that its position is that it wants to pay above the national minimum wage for all care hours, but this requires additional funding. I share AFG's concerns about what it describes as the dire situation funding of care is having on hard-working care staff. However, Cheshire East Council assures me that it does not pay providers any less for sleeping support than it does for waking night support, and that it believes care providers should be paying at least the national minimum wage rate. When I recently asked the government what the government is doing to make sure local authorities have enough funding to allow providers to pay sleep-ins at a national living wage rate, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury replied, "We are currently working on this with the Department of Health and Social Care," which to me implies that it is not already the case. So will the government accept responsibility for this dispute and admit that it is not providing adequate funding? If not, then we really do need to explore why this funding isn't reaching the front line. Whatever the case, it is overworked and underpaid care workers that are paying the price, as well as the elderly and vulnerable members of our communities who rely on this vital service. Today, I was hoping that the Minister could address the following. Firstly, could she clarify what advice the Government currently gives to social care providers and commissioning authorities in light of the current legal situation regarding payment for sleep-in shifts? And will she join me in calling on AFG to take up Unison's offer of meeting to continue these negotiations in hope of resolving this ongoing dispute? And secondly, will she commit to looking into the dispute to determine whether AFG does receive sufficient funding to pay its workers at the national living wage rate? And thirdly, will she acknowledge that the Government could simply pass new legislation positively applying the national living wage rate applies to sleep-in shifts? And this would give the sector the certainty it needs and make sure that the care workers are remunerated as so many believe that they should be. We have been repeatedly promised a social green paper that will focus on a valued workforce as one of its principles. But, Mr Speaker, I have little faith that the social care green paper will ever even appear. It has been delayed for the 5th time after the government first promised to publish it before I was even elected 2 years ago. And if it does, I am confident that it won't contain the radical solutions that this country owes to its elderly citizens and to the most vulnerable people in our communities. Our problems in social care are systematic and structural. The only beneficiaries of this system are the private companies that are profiting from this misery, and it is they who benefit from this government's inaction. In previous debates, I have raised my concerns about how, without any real debate, market values have penetrated areas where they do not belong, and social care is perhaps the worst example of this. As far back as 2016, the Centre for Health and the Public Interest outlined the failings of privatised adult social care. Research commissioned by Independent Age has produced several policy options that serve as a starting point for any political discussion, and it shows just what can be done where there is a will to do so. But we need to address these failings now, with an immediate uplift in funding, whilst we build a sustainable model for the future. To not do so is a political choice and a clear expression of how this government prioritises the elderly and the most vulnerable people that we represent, and those that we employ to provide care services. Those working in social care need to be listened to. They can help us to build a national care service that is based on need and not profitability, and one that is centred on independent living for all and dignity in later life.
Thank you. I think there are 4 remaining colleagues wishing to contribute. On the assumption the wind-up speeches begin no later than 6:40, colleagues can do the arithmetic for themselves, but we have just under half an hour for 4 speeches. Mr Paul Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's a privilege to follow a very moving speech by my honourable friend from Crewe and Nantwich, who outlined some severe problems faced by our social care service. But on a slightly different note, last year I had the pleasure of attending the launch of a renovation works to a historical primary school in my constituency. Derelict for several years, the school lies at the heart of the Park House district of Glasgow North East, which I represent. And the Wheatley Group, the inheritor of Glasgow's municipal housing stock, acquired it for conversion to new sheltered social housing. The name Wheatley and the history of the school itself evoked a reflection on the long and proud heritage of municipal socialism in Glasgow and what the prospects might be for that tradition to re-emerge in the future. Park House was one of the first districts to be developed for municipal housing by the Glasgow Corporation after the passing of the historic 1924 Housing Act during the first Labour government, led by the Glasgow Labour MP John Wheatley. These state subsidies for house building led directly to the creation of Glasgow's Municipal Housing Department and saw a large-scale building of some 57 new homes in Park House and other districts like Wirdry and Carntine in my constituency during the interwar period. Indeed, the pressure to develop suitable land for new municipal housing led to Glasgow more than doubling in size, from over 5,000 hectares to over 12,000 hectares during the 1920s and 1930s. At that time, the gas supply, water, electricity, subway, hospitals, tramways, even the telephone system were all in direct municipal ownership, and there was much talk of Glasgow as being a European model for municipal socialism. Indeed, at the International Conference on Workers' Dwelling Houses in Paris in 1900, a Glasgow councillor, Daniel Macaulay-Stevenson, after learning that municipal control of housing was regarded as impractical by those delegates at that conference, remarked that far from that being the case, it had been carried out to an ever greater extent for 29 years in Glasgow, and elucidated the Glasgow Corporation's extensive portfolio of services under municipal ownership. And the delegates regarded that as nothing short of rank socialism. So it's interesting to see some of those sentiments don't change, even though we're almost a century further on. But the scale of that sort of intervention to address the city's social problems is scarcely imaginable today. There is simply no capacity or scope within local government to undertake that sort of mission-driven improvement that can massively improve quality of life. Today in Scotland, after 2 decades of devolution, we now have the most centralised system of government of any country in Europe. We now have the absurdity of the Glasgow City region's wealthiest suburbs carved up into self-contained enclaves, where the residents enjoy relatively low rates of council tax, while the urban core of the city itself is home to some of the poorest communities in the region, yet those residents must carry the burden for maintaining and operating all the core services and amenities that are enjoyed by its wealthier suburban free riders. Not only has Glasgow been stripped of its residential tax base through historic depopulation and relatively recent gerrymandering of its suburbs, but the advent of the Scottish Parliament has seen a continuing war of attrition against the power of local government. The Scottish Government this year is set to impose cuts in Glasgow that are unprecedented in recent times and will lead to a further decline in public services in the city. According to the Scottish Parliament's Information Service, the local government revenue budget was cut by 6.9%, whereas the Scottish Government's revenue budget fell by just 1.6% between 2013 and 2018. And over the same period, Glasgow City Council's core budget has been cut 12.8%. That's almost twice the average cut to Scotland's 32 council areas and 7 times the cuts to the Scottish Government. They are proposing a further disproportionate cut to Glasgow of 3.6% this year, or £41 million. Whilst there is no question the Tories are to blame for cutting the government in Edinburgh's block grant by 1.6%, to multiply the percentage cut by 4 to 6.9% for councils and by even more than that in Glasgow is a deep injustice, Mr Speaker. The only conclusion we can draw is that local government, and Glasgow in particular, has been targeted disproportionately. Our city is having to absorb a cut to its budget proportionally 7 times greater than the cut being absorbed by the government in Edinburgh, and that is £233 per head for each Glaswegian between 2010 and 2018. Already 30,000 Scottish Council jobs have gone, swimming pools have been closed, community health projects face non-renewal, class sizes are rising, pupil attainment is stalling, high streets are declining, community groups are losing grants, youth clubs are closing, grass has been left uncut, litter piling up, roads and pavements are in serious disrepair, and social workers are facing ever-increasing caseloads. In Glasgow North East, we faced the potential closure of a local swimming pool, sports centre and numerous municipal golf courses that were only spared cuts this year after a determined local campaign to save them, causing such embarrassment that the council reversed its decision. Glasgow is unfairly bearing the brunt of decisions to scale up the cuts as a share of its overall budget in comparison to the Scottish Government. Labour will end Tory austerity at source when the Leader of the Opposition steps into No. 10 Downing Street, but in the meantime, Glasgow simply cannot take a further hit which is so disproportionate to that of the Scottish Government. I'm continually being contacted by spontaneous local campaigns coming into existence, seeking to fight these cuts which Glasgow is implementing due to the severe retrenchment that has been asked to make. We are facing the closure of entire facilities and services and a withdrawal of the Council from non-statutory quality of life provision in my constituency, one of the poorest parts of this country. Indeed, last year, the SNP tried to pass the burden of cuts onto working parents by doubling childcare fees, and was only again forced into a retreat after a determined local campaign. The Scottish Government needs to recognise that Glasgow's settlement should be no worse than the 1.6% cut that the Scottish Government block grant has faced since 2013. And I would plead with the Scottish Government and the UK Government to combine to ensure, as a bare minimum, they rescind this negative multiplier effect. Happy to give way. Yeah.
The resource budget of the Scottish Government has been cut 7% since 10% since 2010, not 1%. So this idea that they've only faced a 1% cut is nonsense.
Honourable is perhaps not fully aware that the fact that the total managed expenditure of the Scottish Government has only been cut by 1.6%. And of course, they, unlike councils, have total discretion over that spending, whereas councils are actually ring-fenced very heavily by the Scottish Government, which is why core budget cuts to councils have been much higher. That is the reality of the constraints faced by local government vis-à-vis central government in Edinburgh. I have to say that unless Scotland urgently addresses this issue of over-centralised governance from Edinburgh and rediscovers its radical tradition of municipal socialism, it is increasingly likely that Glasgow will fall further behind its peer cities in the UK, such as Manchester and Birmingham and Liverpool, as they establish new city-region governments centred around directly elected metro mayors. The constitutional debate has been preoccupied by nationalist questions over the distribution of powers between the British Parliament at Westminster and the Scottish Parliament at Holyrood. It is now incumbent upon us all to break this narcissistic duopoly of parliaments and strive to rediscover a radical tradition of municipal socialism. We in the Labour movement are not driven by nationalist sentiment when it comes to constitutional questions, by how best to structure government to serve the interests of delivering socialist policy. The atrophy of municipal government in Glasgow is therefore an urgent crisis that we must boldly address, and with imagination too. As we consider plans for a constitutional convention in the near future, the question of a municipal as well as parliamentary route to socialism must be firmly embedded at the heart of it.
Emma Hardy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And it's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend, the member for Glasgow North East, who is a tireless and passionate campaigner for his constituency and one of the wonderful 2017 intake as well. Thank you. Areas with the greatest need and the lowest tax base and the least resources to otherwise have seemed to be suffering a much greater reduction than their wealthier counterparts. And Hull is no exception. And this isn't just what I'm saying, this is what the National Audit Office are saying as well. They've given powerful and informative information that there has been a disproportionate impact on Hull. And this is creating painful decisions. And this is further compounded by the fact that the central funding, Hull is reliant on 81% for its central funding, and that it is unable to replace this through local tax grants. Because just to give you one example, a local tax increase of 1% in Hull only raises £2.90 per head, whereas a local tax rate of 1% in the City of London raises £7.08 per head. I mean, this is a completely different situation. We have a Hull which is reliant on central government, receiving less money from central government than it ever did before. But even though statistics are very important, and much of this debate seems to be focused around statistics and around how much the percentage is of loss for each local area, we're forgetting the very human element of this. We're forgetting the people at the heart of it, because the people at the heart of it who have been affected don't honestly care which government it is that introduced this to begin with. They don't care whose fault it is. They don't like politicians who point fingers at each other and say it wasn't you, it was you. What they care about is what is happening to them there and then on the ground. Yeah. And so I'd like to talk actually about a couple who I met recently, who, to protect their anonymity, I'm going to refer to them as Lily and Paul. Now, Paul came to see me at my constituency recently, extremely upset and quite distressed when he came in there. And he was telling me about his wife. They were quite a young couple. They were only in their early 50s. But his wife had developed tumours on her spine. And these tumours had appeared from nowhere. No one had any idea that she was ill. She started with backache. She ended up in hospital. She ended up having tumours, having to be operated on. And from that moment, her husband became her carer.
and had to do everything for her. They went from having a fit and active life where they were both in work to him looking after his wife, who was bedbound at the time. And at this point, he was practically at breaking point, as he told me how they actually met each other when they were 14 years old, and she was the only woman that he'd ever been in love with, and he still loved her, even though at that moment she was lying in the bed in their house, unable to leave the bedroom, unable to get down the stairs, because occupational therapy hadn't been round there to install a handrail. And they couldn't get a stair lift fitted because it was the wrong kind of stair lift. So she'd been discharged from hospital without a care plan, without adult social care packages available, and all she was doing was laying in their bed, while he'd got his daughter around to go and look after her, so he could come and tell me about the problems that he was facing and that they were facing. He said, unsurprisingly, she was suffering problems with her mental health. And I said, well, of course, I would suffer problems with my mental health if I was unable to leave my bed and just left there in constant pain. She was left in pain from the operation, from the tumour that was on her spine, and the drugs were making her drowsy and incoherent. To make matters even worse, the DWP informed her and them that she needed to attend a healthcare assessment. A woman who was bedbound in bed having operations on her spine. Eventually they relented. He was dealing with this on a day-to-day basis, as well as seeing the woman who he'd loved from being 14 years old and still deeply loved then, in such pain and in such desperate situation. Eventually they came to see her to do an assessment of her. But he said she can't answer the questions properly because the amount of opium that she's on to deal with her pain means that she doesn't fully understand all the questions being answered. But he was told by the people doing the assessment on her that as her husband, he shouldn't be answering for her and he should allow her to answer the questions herself, even though she barely understood what was actually being said. He came into my constituency office just yesterday to tell me that they haven't declared her sick enough to qualify for the mobility part of the assessment for benefits. So he's been left unable to work. His wife, who he's desperately in love with, unable to get the support that she needs. Now being turned down for enhanced benefits, because goodness me, how sick do you have to be to get them if you're already on drugs that make you incoherent and you're laid there in your bed unable to move? I asked him about him. I said, what about you? Are you getting any respite care? Are you getting any care? And he said, I can't, because what happens to her if I become ill? What happens to her if I'm not there? And she doesn't fully understand because she's on the medication for pain. This is what people are facing. So when we sort of get back to talking between the front bench, let's not point fingers at each other. Let's not start saying your government did this, your government did this. Let's look at what is happening to people like that right now. This is what he is facing right now. And let's ask ourselves, when we see that life expectancy is dropping in my constituency, tell me then that this government's reforms have been successful and that it's not time to change. Tell me then how successful it is. Don't give me a quote about the amount of money. Tell me about the people's lives who are being changed because they're not getting the support that they need. Because until I see a real difference on the ground, then all the rest of it is just spin. So please come to the dispatch box, tell me you've listened, and tell me people like Paul and Lily will get the support that they need and not be left to suffer any longer.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I start by saying that my honourable friend, the member for Hull West and Hessel, has summed up the importance of today's debate. The reality is that care doesn't come for nothing. It costs money, and it's about where the priorities of this government actually sit. We hear the talks of millions and billions so many times, and yet the very people in our society who need that care, that special care, are looked over so many times. I want to start by really thanking the staff at City of York Council for their incredible work that they do for my city and have in very difficult times over the last 4 years, often where decisions are made which they don't agree with, yet have complied as servants of our people, against the backdrop of losing a fifth of their wages in real terms. And as my honourable friend, the member for Crewe and Nantwich, highlighted, how care workers in particular are paid so poorly. Why? They are women. And the fact is, this government takes it that women won't go out and strike, women won't fight, and they will care instead because that they know how desperately people need their labour and desperately need them to visit. And if they don't turn up that day, that somebody is going to be worse off. And that is why the money isn't put in that place, because they care and because they're women. And the inequality which is bedded so deeply now into our system just highlights to me how broken the funding system is around local government. Beyond that, though, we know that local government itself does not get the investment, yet it is where the change can really happen. And we heard earlier about how Labour brought in a place-based system, looking at how we get the interconnectivity of different lines of funding. And now we see the fragmentation, the diktats from government, and then the pulling apart in local communities. And I see that reflected in my local area as well. The whole system of funding is broken, and it is not being spread out where the greatest need is either. And just returning to the issue of older people, I just want to highlight this. In this place, we only talk about older people with regards to social care and pensions, which are seen as financial burdens on the state, not about how the state can invest in these really precious lives and to ensure that their rights are upheld right to the end. And that's why, as chair of the all-party parliamentary group around ageing and older people, we set out an inquiry into the rights of older people, the human rights of older people. And it came back saying it is absolutely vital that there is a commission around the rights of older people. And I've written to both the ministers sat on the front bench, and I have to say the response I've had is woeful. When we're talking about the rights, the voice, the opportunity, the future of older people, and just dismissed. And that is why I believe that we've seen this delay in social care, Green Paper, which is, let's face it, a discussion document, it's not going to change anything, is that the prioritisation that is being placed on the most vulnerable people in our society is wrong. And we have got to see change. And of course, if we talk about wider change, the funding for local authorities as well, it's a broken system. I look at business rates, and I've debated it many times in this place. And of course, as the high streets are being hollowed out, we're seeing the business rate return even less, and therefore the dependency of local government now to depend on business rates does not work. And of course, we see precepts, which again is regressive, and we see council tax, which at its concept was a stopgap of a failed poll tax system. So we need to look at funding in a very, very different way as we move forward for local authorities. But it isn't just about funding, it's how funding interconnects with the social ambition that our councillors have. And I have to say that Labour in York has a very different vision than the current administration. They have just let the market move in. Profit-obsessed developers now building luxury apartments all over our city, which, quite frankly, people in York can't afford. We're one of the lowest wage economies in the north. We saw wages fall in York, £66 last year. We are below £80 per week less pay than the national average. We're a post-industrial city. We are struggling, and yet people are exploiting our city, building just plans agreed by the council 2 weeks ago to put 2,000 luxury flats in the middle of our city when we have got a housing crisis. We had 11 people die on our streets last year. We've got families in cramped one-bedroom box rooms, staying whole families, and they're damp as well. It is completely unacceptable what is happening on the ground in local authorities. And it's the responsibility of government to wake up to the reality. I don't want to hear platitudes. I want to see action. And when I think of York as being the most inequitable city outside of London, and I see the inequality in life expectancy in my city, it is showing there is failure in the system. It may work for some, but it certainly isn't working for the many. Labour's vision for our city is very different. We want to see the investment back in the people. We want to give people a voice back in their city to build their future. And that is what we will do should we come into power on the 2nd of May.
We've seen people come and exploit our city, the post office being sold, Bootham Park Hospital being sold, the money not coming back into our city, the barracks being sold, handing over these sites to developers who, quite frankly, just want to make money. They don't want to invest in people. So we have got to see change, a change in approach as we move forward. Our city itself is crying out for that. We are seeing the city looking shabby now and dirty. We're seeing, for instance, waste not being addressed. We are seeing recycling rates falling. We are seeing the issues that people care about in our communities not being addressed. But Labour is ambitious. We will put in place a Transport Commission to address the air pollution which is taking 150 lives a year in our city. We will make it a carbon-neutral city by 2030, more ambitious by far than this government. We will ensure that we invest in those green spaces because we know it's better holistically for people's health. So we will make those connectivities and join the dots as we move forward. And why do that in York? Well, you only need look back 100 years ago when Seaborn Rowntree first of all carried out his studies around poverty in our city, something we will do with a Fairness Commission should we get elected in May, looking at the real deprivation that exists in our city. And then from that, the Rowntree family built the jobs, built the housing, put in the education, put in the pension systems, put in the leisure and the pleasure that people should enjoy in their everyday life, and rebuilt York out of the slums that it had become. And that is what Labour will do again, should we be given that opportunity on the 2nd of May, not only to analyse what has gone wrong, because it is there for everyone to see, but to give people the security that they deserve and the hope for their future, so that they can join us on this journey to build a compassionate, humane city as we move forward.
Fiona Onasanya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to participate in this debate and a pleasure to follow my honourable friend from York Central. We were told last year by both the Prime Minister and the Chancellor that austerity is over. I beg to differ because austerity is alive and well in Peterborough. Our revenue support grant is just 10 million this year, a cut of over 80%. Since 2010, this government has cut £20 million of funding from my local council, which has meant a £431 loss per year for each household in the same period. That is money which has been taken straight from the pockets of my constituents. Money that could have funded 37 children's centres and 1,162 domiciliary care workers. In addition, it is estimated that there is a nationwide shortfall of £1 billion to bridge the funding gap in children and adult social care. And as people work and live for longer, the gap will continue to increase. When will this government wake up to the fact that these cuts to our local council and social care budgets have seriously harmed their ability to function? Our councils are so starved of funding, they can only just about fulfil their statutory obligations. These cuts are having a devastating impact on Peterborough City Council's funding and the cash-strapped social care sector. If the government is truly serious about ending austerity, they will invest in our schools. They will invest in our councils. They will invest in our public services, and they will do it sooner rather than later. Warm words that austerity is over will not cut it. In order to have continued access to the basic provisions my council should be providing to my constituents, this government needs to invest. We need deeds, not words. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, today we've heard from many honourable members about the disastrous impact of this government's relentless and short-sighted cuts to council budgets. From Hull to Westminster North, from York to Nottinghamshire, from West Ham to Lewisham, from Birmingham to St Helens, from Sheffield to Exeter, Burnley and Hartlepool, Tyneside, Chesterfield and many others. And nowhere, as we've heard in this debate, has this disastrous impact been felt more acutely than in social care. And can I just start, Mr. Speaker, by congratulating my honourable friends for Hull West and Hessel and Crewe and Nantwich, whom you heard as well in the last hour, present such powerful stories about family carers and about the role of care staff. The absolutely vital two parts of the backbone of social care. Now, social care is one of the most important pillars of support for vulnerable people up and down this country. And I do want to start by paying tribute to all our dedicated, hard-working care staff, many of whom are in this dilemma that my honourable friend has just talked about. And it's sad that we're in a situation of cuts to care staff and them having to go on strike for their pay, because many care staff go above and beyond in the most difficult of circumstances to make sure that older people and disabled people get the help they need. And without them, let's face it, without these staff, we think a lot about NHS staff, but without our 1.4 million care staff, the care system would simply collapse.
Absolutely.
And my honourable friend, the member for St Helens South and Wiston, also raised the crucial issue of the fact that there are 110,000 vacant posts in the care workforce. It's deeply concerning that that vacancy rate is as it is, because it makes the situation for the staff who are doing the job much, much worse. Now, I believe, Mr Speaker, that the government should be shouting from the rafters about the value of social care, but instead, for most of the time, there's been a wall of silence. It's only getting this Opposition Day debate today that has enabled us to raise it, and there's been very little else covered about it. And my honourable friend, the member for Redcar, talked about the vacuum around government policy in social care, and she's right to do that. Ministers seem not to want to talk about a vision for social care, following what's not surprising, I guess, the government's litany of broken promises about reform. And let me just touch on some of those. They dropped the cap on care costs due to come into effect in 2016. We had legislated for a cap in care costs, and that's left thousands of people unexpectedly having to pay for their own care. Then at the general election in 2017, we had the so-called dementia tax, a disastrous proposal which lasted only 4 days before it was abandoned. And I have met family carers still desperately worried about that policy because they think that policy is still around. Now, more than 2 years after promising a social care green paper, with the hope of some better support for families across the country, this government is still no nearer to fixing the crisis which it has made. Let's not be in doubt about it. This crisis has been made so much worse since 2010. Now, we were told there would be a green paper in summer 2017, and then by the end of 2017, but it never arrived. It was then delayed until summer 2018 and later autumn 2018. Winter came and still no green paper. The Secretary of State told us at the start of the year it would arrive by the 1st of April. It has not arrived. There is still no sign of the green paper. Perhaps the Minister is going to tell us when we are going to see this green paper. But now, when councils need an extra £1.5 billion to close the funding gap, what this government has offered is derisory short-term funding. Last winter, the government offered a measly £240 million for adult social care for winter pressures. Now, that would only pay for 3 months of home care for the older people the Secretary of State said it would help. But that's not enough. It was hardly enough, Mr Speaker, for the harsh conditions of last winter, which, if you remember, lasted very much more than 3 months. This year, councils will receive a further £410 million to be shared between older adults, working-age adults and children's social care services. So now the Secretary of State is leaving councils and councillors with making the invidious decision of choosing between caring for the most at-risk children, vulnerable adults with disabilities and our most frail and isolated older people. And throwing small, one-off pots of money at this problem every year will not deal with the crisis in the long term. As my honourable friend for St Helens and Wiston said earlier, it's a sticking plaster on a gaping wound.
Yeah.
Briefly, yes.
I'm very grateful. Would she set out what is her preference for how we should pay for long-term care?
We get to this every time we have a debate on social care. We don't have many debates on social care. Members from the government side who have no ideas whatsoever. I have just run through all the abandoned ideas and the abandoned promises that the government has made on Green Paper. And I'm really surprised that any member opposite actually has the cheek to stand up and ask this side, the front bench on this side, what we would do. We laid out what we would do in 2010. We had a white paper, not a green paper. We laid out all of our proposals in our manifesto. We are the side with ideas, with proposals on taking forward social care. This government has no ideas and no vision whatsoever. And I'm amazed that an honourable member really has the cheek to do that.
Kind of it. It's very kind of it. I spoke in the debate and I said that we have some very difficult decisions to face. We need to be open with the public. And I said we need to look, for example, at equity in residential property. I think it's unavoidable. Does she think we should do that? I said that earlier. Does she think that?
We have laid out our proposals. We said how we would fund them. And as I say, I think what we're debating here today, most of what we're debating here today is the short-term crisis. Once we get past the short-term crisis, I think the honourable member would have difficulty. I mean, there's been talk about involving the public in this. The public at the moment are faced with the type of care that my honourable friends have discussed and debated, and care staff in the workforce in the situation that it's in. We're in no point in the middle of a crisis to be talking and saying to the public, use the value of your property, let's go for this type of funding or that type of funding. That is cloud cuckoo land. I wonder if the honourable member just listened to my friend from Hull West and Hessel talk about that absolutely crucial example. What would he say to those people who need care? I think that's the question for him to answer. Now, councils need sustained investment that undoes the damage of years and austerity and cuts. But the government's choice, he's sitting there smirking at me at the moment. The government has made a choice to pursue ideological cuts to council budgets that have seen £7 billion lost from adult social care spending since 2010. Let's have a think about what that has meant. That has meant 400,000 fewer people from getting publicly funded social care between 2010 and 2015. 100,000 fewer people getting taxpayer-funded social care in the last 4 years alone, and 90 people per day dying before they receive the public social care for which they've already applied. It is not simply either the most disadvantaged who are losing out. Many of those who are having to foot the bill for their own care are being exploited by a broken care system where private care providers can act with impunity, where vindictive care homes can evict older people whose families dare to complain about their standard of care. And that's a very serious matter when we've had and discussed in this debate the level of closures of care homes and the loss of care home beds, as touched on by my honourable friend, the member for Chesterfield. And the honourable member for Totnes also talked about being in a part of the country where it's impossible to get care, and that is the position. So if care home owners can evict older people, that's a drastic situation. And opportunistic home care agencies are overcharging vulnerable people for care visits, which are too short and endangering their health by forcing staff to work when they're sick. We heard about the care staff who were too scared to take time off sick. Now, I want to make clear to honourable members the human impact of not getting the right amount of support, although those that have bothered to attend this debate, particularly those opposite, might have heard some examples. Simply put, it means people going without the support which they need to live with basic dignity. Not having needs met means going unwashed and undressed. It can mean waiting for hours to go to the toilet because there is no help available. It can mean going thirsty because there is no one to pour you a glass of water, going hungry because there's no one there to prepare you a proper meal. This is the experience of many thousands of older people who are going without care or who have insufficient care. And I'm glad to note that many honourable members have talked about a care visit being the only contact for many older or vulnerable people have in the day. And the consequences of inadequate support in the community for working-age people are also horrifying. In recent months, we've seen many reports of vulnerable autistic people and people with learning disabilities left to languish for years in private inpatient units. Vulnerable, detained, secluded and neglected in long-stay units. These units, many of them private, are funded by the NHS at great cost to the taxpayer because councils simply have not been given the money to move people from these units to be supported nearer to home. And that's an issue we've had in this debate raised by my own friend, the member for Stroud, and the right honourable member for North Norfolk. Mr Speaker, I have stood at this dispatch box before and called this a national scandal, and I make no apology for doing so again. And back to government promises. After Winterbourne View in 2011, this government promised to close inappropriate units for good within 3 years. By 2014, it didn't happen. Indeed, 8 years later, there are still 2,260 people detained in hospital settings when they needn't be there. The number of adults trapped in these units has reduced by only a fraction. Worse still, Mr Speaker, the number of children in these units has actually increased. Mr Speaker, where this government, Conservative government, has done nothing, Labour will act. Rather than years more cuts, we will invest £8 billion in social care. Yep. Rather than 90 people a day dying, waiting for care, we will provide more people with the support they need. Rather than care staff being pushed to the brink, we will pay them a real living wage. Rather than more delay, we will build a national care service that supports older and disabled people when they need it. This is our message to people across the country desperate for care and support, young and old. A Labour government will give you the support that you need and the support you deserve. And that's why I urge members to support our motion tonight.
Call the Minister, Caroline Dinenage, to reply to the debate.
Very much, Mr Speaker. I would like to start by recognising and paying tribute to those who care for us. It's a mark of our society how we care for the most vulnerable, and across the country, whether working in a care home, in a person's own home, or at a day centre or another setting, so many dedicate their lives to caring for others. Mr Speaker, I also want to thank honourable members from across the House today who have taken the time to debate this really important issue. We've heard a great number of really passionate, measured, detailed speeches where people have spoken about a whole range of issues and show great in-depth knowledge of their own constituencies and a great passion for their own constituencies. My honourable friend, the member for Nuneaton, spoke with enormous knowledge about showing the knowledge you would expect from a former minister in local government. A very wide-reaching speech highlighting actually that most funding baselines do take a number of factors into account, including deprivation, and that is incredibly important. The honourable gentleman for Sheffield South East, the chair of the Select Committee, spoke very passionately about the joint report that him and his committee have produced in partnership with the Health Select Committee. He spoke about how it highlights the importance of better integration at a local level, how it highlights the importance of housing, and how it's really important that the government take it into consideration as we move forward and come back to the House with our Green Paper, and I can pledge to him that we certainly will do that, and his colleague, the honourable member for... Okay, go.
Well, the obvious question, when are we going to see it?
Well, Mr Speaker, we will be bringing the Green Paper forward as soon as possible. His colleague, the member for Exeter, made very similar points about how it's really important that we do take on board the very hard work of the Select Committee, who came up with some really interesting proposals on funding in particular. My honourable...
Very briefly, I thank her for giving way. Would she also ensure that the Green Paper covers the vital work done by unpaid carers who are often ignored in funding policy, particularly when it comes to, for instance, funding breaks for these unpaid carers who find it so difficult to be able to get away?
Minister. Yes, Mr Speaker, he's absolutely right to pay tribute to the incredible work of the army of unpaid carers that are out there and the immeasurable value that they bring to the loved ones that they look after. We not only will, of course, cover those in the Green Paper, but we also have looked at them as part of our actual dedicated action plan for carers, which we released last year and which we continue to work on specifically for carers. I'm going to make a little bit of progress because there have been a number of members who've made a lot of points today, and I do want to try and cover them, but I will come back to those who want to ask questions a bit later on. My honourable friend, the member for Lewis, said in the words of Bananarama, it's not what you do, it's the way that you do it, and highlighted how there have been some really innovative moves by her local council in East Sussex to look at delayed transfers of care and step-down beds. And she's absolutely right to pay tribute to the hard work of NHS and local authority staff who do so much to stop people being trapped into hospital beds, which we know are no good for them in the long term. My honourable friend, the member for South Suffolk, reminded us of the parlous financial situation that we inherited in 2010 and all the difficult decisions that have had to be made across different councils and across central government to do it. But he also highlighted some great examples of local councils finding efficiencies by innovation and technology and really sensible decisions, and spoke about how we do need much more honesty and transparency as we come forward and try and work together to find a solution for adult social care. The Honourable Lady from St Helens South, I thought, made a really thoughtful, there she is, a very thoughtful and measured speech, and she focused mainly on adult social care, and she spoke a lot about the workforce, and it is something that I'm particularly passionate about myself. We launched a new, in February, we launched a new adult social care recruitment campaign called Every Day is Different, and it aims to raise the image and the profile of the sector and encourage people with the right values to apply to work in this incredibly important role. We also fund Skills for Care. The Department of Health and Social Care funds Skills for Care to support the sector with recruitment and retention and workforce development, and this includes distributing £12 million a year as workforce development fund money that providers can bid into to help their staff gain training and qualification at all levels. My honourable friend from Redditch spoke very passionately about carers. She's over there, she's moved. And as we've already said, the unsung heroes of our health and care system. My neighbour, the member for Fareham, spoke about a number of things and particularly raised some concerns with continuing care. NHS England have launched an improvement programme to help CCGs address variations in assessment and provision of eligibility for continuing care. The Honourable Gentleman from Hartlepool, I thought, made a really thoughtful and heartfelt contribution. He spoke specifically about the challenges facing coastal communities. I empathise with that myself, representing a coastal community. And he spoke about how Hartlepool is a vibrant and welcoming place. He's a great ambassador for his constituency, as indeed is my honourable friend, the member for Chelmsford, who tells us all that it is the #1 place to live in the UK, including the #1 hotspot for nightlife, which I'm not quite sure how she knows that. She spoke about the lottery of long-term care, and that's something that we do seek to try and address in the Green Paper when it comes forward, about how catastrophic care costs can affect some individuals. I will.
Very grateful. She mentioned the Green Paper, and I appreciate she can't say when it will be published. But is it the government's intention that the Green Paper, when it is published, will lead to reform in this Parliament, or are we likely to have to wait till sometime mid-next decade before any reform actually happens?
I think the honest answer to the honourable gentleman's question is there will be a bit of both. The Green Paper is a big document. It covers a whole range of issues, and some things will be able to be developed straight away, but other things will take longer. I'm going to make a little bit more progress. Go.
I thank the Minister giving well. She's indicated in that reply that the Green Paper already exists. There's a great deal of frustration about the delay. It was supposed to follow hard on the heels of the 10-year plan, because the two are very closely linked. And the Secretary of State gave a pledge from the dispatch box that it would be published before Christmas. Can the Minister at least set out what the reasons for the delay are and give some indication of when we might expect it? It's such a crucial document.
Minister. Well, the Honourable Lady will know that there is a version of the Green Paper that does exist, but that doesn't mean that we're resting on our laurels. And while we're waiting for the opportunity to publish it, we are continuing to improve it and evolve it, so that when we do publish it, which will be as soon as possible, it will be in the best possible shape. I was talking about my honourable friend, the member for Chelmsford, who spoke about dementia and the importance of investing in dementia care and research. We lead the world on this, but we know that there's more to do if we want to continue to achieve our aspiration of being the best place in the world to live with dementia by 2020. The Honourable Lady for North Tyneside spoke about some of the difficulties for local councils that have been addressed by working smarter. She also spoke about how she feels it's very unfortunate that councils have had to raise council tax in order to have the money that they need, but I just would point out gently to her that the average annual increase to council council tax bills over the period 97 to 98 to 2010 was 5.8%, and since 2010 it's only been 2.2%, so double under the previous Labour government. The Honourable Lady for Lewisham and Deptford spoke about youth violence, the importance of working together, schools, social services, voluntary sector, public health, all working together on a real community-led approach to being able to deal with that, and she's absolutely right. My honourable friend, the member for Sleaford and North Hykeham, spoke about the challenges facing rural communities and the higher costs in delivery, particularly of things like domiciliary care, and also about the importance of innovation, quality of care and outcome focus, and the National Centre for Rural Health and Care, which she spoke very glowingly about. The honourable gentleman for North Norfolk, I always listen very carefully to what he has to say because he has done this job previously. He spoke about the importance of investing in prevention and about how social care must help people stay independent for longer. He also admitted that this job isn't quite as easy as it looks, and that when he was fulfilling it, that there were very difficult funding decisions that had to be made, and it's no surprise to him that that continues to be the case, and that nothing has changed since he left the role. And I think it's really important that he recognises that the challenges continue. The honourable gentleman for Chesterfield spoke about how there have been some really innovative choices that had to be made, better services that cost less in his constituency, and how they've had to invest in order to save money. He did make a couple of errors, though. Unfortunately, he mentioned that Labour councils were producing lower council tax, but of course everybody knows that actually it's Conservative councils that deliver better value for money, with the combination of great quality services while keeping council tax lower than either Labour or Liberal Democrats. The members for Burnley, Bradford West, Warrington South, York Central and Peterborough all made very passionate speeches, mainly about the impact of austerity on areas of deprivation. The Honourable Lady for Redcar spoke about an innovative employment hub that's grown from the loss of the steelworks in her constituency, and about the Care Academy in Cleveland that is doing great work helping to recruit more people into adult social care. She also mentioned how the challenges of caring for an ageing population is something that is being addressed at a local level, but I would say to her that it is something that we're going to have to address not just at a government level but at a local level, at a voluntary level. We're all going to have to work together to face these challenges which are being faced the world over, quite frankly. The Honourable Lady for Totnes spoke about how important it is to work cross-party and collaboratively on this. We all face difficult choices, and for too long adult social care has been used as a political football. We've heard it even earlier today. The opposition spokeswoman talked about the dementia tax once again. Very unhelpful language that doesn't help us to come to any form of meaningful consensus unless we can work together. The Honourable Lady for, in a moment, the Lady for Crewe and Nantwich asked about sleep-in shifts. This is really important. The Court of Appeal judgment last summer ruled that employers aren't required to pay the national minimum wage, but this has now gone to a Supreme Court, the ruling of which should give clarity to both providers and employees. But the government has taken account of the cost arriving from a national minimum wage and has given an additional £2 billion worth of funding to local authorities in the spring budget 2017. We do encourage employers to pay more than the minimum wage where possible, and I recently wrote to local authorities to state my view that the judgment shouldn't be used as an opportunity to make ad hoc changes. I'm just going to make a bit of progress. The gentleman for Glasgow highlighted how difficult the choices have had to we've had to make, and showed actually by painting an even bleaker picture of how things have panned out north of the border, how difficult these choices indeed have been. And the Honourable Lady from Kingston upon Hull West and Hessel spoke very movingly about her constituents Paul and Lily. She's right to highlight the real personal cases, the individual stories that happen in every single one of our constituency casework files, and if she wants to send me more details, I'm happy to raise the issue with my colleagues at the Department of Work and Pensions. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the population is ageing. Over the next 30 years, the number of people aged 75 and over is set to double, and the number of people with working age care needs is also growing. Some of today's speakers have painted a picture of the social care system that's broken as a result of a lack of funding. But actually the truth is that while money is undoubtedly tight, to face the challenges of an ageing population, we need to do more than just put more money in. We need to large-scale reform of a system if we're going to face the future with confidence that we can care and support for those who most need it. In the short term, we've put in around £10 billion of additional funding, but we will be bringing forward an adult social care green paper, which will look at the long-term funding of adult social care.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Point of order, Andrew Gwynne.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm really pleased that the practice of having Opposition Day debates has resumed, although it is regrettable that the practice of the government not voting on them seems to have resumed as well. It implies acceptance of the motion by ministers, acknowledging unfair cuts impacting on the most deprived communities, acknowledging the social care crisis. What can be done, Mr Deputy Speaker, to bring ministers to the dispatch box in the terms of the motion put before the House today, before the local elections, so they can set out how they are going to solve the funding crisis?
What I would say is it obviously isn't a point of order, but the point you made is now on the record. Right, let us move on. We now come to motion delegated legislation. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, if many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the petition. Patrick Brady.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The petition to revoke Article 50 on the House of Commons website is by far and away the largest that has ever been signed. Over 6 million people across the United Kingdom have signed it, including 15,112 residents of Glasgow North, nearly 20% of the estimated constituent count. They're fed up with Brexit chaos, they want the process to stop and they want their voices to be heard. But I have one constituent in particular who has never had an email address and found herself therefore unable to sign the petition in the way that so many others had. But she wants to make sure that her voice is also heard loud and clear. So by presenting this petition, as far as I'm concerned, it brings the total for Glasgow North to 15,113. To the House of Commons. The petition of a resident of Glasgow North declares that the government has repeatedly claimed that exiting the EU is the will of the people, but further that this claim is undermined by the 6,079,465 signatures on e-petition 241584 titled Revoke Article 50 and Remain in the EU. The petition therefore requests that the House of Commons urges the government to revoke Article 50 and remain in the EU. And the petitioner remains, etc.
Petition, revoke Article 50 and remain in the EU.
You're right.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is, this House do now adjourn. Richard Byrne.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful for this opportunity to raise the case of GKN Aerospace Kings Norton. It's a year to the day since the Business Secretary made a statement to the House to tell us that whilst he would not intervene to block Melrose Industries' hostile takeover bid for GKN last year, we could all take comfort in the legally binding undertakings that the company had given him about the future. Indeed, at that time, Melrose were falling over themselves to assure everybody of their commitment to manufacturing in the UK. For example, on the 13th of March last year, Melrose Chief Executive Simon Peckham wrote to my honourable friend, the member for Leeds West, as chair of the Bays Select Committee, setting out particularly clearly what they asked us to believe about their intentions. He said the company's commitments included, and I quote, returning GKN to be a British manufacturing powerhouse competitive on the global stage, committed to innovation, investing in skills, R&D and productivity to support the industrial strategy, and working with suppliers and customers to boost Britain's industrial base and the wider economy. Now, on 5th of April, just a year since Mr Peckham wrote that letter, Workers at GKN Aerospace plant in my Kings Norton constituency were told that what these assurances meant for them. GKN management announced that the plant is to be run down over the next 2 years and closed altogether in 2021 with the loss of over 170 jobs. Now, the company says that the work undertaken by the factory will be transferred to, their words, other GKN Aerospace sites or, and again their words, low-cost areas. And by low-cost areas, I think we can safely assume the company means areas overseas. Indeed.
I thank you for giving way, Mr Deputy Speaker. And does the honourable member not believe that this breach of faith cannot go on challenged by this House and by the Minister, lest every other big business who reap the benefits of government contracts, government funding and government subsidy decide that they too can go against their word and move their work to Morocco or Mexico or elsewhere, that allows shareholders to reap the benefits whilst our own hard-working men and women that he is referring to, and a good hard-working MP is, are wondering how on earth they can keep their homes and feed their families.
The honourable gentleman is quite right, and I thank him for his kind words. This is a breach of faith. It does need to be challenged, and I hope that when he replies to the debate, the Minister will assure us that it's not only backbenchers on this side of the House that are challenging the decision, but the government will as well.
The honourable friend give way.
Yes.
I thank the honourable friend for giving way. Although there's mentions that 170 jobs, you've got to multiply that by 2 or 3, because you've got the supply chain. This is where the figures can be utterly misleading. But I'm sure my honourable friend will recall that when we first debated this in the House, we raised the issue about national security, the whole question about the defence industries here, and despite the assurances that ministers have got, these companies haven't honoured that. There's a whole pattern here about asset stripping in this country, not only with this company, but with other companies as well. And I think it's about time the government got tough with some of these companies and refused, from time to time, look at the whole questions of national security here, because I've worked in the defence industry and I know what it means.
My honourable friend is quite right to raise the question of national security. It was raised last year, and it's something that I'll make some reference to later in my speech, because GKN Aerospace Kings Norton manufactures windscreens and windows and other transparencies for military as well as civilian aircraft. Now, yes.
Forgive me, he's making a very important point. This isn't just simply constrained to the defence industry. This is asset stripping as a wider impact across our manufacturing base. And if this government's serious about growing our industrial base and our manufacturing capability in this country, it better get a grip of these things very quickly and actually insist that there's statutory provision and legislation that backs up obligations on private capital to deliver in the national interest. Does he agree with that?
My honourable friend makes a good point, and I do hope that we hear some fairly strong statements from the Minister, not just about what they're saying about this, but what they're going to do about it. Now, of course, last year, Melrose hadn't only to reassure the Select Committee of their intentions, they also provided a series of undertakings to ministers. And in his statement to the House on 24th of April, as I say, 1 year to the day before this debate, the Business Secretary declared, and I quote, "I look to management to honour its commitments in both the spirit and the letter, and to create a strong future for GKN, its employees, its suppliers, and the industrial sectors in which it will play a major role." He added that, and I quote, "Melrose has also agreed to meet my officials and me every 6 months to provide updates on its ownership of GKN." Now, in the light of all that, you might expect ministers to have told the company this month that rather than close Kings Norton, it expected the company to honour the spirit as well as the letter of the undertakings it had given. Instead of that, though, in a written answer to me on 16th of April, I was informed that the Secretary of State had been told that the closure plan was the result of, and I quote, "an internal strategic review by GKN," and that, and again I quote, "this is a commercial decision for GKN Aerospace and not in contravention of the deed of covenant agreed between Bayes and Melrose." So my first question to the Minister is this: if Melrose have indeed been meeting its officials every 6 months as promised, Has anything at all been said in those meetings about the future of the Kings Norton plant being in doubt? If so, what alternatives to closure did BEIS urge on Melrose, and what was the company's response to those suggestions? And if not, what on earth is the point of these 6 monthly reviews if they're not expected to cover an issue as important as the closure of a plant? Now, of course, BEIS is not the only government department with which Melrose entered a deed of covenant last year. The Business Secretary also told the House last year that the Ministry of Defence had received undertakings that would, and I quote, prevent the disposal of a business, components of a business, or assets without the consent of the government. Now, the Kings Norton plant produces windscreens and windows for military as well as civilian aircraft. So can we assume that the MOD will now step in? Apparently not. A written answer from that department on 15th of April told me that as defence work is being, quotes, moved, not stopped, close quotes, the Secretary of State for Defence would not be issuing a notice of concern under the Covenant. Now, I'm assuming the Minister has spoken to his colleagues at the MOD before this debate. So can he tell me if GKN have made unambiguous commitments to retain in the UK all defence-related work undertaken by the Kings Norton plant? And what have they said about how they plan to dispose of the Kings Norton plant after closure? No doubt when he replies to the debate, the Minister will tell me about the various investments that GKN has announced in its aerospace and automotive divisions at other plants in the UK. And I welcome those investments. However, for employees at GKN Aerospace Kings Norton, the first that they knew that the company plans to close their plant was when they were told on 5th of April this year. That is simply not good enough. And it is a breach of faith with what Melrose said last year. If the company believes there is a profitability issue at Kings Norton, shouldn't ministers be telling them that the spirit of the undertakings given last year means that they should first discuss the situations and the options for the future with the trade unions representing their employees before decisions are made, not simply inform them after decisions are made? And when Melrose said last year that their mission was to, quote, power the government's industrial strategy to secure, in their words, the best outcomes for employees, suppliers and customers and the wider economy, isn't it reasonable to ask them what assessment they have made of the impact of closing the Kings Norton plant on the local economy, a point that my honourable friend made a little earlier? Has BEIS asked the company that question, and if so, what has been the company's response? In conclusion, therefore, I do not believe GKN now telling the government that they've conducted a strategic review is satisfactory. And will ministers accept the need to press the company further on, number one, how GKN have reached this decision, number two, what alternatives have been or still could be considered, number three, what in detail is going to happen to the defence work carried out at Kings Norton, and how does GKN plan to dispose of the asset that is the Kings Norton plant? And finally, what impact in practice will closing Kings Norton have on the industrial strategy in Birmingham? Without clear and convincing answers on these points, I ask the Minister to join me and join other honourable members in saying that Melrose and GKN should think again.
In welcoming Minister Andrew Stevenson for his first remarks, Minister Stevenson.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to see a fellow Lancastrian in the chair. I would like to start this evening by congratulating the honourable member for Birmingham Northfield for securing this evening's debate. I'd also like to take the opportunity to pay tribute to my honourable friend and predecessor, the member for Watford, for all the work he has done to support UK business and industry, and I'm sure he will continue to do that for many years to come from the backbenches. Representing the constituency of Pendle, which is home to several large aerospace businesses, I fully appreciate the pride the honourable member's constituents feel in working for a company like GKN, which of course can trace its roots back to 1759 and the birth of the Industrial Revolution. I also appreciate the impact the loss of well-paid, high-skilled aerospace jobs can have on an area with aerospace jobs typically paying around 43% above the national average. I greatly sympathise with the staff who will be affected by the company's decision to close the Kings Norton site by 2021. I say this as someone whose own family has a long-standing association with the aerospace sector, with 3 generations of my family working for Avro at Chadderton and Woodford, the firm which produced the legendary Lancaster and Vulcan aircrafts. I know the pride they felt in working for such a great British company, and how even years after his retirement, my Uncle Tom worked on projects celebrating the company's achievements. I know employees of GKN share a similar sense of pride in working for such a great British company, and I commend the honourable member's dedication and passionate advocacy on behalf of his constituents. Turning to the points raised by the honourable gentleman, I can confirm that Melrose informed both my department and the Ministry of Defence of their proposals to close the site on the 1st of April. And since then, there have been ongoing discussions between GKN and the Government on how best to support workers. The honourable gentleman has asked whether any alternatives to closing the site have been discussed. I'm sure he will appreciate that this was a commercial decision for the company, but in our conversations with GKN, they have said that they are at an early stage in this process. They have confirmed with us that they will do all they can to support the 172 affected employees, including providing help in seeking alternative employment both within and outside GKN. Yeah.
Can't do it from the front bench.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. During the merger of GKN and Melrose, the Government acted and continues to act to ensure that mergers result in the best outcomes for the United Kingdom. Our merger regime is a key part of the UK's dynamic economy. Mergers and takeovers can bring great benefits to both consumers and the economy, and the UK has the 3rd highest foreign direct investment stock in the world, behind the US and China. This investment means jobs in growing sectors, more opportunities to develop our skills base, and it helps companies deliver products and services at competitive prices. I give way to the Honourable Gentleman first.
Grateful to the Minister, and I was remiss earlier not to welcome him to the front bench and to his new position. Can I just ask him, though, to address the issue of alternatives? Because, frankly, saying that employees will be supported to find other jobs is not the same as asking the company if they have looked at alternatives to closure. Has that question been asked? What was the result? And is he also not rather worried that nothing was apparently said about any of this in the last 6-monthly review that his department had with Melrose?
Absolutely. Well, the company have emphasised to us that they are at a very early stage in this process. They haven't started formal consultation with workers, but they thought it was appropriate that they set out their long-term vision for the site to workers. I hope that he and others meeting with the company can discuss alternatives to that site, and I hope that we can do and work together on this to support the 172 workers directly affected and others support who will be affected by this in the supply chain. And I fully appreciate the honourable gentleman's opposition to the takeover, which he set out today, and also he set out in the debate in Westminster Hall on the 15th of March last year, and concerns that have been raised this evening by the members for Coventry South, Glasgow North East and Strangford. However, I would emphasise that mergers are an important part of our economy and can bring real benefits to consumers and the economy as a whole by attracting investment, promoting growth and innovation. Certainly.
Minister, forgive me. Making a fair point about the reality of mergers and takeovers potentially being positive, and also you mentioned foreign direct investment. But would you recognise that foreign direct investment has 2 types, developmental and dependent? And actually the reality of the bulk of the FDI activity in the UK is dependent because it's purchasing existing UK-owned assets and isn't actually adding to the overall capital stock of the economy and growing the economy in a sustainable way. Does he recognise that that's actually a big flaw in the government's industrial policy, and perhaps if he recognises it, he'll start to deal with it?
Minister.
No, I think that foreign direct investment is a power for good in our economy, and I think we should work to attract more investment into the economy. Some of our best firms have grown through mergers and acquisitions, and we've seen huge investments in different sectors with the help of foreign direct investment. It's worth saying at this point that GKN itself has grown through mergers and takeovers, both here and abroad. I think the firm actually bought the site from Pilkingtons in 2003. The UK's merger regime is highly regarded over the world, across the world, for how it's designed. The regime is based on transparent rules administered consistently by expert bodies. It recognises that decisions are primarily a matter for shareholders and that it restricts the role of ministers to transactions that raise public interest concerns. As a result, the regime offers clarity for businesses and maintains investor confidence. An example of this is the Independent Takeover Panel, which governs the Takeover Code. The Code provides a robust framework to ensure that takeovers of listed companies are conducted in an orderly manner with fair treatment of all shareholders. On the 12th of January 2018, GKN announced that Melrose had made a takeover approach, and the Business Secretary spoke to both parties to understand their intentions. The government's priority was to ensure that the national security concerns raised by this transaction were addressed. The government completed a thorough and detailed assessment and concluded not to intervene under the Enterprise Act. Melrose voluntarily agreed post-offer undertakings with the takeover panel. As a result, for a period of 5 years, Melrose committed to sustaining GKN's current level of expensed research and development at 2.2% of sales, maintain a UK stock exchange listing, remain headquartered in the UK and ensuring that the majority of directors are UK resident, and guaranteeing that both the aerospace and driveline divisions retain the rights to use the GKN name. In addition to this, Melrose agreed to sign a deed in favour of the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy that commits Melrose not to sell the core aerospace business before the 1st of April 2023 without the Business Secretary's consent.
I thank the Minister for giving way and welcome him to the front bench. We should probably have said that earlier. But he indicated earlier on, in response to my honourable friend, that he's had discussions with the Ministry of Defence about this, the present situation. Can he tell us what their view was?
Minister. The Ministry of Defence share the view of my department that these job losses and this closure is highly regrettable, but it does not contravene the terms of the deed and the undertakings that were made during the takeover. Melrose agreed that deed with the Ministry of Defence, and it included clear obligations and commitments to maintain capacity to support certain military goods, and requires the Defence Secretary to be notified if Melrose plans to transfer production outside the UK. Melrose also made commitments to invest in skills and innovation, support sector deals and support the supply chain during their ownership of the business. Since the transaction completed, the government's been monitoring Melrose's compliance with the terms of the deal. My officials met with the company in October 2018 and will meet again with them next month. Furthermore, on the 1st of April, Melrose publicly reported that it is in compliance with the post-offer undertakings as required by the takeover panel. We are content at present that Melrose is compliant with the commitments that it made to government. While GKN Aerospace's decision is a huge disappointment for both the government and for the 172 staff members that it will affect, it does not contravene the commitments that were made at the time of the takeover. The Honourable Gentleman asked whether I'd spoken to my colleagues in the Ministry of Defence. I have spoken to the Minister for Defence Procurement, and he confirmed that they are content that Melrose has complied with its requirements under the deed with them. Prior to the Melrose bid, GKN itself had planned to restructure the business, which could have resulted in job losses, and they intended to sell the entire automotive division to US company Dana, who likewise might have decided to close the UK manufacturing sites. The Business Secretary spoke to GKN Aerospace's CEO, Hans Butker, and he informed us that the announcement does not in any way reflect a reduction in growth by the company. In fact, he said it's quite the opposite. The decision is a result of an internal strategic review by GKN to invest in high-value, technological-driven production, and that the same review proposes to invest more in other UK sites. I understand that a meeting has now been arranged between the Honourable Gentleman the Business Secretary and the CEO of GKN Aerospace to discuss this matter further, including how we can best support his constituents who work at that site. I hope that will be an opportunity when alternatives for the site can be discussed and explored. So I hope that's something that the honourable gentleman can take forward from tonight's debate. As I mentioned earlier, GKN have confirmed that they will be doing what they can to support the affected employees. We will also continue to work closely with the company, the unions, the local enterprise partnership, the Mayor of the West Midlands Combined Authority and the Street, and councils to help with this effort and ensure that each and every worker is fully supported in finding new work. Aerospace is one of our most rapidly expanding sectors, and skilled and experienced employees are in strong demand. The UK aerospace sector is a great success story, and we punch well above our weight on the world stage. We are a world leader in the design, manufacture and maintenance of some of the most complex high-value components of an aircraft, including the wings, engines, aerostructures and advanced systems. Our industry turns over £39 billion a year, and the vast majority of what we make in the UK is globally exported. Around half of the world's modern passenger aircraft have wings designed and built here in the UK, and GKN Aerospace manufactured products are on more than 100,000 flights a day. The honourable gentleman asked what impact the closing of the Kings Norton site will have on the industrial strategy in Birmingham. Yesterday I attended a meeting alongside 5 of my ministerial colleagues to discuss the Midlands engine and progress of our West Midlands local industrial strategy. This will set out ambitious long-term visions for the West Midlands economy to increase productivity, drive economic growth and support manufacturing and technology in both Birmingham and the wider region. The Midlands has long been renowned as a hub for manufacturing, and it isn't short of opportunities for advanced engineering jobs. Over a third of the UK's automotive sector employment is in the Midlands, and the region boasts many globally recognised companies, including Jaguar Land Rover, JCB and Rolls-Royce. More widely, the Midlands is also home for the Manufacturing Technology Centre in Coventry, which operates some of the most advanced manufacturing equipment in the world. The last year has seen the largest GKN Aerospace UK technology investment since 2012. This includes the announcement of a £32 million UK Global Technology Centre in Bristol and the large investments made to support their additive manufacturing capabilities in the UK. Both have been supported by the government through co-funded R&D grants. This co-funded investment will support GKN's growth in the UK and will help safeguard and create high-value jobs in the company and their supply chain. Honourable members will be pleased to hear that GKN have also confirmed to us that there will be further investments at some of their other UK sites, including those in Luton and Portsmouth, which will soon become technology centres of excellence. This comes on top of GKN's recent announcement for £300 million in new investment to ramp up its activities in the fast-growing market for electric vehicles, something that I'm sure the honourable member, as the chairman of the Automotive APPG, will welcome. I can assure honourable members that the government will continue to support those affected by this site closure in the years ahead. And finally, I'd like to thank the honourable member for again giving the House the opportunity to debate this important issue. Thank you.
The question is this House to now adjourn. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.
The proceeding has ended. The proceeding has ended. The